What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Hello, brave souls. I know I took a little bit of break. It's end of the month, end of the year, and I'm in accounting, and it's all the W-2s and crazy stuff we got to do. So I apologize for the big wait in between stories, but I got another one for you today, and it's another zombie story as always. So hope you guys enjoy. Day 1, when the world stopped making sense. The coffee was still hot when Mrs. Henderson started eating her husband. I know how that sounds. I know exactly how fucking insane that sentence is. Because I've been sitting here in my apartment for the last 3 hours, replaying it in my head, trying to make it make sense. Trying to convince myself that what I saw through my kitchen window at 6:47 this morning wasn't real. That I'd just woken up wrong. That maybe I needed glasses or therapy or both. But the screaming coming from Mrs. Henderson's backyard was real enough. Is real enough. Past tense, present tense. I'm not even sure what applies anymore when you're watching your 72-year-old neighbor in her flower print nightgown crouched over what used to be Gerald, tearing strips of meat off his arm with her teeth. My name is Alex Mercer. I'm 34 years old. I'm a high school history teacher. And I'm pretty sure the world just ended while I was making breakfast. Let me back it up. This morning started normal. Aggressively, mundanely normal. My alarm set off at 6:15, some pop music I didn't recognize because I'm old enough that I've stopped keeping up with music. I hit snooze twice, which is my routine. Got up at 6:24, stumbled to the bathroom, took a piss, looked at my reflection and did that thing where you silently judge the person staring back at you for all the life choices that led to this moment. Brushed my teeth, the usual. By 6:40, I was in the kitchen of my second floor apartment, waiting for my ancient coffee maker to wheeze out enough caffeine to make me functional. I was wearing boxers and a t-shirt from a 5K I never actually ran. My sister gave it to me because she felt bad that I paid the registration fee and then slept through the event. The shirt says, "Finish strong," which felt ironic, and it feels downright cosmic now. I was scrolling through my phone, half paying attention to the news. There'd been something on the feeds for the last week or so. Some kind of incident in Pittsburgh. Reports were calling it a violent outbreak, but details were sketchy. The CDC had issued some kind of statement that I'd skimmed but not really absorbed because, let's be honest, how often does that stuff actually affect your daily life? There was a video that had gone viral. Some shaky footage of what looked like a mob attacking people outside a hospital. But the internet was full of crazy shit, and I had lessons plans to grade. The coffee maker beeped. I poured myself a cup, added too much cream because I'm not evolved enough to drink it black, and wandered over to the kitchen window to look out at another beautiful suburban morning in Cedar Falls, Ohio. And that's what I saw in Mrs. Henderson. She was kneeling in her backyard, and for a split second, maybe half a second, my brain tried to sell me a rational explanation. She's gardening. She's looking for something. She dropped her pills in the grass and she's looking for them. Then I saw Gerald on the ground next to her, and the blood, and the way she was moving, and my brain just stopped trying to explain things. Gerald was on his back. His left arm was extending out to the side at a weird angle, and Mrs. Henderson had her face buried in the crook of his elbow. She was making these sounds, wet, enthusiastic sounds, like someone eating ribs at a barbecue. His arm was moving, not like he was fighting back, but like the force of her biting and tearing was causing it to jerk around. I dropped my coffee mug. It hit the floor and exploded, and hot coffee splashed across my bare feet. But I didn't move. Couldn't move. I just stood there watching as Mrs. Henderson, who'd brought me homemade cookies when I moved in, who always waved to me when she saw me getting my mail, who told me about every single one of her grandchildren in excruciating detail, raised her head, and I saw her face. Her mouth was red. Her chin was red. The front of her nightgown was red. And her eyes. Her eyes were wrong. That's the only way I can describe it. They were open, but there was nothing behind them. Like I'm looking at a house where someone left all the lights on, but nobody's home. She looked right at me, made eye contact through the window, and then she went back to feeding. I stumbled backward, slipped in the coffee, and caught myself on the counter. My heart was trying to escape through my ribcage. I felt cold and hot at the same time. Then with this high-pitched ringing in my ears that I slowly realized was me, making some kind of sound that wasn't quite a scream. "Call 911, I said out loud in my empty apartment. "Call 911, you fucking idiot." My phone was on the counter. My hands were shaking so badly it took me 3 times to unlock it. I pulled up the keypad, dialed 911, and brought it to my ear. Busy signal. I pulled the phone away, stared at it like it betrayed me, and tried again. Busy signal. Come on, come on, come on! I tried a 3rd time, a 4th time. On the 5th try, it started ringing. Hope surged in my chest. It rang, and rang, and rang, and rang. No one picked up. I stood there in my kitchen, in my running 5K I never ran in t-shirt and boxers, with coffee all over the floor and my elderly neighbor eating her husband in the backyard, and I felt reality start to crack around the edges. The phone was still ringing in my ear when I heard the first siren in the distance, then another, then more, all overlapping, coming from different directions. It sounded like every emergency vehicle in Cedar Falls was mobilizing at once. I hung up and immediately tried calling my sister, Rachel. She lived 20 minutes away in Riverside with her husband, Tom, and their 2 kids. The phone rang 4 times and went to voicemail. "Rach, it's me. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. Call me back." I stopped. Because what the hell was I supposed to say? Your neighbor is eating people? The world's ending? Just call me back, please. I tried my parents next. They were retired, living in Florida, far away from whatever this was. My dad picked up on the 2nd ring. "Alex? Bit early for you, isn't it?" The sound of his voice, normal, unconcerned, alive, made something loosen in my chest. Dad, something's happening here. I don't know what it is, but..." "We're watching it on the news right now," he interrupted. "It's all over the country, son. Started in Pittsburgh last week, but it's spreading fast. They're saying it's some kind of rabies mutation. That doesn't make any damn sense. You okay? You somewhere safe?" I looked out the window. Mrs. Henderson was still there, still feeding. As I watched, she tore off a piece of Gerald's arm and stuffed it into her mouth. I'm in my apartment. I just watched my neighbor attack her husband. Dad, she's eating him. There was a pause. I could hear my mother's voice in the background, high and worried, asking what was wrong. "Lock your doors," my dad said. His voice had changed. It was the voice he'd used when I was a kid and he was serious, when there was no room for argument. "Lock every door and window. Don't go outside. Do you have food? Water?" Yeah, some. I was going to go shopping this week." "Whatever you have will have to do. Stay inside. Don't open the door for anyone unless you're absolutely sure who they are. The news is saying these people are aggressive, violent. They're calling it an infection. But honestly, Alex, I don't think they know what the hell it is yet." "What do I do?" "Stay put. Stay safe. We're going to figure this out. I'll call you back in an hour, okay? 1 hour. Keep your phone charged." "Okay, Dad. I love you, son. We're going to get through this." He hung up before I could say it back. I stood there for a moment, phone in hand, and then I moved. My dad was right. Lock the doors. That was something concrete, something I could do. I went to the front door first. It was already locked. I'm not an idiot, but I checked it anyway, then slid the chain across the lock. I'd always thought the chain lock was pointless, something that looked secure but wouldn't actually stop anyone determined. Now I wished it was thicker. The windows next. My apartment had 6 windows. 2 in the living room facing the street, 2 in the bedroom facing the parking lot, 1 in the kitchen facing the Hendersons' house, and 1 in the bathroom that was too small for anything larger than a cat to crawl through. I went to each one, checked the locks, closed the blinds and curtains. When I got to the kitchen window, I made the mistake of looking out again before closing the blinds. Gerald wasn't moving anymore. Mrs. Henderson was still eating. And there was someone else in the yard now. I felt my stomach drop. It was Mr. Adams, from 3 houses down. He was walking across the Hendersons' lawn with their weird, shambling gait, like he'd forgotten how legs worked. His shirt was torn and there was blood on his chest, but he didn't seem to notice or care. He was going straight for the Hendersons and Gerald. I should close the blinds, I thought. I should stop watching this. I didn't close the blinds. Mr. Adams reached the Hendersons and dropped to his knees. Mrs. Henderson looked at him, and for a second, I thought she was going to attack him too. But she didn't. She just went back to eating, and Mr. Adams joined her, both of them kneeling over Gerald's body like it was a goddamn buffet. I closed the blinds, backed away from the window. The ringing in my ears was back. My apartment felt smaller suddenly. The walls too close. I needed to think. I needed to make a plan. But my brain felt like it was moving through mud. Every thought slow and sticky. Inventory. That's what they always say to do in survival situations, right? Take stock of what you have. I went to the kitchen cabinets and started pulling things out. 2 cans of soup, 1 can of tuna, a box of pasta, some rice, peanut butter, cereal. I counted 6 granola bars in a box in the back of the pantry. In the fridge, milk that would go bad in a few days, some leftover Chinese food, eggs, cheese, half a case of beer. Water. I had water in bottles. 3 left from a pack of 12. The tap still worked. But for how long? I pulled every pot, pitcher, and empty bottle I could find and started filling them with water. The entire time, I kept listening for sounds from outside. More sirens. Some shouting in the distance. A car alarm going off somewhere. And underneath it all, more screaming. Always more screaming. My phone rang and I lunged for it. Rachel's name on the screen. Rach! Alex! Oh my god! Alex! We can't get out. They're everywhere. There's so many of them and Tom went to go get the car and he's not back and I can't... Rachel, slow down. Where are you? We're at home. We're in the house. The kids are scared, Alex. Maddie won't stop crying and Jake keeps asking what's happening and I don't know what to tell him. Tom went to get the car from the garage. Her voice broke into a sob. My heart was hammering. Is Tom okay? Did you see what happened? He made it back inside, but he's hurt. Something bit him. One of those things bit him on the shoulder and there's so much blood and... Put pressure on it. Get towels. Put pressure on the wound. Is it deep? I don't know. Alex, what's happening? Why is this happening? I wanted to tell her it would be okay. I wanted to tell her I'd come get them. That I'd drive over right now and we'd figure this out together. But I looked at my locked door. Thought about Mrs. Henderson and Mr. Adams. Thought about the busy signals when I called 911 and the sirens that wouldn't stop. Stay inside, I heard myself say. Keep the doors locked. Don't let anyone in. I'll figure something out. I'll call you back. Alex, please, we need... I'll call you back. I hung up before she could say anything else, and immediately felt like the worst brother in the history of brothers. But what was I supposed to do? I was 2 miles away and I didn't even know if the streets were safe. I didn't know if anything was safe. I needed information. Real information. Not just the screaming and the sirens and the horror show in the Hendersons' backyard. I turned on the TV and started flipping through channels. Most were showing the emergency broadcast signal. But on CNN, there was a news anchor looking haggard and terrified. His tie loosened and his hair a mess. Reports coming in from all 50 states now. The infection, or whatever it is, appears to be spread through bites. The CDC is calling it an unprecedented epidemic crisis. Victims display extreme aggression and seem to have lost all higher brain function. They attack without provocation and appear to be... He paused, and I could see him struggling with the words. Appear to be consuming human flesh. The military has been deployed in major cities. Citizens are advised to shelter in place. Avoid contact with anyone displaying symptoms and... The feed cut out. For a few seconds, there was just static. And then it switched to the emergency broadcast signal. I flipped to the local news. A reporter was in the field somewhere downtown, and behind him, I could see chaos. People running, cars crashing into each other, and figures shambling between them, chasing, grabbing, pulling people down. We're at 3rd and Main, the reporter was saying, and his voice was shaking. The police are completely overwhelmed. I've witnessed at least a dozen attacks in the last 20 minutes. These people, these infected individuals, they don't respond to commands. They don't seem to feel pain. I saw an officer empty his entire... Something grabbed him from behind. The camera jerked wildly as the cameraman started backing up. The reporter screamed, and then he went down under a mob of bodies and the feed cut out. Emergency broadcast signal. I turned off the TV. My apartment was quiet except for the sirens outside. I sat on my couch and tried to process what I'd just seen, what I'd just heard. Try to make it fit into a worldview where things made sense, where there were rules and order, and tomorrow we'd go to work and complain about traffic and argue about politics and live your normal, boring, beautiful life. That world was gone. I could feel it in my bones. Whatever this was, whatever had started in Pittsburgh and spread across the country in the span of a week, it had ended the world. And I was sitting in my apartment in my boxers with 6 granola bars and 2 cans of soup. And my sister was trapped in her house with her family. And my elderly neighbor was eating her husband in the backyard. And I had absolutely no idea what to do next. My phone buzzed. A text from a number I didn't recognize. This is an emergency alert from the Cedar Falls Police Department. Shelter in place. Do not attempt to travel. Do not open doors to anyone. Military assistance is en route. This is not a drill. I read it 3 times. Military assistance is en route. How bad did things have to be for the military to get involved? I got up and went to the bedroom window, the one that faced a parking lot. Carefully, I pulled back the curtain and looked out. The parking lot was empty except for the cars. No people, no movement. It looked like a normal Tuesday morning, if you ignored the smoke rising from somewhere to the east and the constant soundtrack of sirens and screaming. My car was down there, a 2015 Honda Civic with a dent in the passenger door from where I had backed into a shopping cart last year. It had half a tank of gas, maybe less. If I needed to run, if I needed to get to Rachel, I'd have to go down there and get to my car. 2 flights of stairs, across the parking lot. Maybe 30 seconds if I ran. 30 seconds of being exposed. I let the curtain fall closed. Not yet. Not unless I had to. I went back to the kitchen and tried to think practically. Food, water, defense. Defense. I didn't own a gun. I'd never seen the point. Cedar Falls was a safe town. A boring town. The kind of place where the most exciting thing that happened was when someone's dog got loose in the local Facebook group melted down about leash laws. But I did have kitchen knives. I had a baseball bat in the closet. Aluminum. From a company's softball league I'd played in for exactly 1 season before realizing I hated softball. I had a hammer in the junk drawer. I gathered everything that could be a weapon and laid it out on the coffee table. 2 kitchen knives, the bat, the hammer, a heavy flashlight. It looked pathetic. It looked like the last desperate measure of someone who had no idea what they were doing. Because I didn't. I taught history. I knew about the past, about wars and plagues and the fall of civilizations. But knowing about the fall of Rome didn't mean I knew how to survive the fall of Cedar Falls, Ohio. My phone rang again. Dad. Still safe? He asked. Yeah, locked in. The news is... Dad, this is everywhere, isn't it? It's bad, son. Real bad. Your mother and I are packing up. We're going to drive north. Try to get somewhere more remote. I think cities are going to be death traps. What about me? What should I do? Another pause. I could hear him breathing. Could picture him standing in his kitchen in Florida, trying to figure out how the hell to tell his son he didn't have any good news. You gotta make your own call, Alex. If you can stay safe where you are, that might be for the smart play. Wait for things to stabilize. But if it gets bad, if you need to move, head north, away from population centers. Find somewhere you can defend, somewhere with fresh water. Rachel and her family are trapped. Someone bit Tom. I heard my dad's sharp intake of breath. How bad? I don't know. She said his shoulder. But Dad, if what they're saying is true, if it spreads through bites, then you can't go there. His voice was firm. Alex, listen to me. You can't help them if you get yourself killed. If Tom's been bitten, if he's infected, there's nothing you can do. She's my sister. I know. God, I know. But you've got to survive this. Both of you do. Tell her to isolate Tom. Keep him away from the kids. See how it develops. Maybe he'll be okay. Maybe... He stopped. Neither of us believed maybe. I'll call her, I said. Call us every hour if you can. Let us know you're okay. You too. We will. I love you, son. I love you too, Dad. I hung up and immediately called Rachel back. She answered the first ring. Alex! How's Tom? He's in the bedroom. I locked him in. The kids are asking for him, but I can't. I can't let them see him like this. Like what? What happened to him? Her voice dropped to a whisper. He's getting worse. The bite won't stop bleeding, and he's so pale, and he keeps saying he's cold, but he's burning up. And his eyes, Alex. His eyes look wrong. Mrs. Henderson's eyes. Wrong, empty. Keep him isolated, I said. Don't go near him. Don't let the kids near him. He's my husband. I know, but Rachel, you have to think about Maddie and Jake. If what bit him was infected, if Tom was infected, don't say that. Don't you dare say that. I'm sorry. So sorry. But you have to protect the kids. That's the priority now. She was crying. I could hear it through the phone. Quiet sobs that she was trying to muffle. I don't know if I can do this, she whispered. You can. You have to. For Maddie and Jake. What if he turns into one of those things? I didn't have an answer for that. What do you tell someone when their husband, father of their children, might become a monster? We'll figure it out, I said, knowing it was hollow. Just stay strong. Stay safe. I'll call you in an hour. Okay. Her voice was small. Okay. After we hung up, I sat there holding my phone, staring at my pathetic collection of weapons on the coffee table, and I felt the full weight of how fucked we all were settle onto my shoulders. It was 10:23 a.m. The zombie apocalypse was less than 4 hours old, and I was already running out of hope. And outside, the screaming continued. The screaming stopped around noon. That's when I knew things had gotten worse. For the last few hours, I've been able to track what was happening outside by the sounds. Sirens, shouts, the occasional gunshot, and always, the screaming. It was a constant background noise, like living near a highway. You'd almost get used to it, and then you'd remember what it meant to and your stomach would drop all over again. But now it was quiet. Not peaceful quiet. Not the kind of quiet where birds chirp and you can hear the wind in the trees. This was the quiet of a held breath. The quiet of something waiting. I was sitting on my couch, baseball bat across my lap, when my phone rang. Rachel. He's getting worse. No hello, no preamble. Her voice was flat, emotionless, the kind of tone people use when they've cried themselves out and there's nothing left. Tell me. He was shaking about an hour ago, like seizures, but not quite. And he stopped responding when I talked to him through the door. I can hear him in there, moving around, but he won't answer me. And Alex, her voice cracked, just a little. He's scratching at the door. Not trying to get to us, just scratching, like he forgot how to use doors. I closed my eyes. How are Maddie and Jake? Scared. Jake thinks his dad is sick and we will get better soon. He keeps asking if we can take him to the hospital. Maddie knows something is really wrong. She's 9, Alex. 9 years old, and she's sitting in her room with a backpack full of her stuffed animals because she heard me talking about maybe needing to leave, and she's trying to be ready. Rachel took a shaky breath. What kind of world is this where my 9-year-old daughter is packing a go bag? The world we're in now, I said quietly. I'm sorry, Rach. I'm so fucking sorry. I need you to promise me something. Anything. If something happens to me, if Tom gets out, or if those things get in here, and if I... She stopped. Started again. You'll take care of them. Maddie and Jake. You'll find a way to get to them, and you'll take care of them. Rachel. Promise me, Alex. Promise me right now. I looked around my apartment, at my meager supplies, my improvised weapons, my complete and total lack of preparedness for the end of the world. I was the worst possible person to make this promise to. I was a history teacher who'd never been in a fight in his life, who'd called a handyman to kill a spider last month because it was too big and I was too squeamish. I promise, I said. We sat in silence for a moment, just breathing into our phones. 2 siblings trying to anchor each other in a reality that had come undone. I have to go, Rachel said finally. I need to check the windows again. Call me if anything happens. You too. She hung up. I sat there with the phone in my hand, and for the first time since this morning, I let myself really think about what was happening. Not just react, not just survive minute to minute, but actually process it. The world had ended. Maybe not everywhere, maybe not all at once, but it was ending. And the life I'd built, my job, my routine, my comfortable existence, was gone. The students I was supposed to be teaching right now were either dead, dying, or trying not to become what Mrs. Henderson had become. The coffee shop where I go to my morning caffeine fix was probably a charnel house. The grocery store where I should have gone shopping this weekend was likely overrun. Everything familiar was burning, and I was sitting here with a baseball bat and 2 cans of soup, pretending I had a plan. My phone buzzed. Not a call this time, but a news alert. Martial law declared nationwide. All citizens ordered to shelter in place. Violators will be subject to immediate detention. Detention by whom? The police who weren't answering 911? The military that was supposedly en route? I opened my news app and started scrolling. The headlines were apocalyptic. CDC estimates 30% infection rate in major cities. President declares state of emergency. Urges calm. Hospitals overrun as infected numbers surge. Military establishes quarantine zones. Authorization to use lethal force granted. I clicked on the last one. The article was brief, probably written in a hurry by a reporter who had more pressing concerns than good prose. The Department of Defense announced this morning that military personnel have been authorized to use lethal force to contain the spread of what officials are now calling acute necrotizing encephalopathy epidemic. Quarantine zones have been established around major population centers. Citizens attempting to leave these zones will be turned back. Those displaying symptoms of infection will be detained indefinitely. The White House released a statement urging citizens to remain calm and comply with all military directives. They'd given it an official name, as if naming it would make it less terrifying, would make it something we could understand and control. Mrs. Henderson tearing into Gerald's arm didn't give a shit what they called it. I kept scrolling. More headlines, each one worse than the last. Then a video caught my eye. The thumbnail showed a shaky phone camera pointed at a street corner. The headline read, Florida man films full transformation. Graphic content warning. I shouldn't have watched it. I knew I shouldn't watch it. I watched it. The video started mid-scene. Someone, a man in his 30s, maybe, was being held down by 2 police officers on a street corner. He was thrashing, screaming incoherently. The cops were yelling at him to calm down, to stop resisting. Then the man bit one of the officers. Not like a human bite. Not like someone who was angry or scared. He latched onto the officer's forearm like a pit bull and didn't let go. The officer screamed and tried to pull away, but the man held on, tearing away a chunk of flesh and muscle. The second officer pulled his gun. 3 shots, center mass. The man barely reacted. He turned toward the second officer, still chewing, blood pouring down his chin, and lunged. 4 more shots. The man went down. For a few seconds, everything was chaos. The first officer was screaming, clutching his mangled arm. The second officer was backing away, guns still pointed at the downed man. People in the background of the video were running and shouting. Then the downed man got up. Just stood up like someone who'd tripped and was brushed themselves off. 7 bullet holes in his chest and abdomen, blood soaking through his shirt, and he stood up and started walking toward the injured officer. The second officer shot him again, and again, and again. I counted 6 more shots before the man finally went down and stayed down. The video ended. I sat there, phone in my shaking hand, feeling my understanding of reality crack a little more. They didn't feel pain. They didn't respond to being shot. They just kept coming. How the hell were we supposed to survive things that didn't stop? A sound from outside pulled me from my spiral. Not a scream this time. Something closer. Something in my building. Footsteps in the hallway. I froze, listening. The footsteps were slow, uneven, shuffling. They passed my door, continued down the hall, and stopped at the apartment next to mine. The apartment where Danny lived. A college kid, 21, who played his music too loud and always apologized when I knocked on his door to complain. I heard scratching. The same kind of scratching Rachel had described. Someone, something, was scratching at Danny's door. Then pounding. Heavy, rhythmic pounding. Like someone had forgotten how to knock and was just smashing their fist against the wood. I crept to my door, baseball bat in hand, and looked through the peephole. The hallway was dim. The overhead lights were motion activated and they'd shut off. But I could make out a figure standing at Danny's door. It was a woman, or it had been. She was wearing hospital scrubs that were soaked with blood. Her hair hung in matted clumps around her face, and she was pounding on Danny's door with both fists, over and over, with mechanical persistence. As I watched, she stopped pounding and turned to look down the hallway, directly at my door. I stepped back from the peephole, heart hammering. Could she see me? Could she somehow sense me on the other side of the door? The scratching started. On my door this time. Light at first, almost tentative. Then harder. Then pounding. Boom, boom, boom! Jesus Christ, I whispered, backing further into my apartment. The door was solid wood. The lock was good. It would hold. It had to hold. Boom, boom, boom! The sound echoed through my apartment, through my skull. I gripped the baseball bat so hard my knuckles went white. Then, from inside Danny's apartment, I heard a voice. Hello? Who's there? No, I thought. No, no, no. Don't open the door. Danny! I shouted through my door. Danny, don't open your door! Don't! I heard his door unlock. Heard it open. Heard Danny scream. The pounding on my door stopped. I ran back to the peephole and looked out. The woman in the scrubs had turned away from my door and was now pushing her way into Danny's apartment. I could see Danny trying to close the door. Could see him losing that fight as she forced her way inside. Then they were both out of sight, and I could only listen. Danny screamed. Furniture crashed. Everything heavy hit the floor. The screaming turned to wet and gargled, and then stopped. I stood at my peephole, watching Danny's open doorway, waiting. The woman in the scrubs emerged after maybe 30 seconds. Her face was a mask of blood. She'd been feeding. And behind her, stumbling out into the hallway with uncertain steps, was Danny. Or what used to be Danny. His throat was torn open. I could see it even in the dim light. A gaping wound that should have killed him. That would have killed him if the rules still applied. But he was walking, stumbling down the hallway with that same shuffling gait I'd seen Mr. Adams use in the Henderson's yard. They both shambled down the hallway toward the stairs. The motion sensor lights flickered on, illuminating them fully for a moment before they disappeared from view. I stepped away from the door and sat down hard on my couch. My hands were shaking. My whole body was shaking. Danny was 21 years old. He was studying engineering. He told me last week that he was going home for Thanksgiving, that his mom was making his favorite meal. Now he was one of them. Dead but walking. Gone but still here. And it had happened in less than a minute. I needed to call Rachel. I needed to warn her. If Tom turned, if he got out of that bedroom, she'd have even less time than Danny did. I pulled out my phone, but before I could dial, it rang. Dad. You okay? He asked immediately. We heard gunshots nearby. Are you safe? I'm okay. One of them got into my building. Attacked my neighbor. Dad, it happened so fast. They bite you and you turn in minutes. We know. We're seeing it on the news, Alex. Listen to me. Your mother and I are leaving now. We've got the car packed. We're heading north. Going to try to make it to your Uncle Jerry's cabin in Tennessee. It's remote. If you can get out, if you can move, I want you to meet us there. I can't. Rachel and the kids. I know. But if the situation changes, if you need to run, that's where we'll be. You remember how to get there? I did. I'd gone there when I was a kid, before Uncle Jerry died and left it sitting empty. It was in the mountains, miles from the nearest town. No neighbors, a well for water, a wood stove for heat. It would be perfect, if I could get there. I remember, I said. Good. We're going to try and call every few hours. But if the cell towers go down, they won't go down. They can't. My dad didn't say anything for a moment. Then, we love you. Both of you. You and Rachel. Tell her that for me. I will. Be smart, be careful. And Alex, don't hesitate. If you have to do something to survive, you do it. Don't think, don't second guess. Just survive. Okay. We'll see you soon. I promise. He hung up before I could tell him not to make promises he couldn't keep. I immediately called Rachel. Tom's getting worse, she said before I could speak. He's not scratching anymore. He's throwing himself at the door. The frame is starting to crack. You need to leave right now. Get the kids and get out of the house. And go where? They're everywhere outside. I can see them from the window. There must be a dozen on our street alone. Then barricade the bedroom door. Use furniture, anything heavy. Don't let him out. Alex, he's my husband. I can't just... He's not your husband anymore. I was shouting now, and I forced myself to lower my voice. Rachel, I just watched my neighbor turn. It took less than a minute from when he was bitten to when he was one of them. Tom got bit hours ago. Whatever's happening to him, it's already happened. The man you married is gone. What's in that bedroom is something else. Something dangerous. Silence at the other end of the line. Then quietly, I know. The resignation in her voice broke something in me. I'm sorry, I said. I'm so sorry. Me too. I need to go. I need to set up the barricade while I still can. Be careful. I love you. I love you too. She hung up, and I was alone again with my thoughts and my fear and the distant sounds of the world ending. I spent the next hour doing what I should have done earlier, actually preparing. I dragged my mattress off my bed and propped it against the front door, creating a second barrier. I filled every container I had with water, pots, bowls, empty soda bottles. I counted my food again, calculated how long it would last if I rationed carefully. Maybe a week, 2 if I really stretched it. Not enough. Not nearly enough. But what choice did I have? Going outside meant facing them, meant risking becoming one of them. I was checking the locks in the window for the 3rd time when I heard the explosion. It came from the east, loud enough to shake the windows. I ran to the bedroom. It looked out. A column of black smoke was rising from downtown, thick and oily. I watched. Another explosion bloomed at its base, orange and red against the gray sky. The gas station on 4th Street, I thought. Had to be. Nothing else that direction would explode like that. The smoke kept rising, and I realized I could see other fires too, smaller ones, scattered across the city. Cedar Falls was burning. My phone rang. Not Dad this time, or Rachel. A number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Hello? Hello? Alex Mercer? The voice was male, young, scared. Yeah, who is this? It's Brandon. Brandon Cole. I'm in your second period history class. Brandon, smart kid, quiet, sat in the back and always did his homework on time. Brandon, are you okay? Where are you? I'm at home with my mom and little sister. My dad, he left this morning to go to work and he didn't come back. We tried calling him, but... His voice broke. Mr. Mercer, what's happening? Everything says it's zombies, but that's crazy, right? It's not real. I looked out the window at the burning city. Thought about Mrs. Henderson and Danny and Tom and everyone who died today. Everyone who'd gotten up this morning expecting a normal Tuesday and instead got the apocalypse. Brandon, listen to me. I need you to stay inside. Keep your doors locked. Don't let anyone in. Make sure you have food and water. But my dad, your dad would want you to stay safe. That's the priority now. Keep your mom and sister safe. Are you safe, Mr. Mercer? Was I? I was locked in my apartment with a week's worth of food and surrounded by the walking dead. My sister was trapped in her house with her dying husband and two terrified children. My parents were fleeing to the mountains. My neighbor had been eaten. The city was on fire. I'm managing, I said. You're going to manage too. You're a smart kid, Brandon. You can do this. Okay. He didn't sound convinced. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mercer. Stay safe. I hung up and stared at the phone. How many of my students were out there right now, scared and alone? How many had already turned? How many were dead? I'd spent years teaching them about history, about how civilizations rose and fell, and about how the world had ended before and been rebuilt. I'd made it all sound so academic, so distant, just dates and facts and essay questions. Now they were living it. We all were. The afternoon crawled by. I tried to ration my phone battery, checking it only every 30 minutes. The news was getting worse, assuming the news was even accurate anymore. Conflicting reports about safe zones, about evacuation routes, about where the military was and wasn't. Twitter was a hellscape of videos and panic. People filmed their last moments, people saying goodbye to loved ones, people asking for help that wasn't coming. At 4:17 p.m., my phone rang. Rachel. I knew before I answered. I could hear it in the ringtone. Could feel it in my gut. Alex. Her voice was steady. Too steady. The kind of steady that comes from shock. He broke through. My blood went cold. Are you okay? Are the kids okay? We're in Maddie's room. I pushed her dresser in front of the door. He's in the hallway. I can hear him out there. Do you have a weapon? Anything? A softball bat. From when Maddie played last summer. Okay, good. That's something. Alex, I need you to listen to me. If I don't make it, don't say that. If I don't make it, she continued, her voice firm now. The spare key to the house is under the flower pot by the front door, the blue one. Maddie and Jake will be in here, in Maddie's room. You get them out. You get them somewhere safe. Rachel, promise me. One more time, promise me you'll take care of them. I promise. I heard a crash on the other end of the line, wood splintering. He's coming through the door, Rachel said, and her voice was different now, scared but determined. I have to go. I love you, Alex. Tell Mom and Dad I love them too. Rachel, wait. The line went dead. I tried calling back. It rang and went to voicemail. I tried again. Voicemail. Again. Voicemail. No. I said out loud. No. I grabbed my keys, grabbed the baseball bat. I was moving toward the door before I even made a conscious decision. I had to get to her. Had to help. My hand was on the doorknob when I heard them. Footsteps in the hallway. Lots of them. That shuffling, dragging gait that meant they weren't human anymore. I looked through the peephole, and my blood froze. The hallway was full of them. 5 or 6, maybe more, further down where I couldn't see. They were packed shoulder to shoulder, some wearing pajamas, some were work clothes, one still in a police uniform. All of them that same empty look in their eyes, that same mindless hunger. And they were all heading toward the stairs. I couldn't leave. Not now. Not through that. I backed away from my door, phone clutched in my hand, and tried Rachel's number again. Voicemail. I sank to the floor, back against the wall, and felt the last of my hope drain away. Rachel was gone. Or if she wasn't gone yet, she would be soon, and I couldn't help her. Couldn't save her. Couldn't even try. I'd promised her I'd take care of Maddie and Jake. I was trapped in here, and they were trapped there, and I didn't know if any of us would make it through the night. The sun was setting now. I could see it through the bedroom window, painting the smoke-filled sky orange and red. The first day of the end of the world was almost over, and I was still alive, for whatever that was worth. I didn't sleep. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Rachel's face, heard her voice saying, "I have to go," heard the sound of wood splintering. I tried her number 43 times throughout the night. I counted. 43 calls, and every single one went to voicemail. By the time the sun started to rise, a weak, sickly light filtered through the smoke that still hung over Cedar Falls. I'd accepted that my sister was either dead or worse than dead, and her kids, Maddie and Jake, 9 and 6 years old, were alone in the house with whatever their father had become. I'd made Rachel a promise. 2 promises, actually, and I was going to keep them or die trying, which, given the state of the world, probably meant both. I spent the early morning hours planning. Real planning this time, not the panicked scrambling of yesterday. I spread out a map of Cedar Falls on my kitchen table, an actual paper map, because I'd stopped trusting my phone after the battery hit 20% around 3 a.m., and I'd been rationing it ever since. Rachel's house was 2.3 miles away, normally a 5-minute drive. In the current situation, I had no idea. But it didn't matter. I was going. The route was the problem. I could take Main Street, 4 lanes direct, but it ran right through the commercial district where the news yesterday had showed massive crowds of those things. Or I could go residential, winding through neighborhoods, longer but potentially less populated. Potentially being the key word. I chose residential. Better to deal with a few scattered threats than walk into a horde. My supplies were laid out on the coffee table. The aluminum baseball bat, my primary weapon, a kitchen knife in my belt, the flashlight, a backpack with 2 bottles of water and the granola bars, my phone and charger, and my car keys, though I wasn't sure the car would do me any good. The parking lot had been quiet when I checked it an hour ago, but that didn't mean the streets would be clear. I was as ready as I was going to get. Which is to say, not ready at all. I stood at my front door, hand on the knob, and tried to convince myself I could do this. I was a high school history teacher. The most physically demanding thing I'd done in the last year was carrying a box of textbooks up a flight of stairs. I'd never been in a fight, never hurt anyone. I never had to. But I'd made a promise. I moved the mattress barricade aside and checked the peephole. The hallway was empty. The bodies from yesterday, Danny, the woman in scrubs, were gone. Either they'd wandered off or something else had happened to them. I didn't want to think too hard about what that something else might be. I unlocked the door. The deadbolt made a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet building. I waited, listening for any response, any shuffling footsteps or scratching sounds. Nothing. I opened the door and stepped into the hallway. The smell hit me immediately. Blood and shit and something else. Something sweet and rotten that made my stomach heave. The motion sensor lights flicked on, revealing dark stains in the carpet, smears on the walls. Danny's door was still open, and I could see inside. Overturned furniture, more blood, but no bodies. I forced myself to move forward, bat raised, every sense on high alert. The hallway felt longer than it had any right to be. Each step took an eternity. Each shadow could be hiding something. I made it to the stairs without incident. The stairwell was concrete and metal, utilitarian and echoey. Every sound I made bounced back at me, amplified. I tried to step quietly, but my shoes on the metal stairs might as well have been gunshots. First floor landing, still clear. I crept to the door that led to the lobby and looked through a small window. The lobby was trashed. The front desk where Mrs. Patterson usually sat doing crossword puzzles and gossiping with residents was overturned. The glass door to the street was shattered, leaving a gaping mouth opening onto the parking lot. And standing in the middle of the lobby, swaying slightly like it was listening to music no one else could hear, was Mrs. Patterson herself. Or what used to be Mrs. Patterson. She'd been in her 70s, a sweet woman who'd given me cookies on my birthday and always asked about my family. Now her floral dress was soaked with blood. Not her own, I didn't think. And her gray hair was matted with gore. She was facing away from me, staring at nothing. And as I watched, she took a shambling step toward the broken door, then stopped, then turned slowly in a circle like she'd forgotten where she was going. I needed to get past her. The parking lot was right there, maybe 30 feet away. My car was another 20 feet beyond that. 50 feet between me and transportation, between me and Rachel's kids, and Mrs. Patterson standing in the way. I could wait for her to wander aside. How long would that take? And what if more of them showed up while I was waiting? Or I could try to sneak past her, stay quiet, stay low, and hope she didn't notice me. Or I could. My hand tightened on the baseball bat. No, I couldn't. She was Mrs. Patterson. She'd given me cookies. But she's not Mrs. Patterson anymore. A voice in my head reminded me. Mrs. Patterson is gone. That's just a thing wearing her body. I stood there, frozen with indecision, until Mrs. Patterson made the choice for me. She turned in a slow circle until she was facing the stairwell door, facing me. For a moment, we just looked at each other through the window. Her eyes were milky, unfocused, and empty. Then she opened her mouth and made a sound that I felt in my bones. Not a scream, not a moan. Something between the two. A wet, rattling call that echoed through the lobby. And she started moving toward me. I ran. Back up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Heart hammering in my chest. Behind me, I heard the stairwell door crash open. Heard Mrs. Patterson's shuffling footsteps on the concrete. She was slow. They were all slow, I'd noticed. But they were persistent. I burst through the second floor door and sprinted down the hallway to my apartment. Got inside, slammed the door, threw the deadbolt, stood there panting, listening. The shuffling footsteps continued up the stairs, past the second floor, heading to the third. I waited until the sound faded, then slumped against the door. Fuck, I said out loud. Fuck. The front entrance was compromised. Mrs. Patterson might come back down, and even if she didn't, that sound she made, that call, might have attracted others. I needed a new plan. I went to the bedroom window and looked down at the parking lot. My car was still there. And between my building and the parking lot was a drop about 20 feet to a grass area that residents used for grilling in the summertime. 20 feet, onto grass. Survivable, probably, if I hung from the window first to reduce the drop. Or catastrophically stupid if I broke my ankle and couldn't run. I was still weighing the options when I heard my phone buzz. I lunged for it, hoping desperately it was Rachel. It was a text from my dad. Made it to Jerry's cabin. No cell service but found old ham radio. Monitoring channel 14.5 megahertz. If you can find a radio, we can talk. Stay safe. Love you. At least someone had made it somewhere safe. I texted back. Still in apartment. Planning to get to Rachel's house today. She's not responding. Going to check on the kids. The message showed as delivered, but not read. Cell service was getting spotty, and he said himself that they had no service. I pocketed the phone and went back to the window. The parking lot was still clear. This might be my only chance. I opened the window, knocked out the screen, and looked down. 20 feet. Maybe a little less. The grass looked soft enough. Right. Maybe those things outside would decide to become vegetarian and we could all live happily ever after. I threw my backpack out first, watched it land with a soft thump on the grass. Then I sat on the windowsill, legs hanging out, and tried not to think about all the ways this could go wrong. I gripped the window frame and lowered myself down until I was hanging by my hands. The ground was closer now, maybe 10 feet. Still a long drop, but better. I let go. For a second, I was weightless. Then I hit the grass and my legs buckled and I rolled, trying to distribute the impact like I'd seen people in the movies. It worked, sort of. I didn't break anything, but my right ankle screamed in protest and my shoulder felt like I'd been hit with a hammer. I lay there for a moment, staring up at the gray sky and waiting to see if anything had heard me. Silence. I got to my feet, tested my ankle, painful but functional, and grabbed my backpack. The parking lot was 15 feet away. I crossed it at a limping run, keys in hand. My Civic was right where I'd left it, covered in a fine layer of ash from the fires. I unlocked it, threw myself in the driver's seat, and locked the door behind me. For a moment, I just sat there, breathing hard, feeling the relative safety of the car around me. Then I put the key in the ignition. The engine turned over once, twice. "Come on," I whispered. It caught on the third try, coming to life. The gas gauge showed just over a quarter tank. Enough to get to Rachel's. Enough to get back if I needed to. Maybe. I pulled out of the parking lot and onto the street, and got my first real look at Cedar Falls in daylight. It looked like a war zone. Cars were abandoned in the middle of the road, doors hanging open. Some of them crashed into trees or other things. Bodies lay on the sidewalks. Actual bodies, not moving, not getting up. Dark stains marked the pavement. Every few houses had broken windows or kicked-in doors. Smoke rose from a dozen different fires across the city. And everywhere, wandering in aimless patterns, were the infected. I saw them in yards, on porches, stumbling down the middle of the street. Some were alone. Some were in groups of 2 or 3. All of them had that same shuffling gait, that same empty look. I drove slowly, weaving around the abandoned cars, trying not to draw attention. Most of them didn't react to the car at all. They turned their heads when I passed, tracking the movement, but they didn't chase. Didn't seem interested unless I stopped. Good to know. I made it 3 blocks before I encountered my first real obstacle. The intersection of Maple and 5th was completely blocked. A delivery truck had jackknifed across both lanes, and behind it was a pileup of at least 6 cars. And in and around the wreckage was maybe 20 of those things, milling around like shoppers in a grocery store. I stopped the car 50 feet away and considered my options. I could try to go around, through the church parking lot, but that would take me off my route. Or I could backtrack and find another street. While I was deciding, one of them noticed the car. It turned to face me, head cocked at an odd angle. Then it started walking toward me. Then another turned, and another. Shit! I put the car in reverse and started backing up, slowly at first, then faster as more of them took notice and began shambling in my direction. By the time I'd backed to the previous intersection, there were a dozen of them following me. Not running. They didn't seem capable of running, but walking with that terrible persistence, arms reaching out like they could grab me through the windshield. I spun the car around and took a side street, checking my rearview mirror. They were still coming, still following, but I was pulling away easily. The side street led me into a residential area I didn't recognize. Nice houses, manicured lawns, SUVs and driveways. The kind of neighborhood where people put up Christmas decorations in November and complained about property values. Now it was a graveyard. I passed a house where the front door was wide open and something, was sitting on the porch steps. It didn't move as I drove by, just sat there with its head down like it was resting. A few houses down, a man in a bathrobe was standing in his driveway, swaying. His bathrobe was covered in blood, and one of his arms hung at a wrong angle. On the next block, I saw what looked like a family in their front yard. A mother, father, and 2 children. All of them just standing there in a tight group, not moving, not doing anything. As I passed, all 4 heads turned in unison to watch the car go by. It was the creepiest thing I'd ever seen, and that was saying something given the last 24 hours. I kept driving, taking turns randomly, trying to work my way back toward Rachel's neighborhood. The street names were familiar, but the streets themselves were alien, transformed by violence and death into something I didn't recognize. I checked my phone. Still no signal. The battery was down to 15%. Come on, Rach. Just one message. Let me know you're okay. But the phone stayed silent. I turned onto Birch Street and had to slam on the brakes. There was a roadblock ahead. Not one by the military or police, but an improvised barricade of furniture and cars. And standing in front of it, holding a shotgun, was a man in his 50s with a baseball cap and a very unfriendly expression. I stopped the car and raised my hands, trying to look non-threatening. The man approached cautiously, shotgun pointed at my windshield. "You bit?" he called out. I shook my head. "No, I'm just trying to get to my sister's house. She's not answering her phone and I'm worried." "Where?" "Willow Creek subdivision, about a mile from here." The man studied me for a long moment, then lowered the shotgun slightly. "Willow Creek's bad. Real bad. Some folks tried to get out of their way yesterday and didn't come back. You sure you want to go there?" "I'm sure." He nodded slowly. "Your funeral. You got any supplies? Food? Water? Medicine?" "Just what I'm carrying." "We got a group holed up in the elementary school 2 blocks that way." He jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "About 30 of us. We're letting people in if they're not infected, and they pull their weight. You want to join up instead of running off to a death trap? You're welcome to." It was tempting. Safety in numbers. A group of survivors working together. Wasn't that how it was supposed to work? But I'd made a promise. "Thanks," I said, "but I have to check on my sister's kids." "Kids still alive over there?" "I hope so." The man's expression softened just a little. "Yeah, I hope so too. Good luck." He stepped aside and waved to someone I couldn't see. Part of the barricade, a minivan rolled forward, creating a gap just wide enough for my car to squeeze through. I drove through, and in my rearview mirror I watched them close the gap behind me. 30 people, an elementary school, a barricade. Maybe they'd make it. Maybe they'd build something that lasted. But I couldn't think about that now. I took the next 3 turns, and suddenly I was in familiar territory. I knew this street. I'd been here 100 times. Rachel's house was just around the corner. My heart started pounding harder. I turned onto Willow Creek Drive and immediately saw why the man had called it real bad. The street looked like a tornado had hit it. Cars were overturned. Trees were down. Every house had broken windows or damaged doors. And there were bodies everywhere. Actual bodies, not the walking kind. Some in the street, some on lawns, some half in and half out of houses. And moving among them, shambling from house to house like they were trick-or-treating in hell, were dozens of those things. I counted at least 40 in the 2 blocks I could see. Rachel's house was in the middle of it all. I stopped the car 2 houses away and killed the engine. Driving any closer would just draw attention. I could see Rachel's house from here. A modest 2-story colonial with blue shutters and a garden Rachel had been proud of. The front door was closed. The windows looked intact. The flower pot, the blue one, was by the front door, just like Rachel had said. The spare key would be under it. If I could get there. 40 of them, maybe more, between me and the house. This is insane. This is suicide. But Maddie and Jake were in there, 9 and 6 years old, alone and terrified. If they were still alive. I couldn't let myself think they might not be. Couldn't let myself consider the possibility that I'd come all this way for nothing. I grabbed the baseball bat and got out of the car as quietly as I could. The nearest of those things was maybe 30 feet away, standing in the middle of the street with its back to me. It was wearing a mail carrier's uniform. Beyond it, others wandered in random patterns, bumping into each other, into cars, into nothing. None of them had noticed me yet. I started walking, keeping low, moving from car to car using them as cover. The mail carrier didn't turn around. I passed within 10 feet of it, and it just kept staring at whatever it was staring at. Maybe this would work. Maybe I could actually pull this off. I made it to the first house, pressed myself against the wall, and looked around the corner. Rachel's house was one lot away. The yard was clear. The path to the front door was maybe 40 feet. 40 feet of open ground. I could run it. If I was fast, if I was lucky, I could make it before they reacted. I was tensing to sprint when I heard it. Car alarm. Loud and sudden and coming from back where I parked. Every head on the street corner turned toward the sound, including mine. My Civic's alarm was blaring, lights flashing, and I realized what must have happened. One of those things had bumped into it, triggered the motion sensor, and now every single one of them was moving toward the sound, toward my car, toward the path I needed to retreat down. No, 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 I whispered. But some of them were also turning toward me, drawn by my movement, my voice. I had maybe 5 seconds before they reached me. I ran. Straight across Rachel's yard. No cover, no stealth. Just pure panic-fueled speed. My ankles screamed, but I didn't slow down. Behind me, I could hear them. That wet, rattling call Mrs. Patterson had made, multiplied by 40 voices. I hit the front steps, grabbed the blue flower pot, dipped it over. The key was there, taped to the bottom. I snatched it up, jammed it into the lock. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. The lock turned. I threw the door open, stumbled inside, and slammed it shut behind me. Something hit the door from outside a second later. Then another impact. Then more. A dozen bodies throwing themselves against the door with mindless persistence. I threw the deadbolt and stepped back, chest heaving, and finally allowed myself to look around. Rachel's house was dark. The curtains were drawn. The furniture in the living room was overturned, and there were dark stairs on the carpet that I tried not to look at too closely. "Maddie?" I called out. "Jake? It's Uncle Alex. Are you here?" Silence. Then from upstairs, a small voice. "Uncle Alex?" Relief flooded through me, so intensely I almost collapsed. "Maddie! I'm here, sweetheart! I'm coming up!" I took the stairs 2 at a time, bat raised just in case. The upstairs hallway was a mess. Furniture piled against one of the bedroom doors, creating a barricade. The door itself was splintered, with jagged holes where something had tried to break through. "Maddie, which room are you in?" "Here! We're in here!" The voice was coming from the door at the end of the hall. I picked my way through the debris and tried the knob. Locked. "Maddie, it's me. Can you unlock the door?" I heard movement inside. Whispered voices. Then the lock clicked and the door opened a crack. Maddie's face appeared in the gap. She was pale, her eyes red from crying, her dark hair tangled, but she was alive. "Uncle Alex?" "Yeah, kiddo, it's me." She threw the door open and hugged me so hard I almost dropped the bat. A moment later, Jake was there too, wrapping his small arms around my legs. I knelt down and hugged them both, and for the first time in 2 days, I felt something other than fear. I felt purpose. "Are you guys okay?" I asked, pulling back to look at them. "Are you hurt?" Maddie shook her head. Jake just stared at me with wide eyes. "Where's your mom?" Maddie's face crumpled. She told us to stay in here. She said she had to stop Daddy, and she'd be right back. She didn't..." She couldn't finish. Jake started crying. I pulled them both close again. "It's okay. It's going to be okay. I'm here now. I'm gonna get you somewhere safe." "Where's Mommy?" Jake asked, his voice muffled against the shirt. "I want Mommy." I didn't know what to tell him. How do you explain to a 6-year-old that his mother is dead? That his father is worse than dead? "Your mom had to go away," I said carefully. "But she made me promise to take care of you. Both of you. And I always keep my promises." It was a bullshit answer and Maddie knew it. I could see it in her eyes. But she didn't call me on it. She just nodded and wiped her eyes. "We need to leave," I said. "Right now. Do you guys have your backpacks? The ones you packed? Maddie pointed to 2 small backpacks on the bed. I grabbed them and handed them over. Put those on. We're going to go downstairs and get out of the back door. Stay close to me, okay? Don't make any noise. And if I tell you to run, you run, understand? They both nodded. I led them downstairs, bat in one hand, flashlight in the other. The pounding on the front door had intensified. There were more of them now, drawn by the car alarm and my entry into the house. We crept through the kitchen to the back door. I looked out the window and my heart sank. The backyard had them too. Not as many, maybe 5 or 6, but enough to be a problem. And the back fence was at least 100 feet away. Change of plan, I whispered. We're going out the window in the garage. Rachel's attached garage had a small window on the side that faced the neighbor's yard. If that yard was clear, we could climb through, cut across, and work our way back to... Back to what? My car was surrounded. The streets were full of them. Okay, one problem at a time. We went into the garage. Rachel's SUV was still there. Keys probably inside. But the garage door was blocked from outside. I can hear them scratching at it. The side window was small, but Maddie and Jake would fit. I might fit. I unlocked it and pushed open. Cool air flowed in. I looked out. The neighbor's yard was empty. Okay, I said. Maddie, you go first, then Jake. I'll be right behind you. Maddie climbed up on the workbench below the window, and I helped her through. She dropped down on the other side with a soft thump. Jake went next, and I heard Maddie helping him land safely. Then it was my turn. I'm not a small guy. The window is very small, but fear is a hell of a motivator. I got my arms and head through, then my shoulders, and that's when I got stuck. I was wedged in the window frame, half in the garage and half out, unable to move forward or back. And from inside the garage, I heard the door to the house splinter and break. They were inside. I was stuck in the window when I heard them crash through the door from the house into the garage. That sound, splintering wood, the wet shuffling of feet, that horrible rattling call, hit me like ice water. I thrashed, pushed my legs, pulling my arms, ignoring the window frame digging into my ribs. Uncle Alex! Maddie's voice, high and scared. Pull me! I gasped. Pull my arms! Small hands grabbed my wrists and pulled. I pushed with everything I had. Something in the window frame cracked. Or maybe it was one of my ribs. I couldn't tell. And suddenly, I was sliding through, falling, landing hard on the grass on the other side. Behind me, through the window, I could see them crowding into the garage. Gray hands reaching, dead eyes staring. I scrambled to my feet, grabbed Maddie and Jake's hands, and ran. We cut through the neighbor's yard, vaulted a low fence, and kept running. Behind us, I could hear them. Not following, not yet, but making those sounds, calling to each other, or maybe just calling to nothing. I didn't know, and I didn't care. We made it 3 houses down before I had to stop. Doubled over, trying to breathe through what I was pretty sure was at least one cracked rib. Maddie and Jake huddled against me, panting. Where are we going? Maddie asked. Good question. My car was compromised. Rachel's house was overrun, and we were in the middle of a neighborhood infested with those things, with 2 terrified kids and a baseball bat. I pulled my phone out. 10% battery. Still no signal. Think, Alex, think. The elementary school. The man with the shotgun had said they were taking in survivors. 2 blocks from the barricade, which was maybe half a mile from here. We're going to find other people, I said. Other survivors. There's a group at the elementary school. Lincoln Elementary? Maddie asked. That's my school. Yeah, that one. You know how to get there from here? She nodded. We can take the bike path. It goes behind the houses. Mom used to walk us that way sometimes. Smart kid. The bike path would give us cover, keep us off the main streets. Show me. She led us up to the end of the block where a narrow path cut between 2 houses. It was overgrown with bushes on both sides, the kind of place parents warned their kids not to go alone. Now it might save our lives. We moved in single file. Maddie in front, Jake in the middle, me bringing up the rear with the bat. The path was quiet. Every snapping twig made me jump. Every shadow could be hiding something. We'd gone maybe 200 yards when we heard voices ahead. Human voices. I put my hand on Maddie's shoulder, stopping her. The voices were getting closer. 2 people, maybe 3, talking in low, urgent tones. Said the school's full up. They're not taking anyone else. Bullshit. My kids are hungry. They have to. They don't have to do anything. The world's over, man. It's every person for themselves. The voices were almost on top of us. I pulled Maddie and Jake into the bushes, and we crouched there, hidden. 3 men emerged from around a bend in the path. They were carrying bags, grocery bags, duffel bags, stuff that looked like it had been looted. One of them had a gun tucked into his waistband. They looked tired, desperate, and mean. They walked right past our hiding spot without noticing us. I waited until our voices faded before letting out a breath I didn't know I was holding. The school's not taking anyone anymore, Maddie whispered. I'd heard, but what choice did we have? Let's go check it out anyway. Maybe they'll make an exception. We kept moving. The path eventually opened up into a park, a wide, open space with playground equipment and picnic tables. And beyond it, I could see Lincoln Elementary School, or what was left of it. The school was surrounded by a makeshift wall of cars, dumpsters, and a chain-link fence. I could see people moving on the roof, keeping watch. Smoke rose from somewhere inside the perimeter. They had fires going. It looked organized and defended. It looked like hope. We approached slowly, hands visible, not wanting to get shot by nervous survivors. As we got closer, someone on the roof spotted us and shouted down. A moment later, a section of the barricade opened and the man from earlier, the one with the shotgun and baseball cap, appeared. He recognized me. You made it, and you found kids. He looked at Maddie and Jake. You two okay? They nodded, pressing close to me. We need shelter, I said. Food, water, please. The man's face was sympathetic but firm. I wish I could help. I really do. But we're at capacity. We've got 60 people in there and not enough supplies for the ones who already have. Taking in more would just mean everyone starves slower. They're kids. I know, and I'm sorry. But the answer's no. Behind me, I could see other faces peering out from the barricade. Hard faces. Scared faces. Faces that had to already make the calculations about survival and came up with an answer that didn't include us. Is there anywhere else? I asked. Anywhere safe? The man thought for a moment. There's talk of a FEMA camp up north, near Columbus. Military's supposed to be running it. But that's 60 miles from here and the roads are a nightmare. You'd never make it on foot. What about cars? Good luck finding one with gas. Most people had the same idea yesterday. Every gas station within 20 miles got mobbed and drained dry. He paused. Look, I'll be straight with you. Your best bet is to find a house, barricade yourself in, and wait this out. Hope the government gets their shit together and fixes this. And if they don't? He just looked at me. We both knew the answer. There's a house on Oakmont Street, he said finally. 2-story, red door, corner lot. Owner was a prepper type. Died of a heart attack about a month before all this kicked off. His family lives out of state and the house is still sitting empty. If you can get in, there's probably supplies. Maybe enough for a last a little while. How do you know this? I was his mailman. Knew the guy pretty well. He was always talking about doomsday scenarios, stockpiling food and water. Thought he was crazy at the time. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Guess he was a sane one after all. Oakmont Street, red door. Yeah, good luck. The barricade closed, and just like that, we were on our own again. It took us about 2 hours to reach Oakmont Street. 2 hours of hiding, sneaking, doubling back when we heard those things. 2 hours of Maddie trying to be brave and Jake quietly crying. 2 hours of me wondering if every decision I was making was the wrong one. But we did make it. The house was exactly as the mailman had described. 2-story, red door, corner lot. The yard was overgrown. A month of neglect had let the grass get wild. The windows were intact. The door was locked. I checked the nearby houses. Empty. Either the residents had fled or they'd died and turned. We were alone. "Wait here," I told Maddie and Jake. "I'm going to find a way in." The back door was locked too, but there was a window that looked promising. I used the bat to break it, clearing away the glass, and climbed through into a kitchen that smelled like stale air and old food. The power was out, but there was enough light coming through the windows to see. The kitchen was clear, orderly. Mail was piled on the counter. Bills, catalogs, advertisements for a life that didn't exist anymore. I unlocked the back door and let Maddie and Jake in. "Okay," I said. "Let's see what we're working with." What we were working with was a survivalist's wet dream. The basement was full of supplies. Shelves of canned food, cases of bottled water, boxes of medical supplies, batteries, flashlights, a camping stove with propane tanks, blankets, even a water filtration system. The guy had prepared for the end of the world. He just hadn't been prepared for his own heart to give out before it arrived. There was a gun safe in the corner, locked. I tried a few combinations but gave up after the fourth failure. Didn't matter. We had food, water, and shelter, and that was enough. For now. We spent the rest of the day making the house secure. I boarded up the broken window, checked all the locks, moved furniture to reinforce the windows and doors. Maddie and Jake helped where they could, and I tried to keep them busy. Keep them from thinking too hard about everything they'd lost. When it got dark, I made them dinner from cans. Chef Boyardee ravioli, heated on the camping stove. It tasted like the best meal I'd ever had. We ate by candlelight in the living room. No TV, no phones. My phone had died hours ago, and I'd left the charger at my apartment. Just us and the silence and the darkness outside. "Uncle Alex?" Jake's voice was small. "Is Mommy coming back?" I looked at Maddie. She was looking down at her ravioli, not eating. "No, buddy," I said gently. "She's not." "Because of the monsters?" "Yeah, because of the monsters." "Are we going to turn into monsters?" "No, we're safe here. I'm going to keep you safe." "You promise?" I'd promised Rachel I'd take care of them. I'd promised myself I'd keep them alive. I promise. It was a lie. I knew it was a lie. But sometimes lies are the kindest thing you can offer. We slept in the living room that night, all three of us on a pile of blankets and couch cushions. I wanted us close. Wanted to be able to protect them if something happened. The house was quiet except for the occasional sound from outside. Distant screams, car alarms. Once what might have been gunfire. I lay awake long after the kids fell asleep, listening to them breathe, and thought about everything that had happened. 3 days. Just 3 days since I'd watched Mrs. Henderson eating her husband. 3 days since the world made sense. My phone was dead. My car was gone. My sister was dead. My parents were in the mountains. Everyone I knew was either dead or might as well be. But I had Maddie and Jake. I'd kept my promise to Rachel. That had to count for something. Day 3 started with screaming. I jerked awake, confused and disoriented. Sunlight was streaming through the gaps in the boards over the windows. Maddie and Jake were still asleep, curled together like puppies. The screaming was coming from outside, close. I crept to the front window and peered through a gap in the boards. There was a woman in the street, running. Behind her, a pack of those things, 10, maybe 12, chasing her with that relentless, shambling gait. She was faster, but she was tiring. I could see it in the way she was stumbling, slowing down. She wasn't going to make it. I should stay inside. I should keep Maddie and Jake safe. That was the priority. But I watched that woman running, and I thought about Rachel. And before I could talk myself out of it, I was grabbing the bat and heading for the door. "Stay here," I whispered to the kids. "Lock the door behind me. Don't open it unless I say the password." "What's the password?" Maddie asked. She was awake now, watching me with wide eyes. "Ravioli." I slipped outside and ran toward the woman. She saw me coming and her eyes went wide. "Help! Please!" "This way." I waved her toward the house. She changed direction, sprinting toward me. The things behind her adjusted course, following. We both ran for the red door. Maddie had it open. Smart kid. And we tumbled inside. She slammed it shut and I threw the deadbolt. Something hit the door a second later. Then many more impacts. That horrible pounding I was getting too familiar with. The woman was on the floor, gasping for breath. She was maybe 30, wearing running clothes soaked with sweat and blood. Not her own, I hoped. "Thank you," she managed between breaths. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." "Are you bit?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, I've been running since yesterday. My husband, they got him. Barely got away." "I'm sorry." She laughed, but it came out more like a sob. "Everyone's sorry. It doesn't change anything, does it?" The sound on the door was continuing. The pounding on the door continued. "They'll give up eventually," I said, with more confidence than I felt. "They always do." "Do they?" She looked at me with hollow eyes. "How do you know? How does anyone know how anything works anymore?" I didn't have an answer for that. Her name was Jennifer. She'd been a nurse at Cedar Falls General before everything went to shit. She'd seen it start, seen the first infected brought in, seen the hospital get overrun. "We didn't know what we were dealing with," she said. We were sitting in the living room, Maddie and Jake keeping their distance, watching her warily. "People came in with bites, with strange symptoms. We treated them like regular patients, put them in beds, gave them antibiotics, pain meds. And then they turned, right there in the hospital, started attacking other patients, doctors, nurses. It spread so fast." "How fast?" "Hours, maybe less. Anyone who got bitten was infected within an hour. And once they turned," she shook her head. "We tried to restrain them. It didn't work. They're strong, stronger than they should be, and they don't stop. You can shoot them, stab them. They just keep coming. The only thing that stops them is destroying the brain." "How do you know that?" "Because I watched the doctor empty a pistol into one, and it kept walking. Then someone hit it in the head with a fire extinguisher, and it went down and stayed down." "Destroy the brain. Good to know." We sat in silence for a while. Outside, the pounding had stopped. I risked a look through the gap in the boards. They were still there, a dozen of them, standing in the yard, in the street, just waiting, not leaving, not wandering off, waiting for us to come out. "They're learning," Jennifer said quietly. She'd come up behind me, was looking over my shoulder. "Or remembering, I don't know which, but they're not as mindless as if they were at the start. They're starting to think, in some basic way, starting to strategize. That can't be possible. Neither are walking corpses, but here we are." She had a point. We spent the day inside, rationing the prepper supplies, trying to figure out our next move. Jennifer thought we should try for the FEMA camp at Columbus. I wasn't sure we'd make it 60 miles on foot with 2 kids. "We don't have to go on foot," Jennifer said. "I saw a truck a few blocks from here. Keys were in it. We could..." I tried that yesterday. My car alarm went off and drew every one of those things at a 2-block radius. Then we disable the car alarm first. Or create a distraction. Something to drive them away while we get into the truck. It could work, maybe. But it was a risk. A huge risk. I looked at Maddie and Jake, sitting in the corner, playing some quiet game with Maddie's stuffed animals. They deserved a chance. They deserved to grow up in a world that wasn't this nightmare. The FEMA camp might give them that chance. Or it might be overrun, like everything else. "Let's scout it out tomorrow," I said finally. "See if the truck's still there. See if we can make it work." Jennifer nodded. "Tomorrow." Tomorrow never came. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of breaking glass. Not from a window, from the basement. I grabbed the bat and flashlight and crept toward the basement door. Behind me, I could hear Jennifer waking up, hear her whispering to Maddie and Jake to stay quiet. The basement door was open. I'd closed it before I went to sleep. I was sure I'd closed it. I shone the flashlight down the stairs. The basement window, the small one that let in light, was broken. And standing at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at me with empty eyes, was one of them. It was a teenager, maybe 16, still wearing a high school letterman jacket. Its face was gray, its mouth bloody. And as the flashlight beam hit it, it opened its mouth and made that rattling call. From outside, answering calls echoed through the night. "They're coming," Jennifer said from behind me. "We need to go, now!" "The truck. Forget the truck. We run, right now." She was right. I could hear them outside, hear them gathering, hear them responding to the call. The house wouldn't hold. Not against all of them. I slammed the basement door and shoved a bookshelf in front of it. It wouldn't hold long, but it might buy us minutes. "Out the back," I said. "Stay together and stay quiet." We ran through the kitchen to the back door. I unlocked it, eased it open, and looked out. The backyard was clear. Beyond it, an alley. Beyond that, darkness. "Go," I whispered. We ran. Maddie and Jake were in front, Jennifer behind them, me bringing up the rear. We made it across the yard, into the alley, past 3 houses before we heard them behind us. They were coming, following the sound of our movement, our breathing, our footsteps, and there were a lot of them. We ran faster. Jake was struggling to keep up, his little legs pumping. I scooped him up without breaking stride, carrying him, my ribs screaming in protest. "There!" Jennifer pointed ahead. "The church!" A small white church sat at the end of the block, steeple rising to the night sky. The doors were closed, but maybe they'd be unlocked. We ran up the stairs. I tried the door. Locked. Fuck! Behind us, they were getting closer. I could see them now in the moonlight, a shambling mob of gray faces and reaching hands. Jennifer was pounding on the door. "Let us in, please, if anyone is in there." No answer. "We can't stay here," I said. "We need to keep moving." "Where?" Jennifer demanded. "Where the fuck are we supposed to go?" I looked around desperately. The church had a side entrance, a small door. I ran to it, tried the handle. It opened. "Here, come on!" We piled inside and I slammed the door behind us. There was a deadbolt and I threw it. The door was solid wood, reinforced. It would hold for a while. We were in a hallway that led deeper into the church. It was dark, the only light coming from the emergency exit signs. "Upstairs," Jennifer said, "to the steeple. If we can get up there, we can see what's around us. Maybe find a way out." We found the stairs and climbed. Up and up. Past the sanctuary, past offices, up a narrow spiral staircase that led to the bell tower. The view from the top was worse than I imagined. Cedar Falls was burning. Fires everywhere, lighting up the sky. And in the streets below, thousands of them, not hundreds, thousands, shambling through the ruins of the city, searching for prey. "Oh my God," Jennifer whispered. We were surrounded. Every direction, as far as I could see. There were more of them, and they were converging on the church, drawn by our entry, by the noise we'd made. We were trapped. "The roof," I said. "Can we get to the roof?" There was a hatch above us. I pushed it open and we climbed out onto the steeple's roof. It was small, barely big enough for the 4 of us. Below, I could see them gathering around the church, pounding on the doors. "What do we do?" Maddie asked. She was crying now, tears streaming down her face. "Uncle Alex, what do we do?" I pulled her close, pulled Jake close too, held them both. "I don't know, sweetheart. I don't know." Jennifer was looking at the burning city. "There's no FEMA camp, is there? No rescue, no cavalry coming over the hill?" "I don't think so, no." "So this is it? This is how it ends?" I looked down at the mob below. There had to be 100 of them now, maybe more. The church doors would hold for a while, but eventually they'd get in. Eventually they'd make it up here, and then it would be over. I'd promised Rachel I'd take care of the kids. I'd promised Jake we wouldn't turn into monsters. I couldn't keep both promises. Jennifer, I said quietly, can you give us a minute? I need to talk to Maddie and Jake alone. She understood. I could see it in her eyes. She nodded and moved to the other side of the small roof, giving us what privacy she could. I knelt down so I was at eye level with the kids. Maddie, Jake, I need you to listen to me carefully. We're trapped, aren't we? Maddie asked. She stopped crying. Her voice was calm, resigned. Too calm for a 9-year-old. Yeah, we are. Are we going to turn into monsters? I thought about lying. Thought about giving them false hope. But they deserve the truth. Not if I can help it. Maddie looked at me for a long moment. Then she nodded. Okay. Okay? I don't want to be a monster, Uncle Alex. I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to be like Daddy. You won't, I promise. This was a promise I could keep. I looked at Jennifer. She was watching us, and she understood what I was about to do. She gave a small nod. I'm scared, Jake whispered. I know, buddy, me too. But it's going to be okay. You're going to go to sleep, and when you wake up, you'll be with your mom again, and your dad. The real dad, the one before all this. Will you be there too? Maybe. I hope so. I held them both close, and I told them stories. Stories about their mom, about when Rachel and I were kids, about the times we'd gone to the beach and built sandcastles and eaten ice cream until we were sick. Happy stories. Peaceful stories. And while I talked, I did what needed to be done. I was gentle about it. As gentle as I could be. They didn't suffer. I made sure of that. When it was done, I laid them side by side, like they were sleeping. Maddie's hand and Jake's, like they were curled together in the prepper's house. They looked peaceful. I hoped Rachel would forgive me. Jennifer was crying silently. I'm sorry, she said. I'm so sorry. Don't be. It was the right thing, the only thing. Below, the church doors finally gave way. I could hear them flooding inside, hear their feet on the stairs. They'll be here soon. How do you want to do this? Jennifer asked. I looked at the baseball bat, looked at the edge of the roof. It was a long fall. Long enough. I think I'm going to jump, I said. Yeah, me too. We stood at the edge, looking out at the burning city, at the end of the world. Do you think anyone's going to survive this? Jennifer asked. I don't know. Maybe somewhere. I hope so. I hope someone remembers us. Remembers what we were before. Yeah, me too. Below, the door of the steeple burst open. They were here. I took my last look at Maddie and Jake, sleeping peacefully. Then Jennifer and I held hands, and we stepped off the ledge. For a moment, I was flying. Then I wasn't. My name was Alex Mercer. I was 34 years old. I was a history teacher. 3 days ago, the world ended. I tried to save my sister. I tried to save her kids. I tried to do the right thing. I don't know if I succeeded, but I tried. And in the end, I suppose that's all you can do. The zombie apocalypse took 3 days to kill me. I hope whoever finds this, if anyone finds this, learns from our mistakes. I hope they survive. I hope they rebuild. I hope they remember we were human once, that we loved and hoped and tried our best in impossible circumstances. I hope. The journal entry ends here, the final words trailing off in an ink smear, as if the writer's hand had slipped. The notebook was found in the bell tower of St. Matthew's Church in Cedar Falls, Ohio, 6 months after the outbreak, alongside 4 bodies. 2 of them were peaceful. 2 had fallen from a great height. No other survivors were found in Cedar Falls. This is the last known account from early days of what would later be called the collapse. May they rest in peace.
What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Hello, brave souls. Today we're heading back to Cedar Falls for another point of view of that zombie apocalypse, so I hope you enjoy. My name is Frank Sullivan. I'm 58 years old. I've been a mail carrier for 33 years, and I'm pretty sure I just shot my route supervisor in the face. Let me back up. This morning started like every morning for the last 3 decades. Alarm at 4:30 a.m., coffee so strong it could strip paint, toast with too much butter, because my wife Mary isn't around to tell me I'm going to give myself a heart attack. She passed away 2 years ago. Breast cancer. And I still make enough coffee for the two of us out of habit. I was at the post office at 5:45, sorting mail for my route. Cedar Falls Route 7. Same route I've had since 1992. I know every house, every dog, every person who checks their mailbox in their bathrobe at noon. It's boring work, repetitive work, but it's mine, and I'm good at it. Carl Winters was working the dock, loading trucks. Big guy, ex-college football player who never quite made it pro. We worked together for 15 years, and I've never seen him miss a day. Frank, you see the news? He called over. About Pittsburgh? Yeah, I saw something. Riots or whatever. Not riots. People eating people, man. Like bath salt shit, but worse. My cousin lives there. Said the hospitals are overrun. I shrugged. People are crazy. What else is new? This is different. CDC issued some kind of alert. They're calling it an infection. Carl, I got 200 houses to hit before noon. I don't have time for conspiracy theories. He gave me a look but didn't push it. Carl was always going on about something. Chemtrails, government surveillance, fluoride in the water. Good guy, but he watched too much internet. I loaded up my dock and headed out of my route. Everything was normal, till around 9 a.m. I was on Maple Street, shoving catalogs and credit card offers into mailboxes, when I heard the screaming. Real screaming. Not kids playing or someone watching a horror movie too loud. The kind of screaming that makes your blood run cold. It was coming from the Henderson house. Nice elderly couple. Always left me lemonade in the summer. I delivered their granddaughter's birthday card just last week. I should have got back in my truck. Should have called 911 and let the professionals handle it. Instead, I went to check on them. The side gate to their backyard was open. I pushed through and that's when I saw her. Mrs. Henderson was crouched over her husband Gerald like an animal over a kill. Her face was buried in his arm, and she was making these wet, enthusiastic eating sounds. Blood everywhere. Gerald wasn't moving. Jesus Christ! I said out loud. Mrs. Henderson's head snapped up. Her mouth was red. Her eyes were wrong, clouded over, unfocused. She looked at me, and I swear to God, there was nothing human in that look. I backed away slowly, got to the gate, got back to my truck. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the keys in the ignition. I drove straight back to the post office. The parking lot was chaos. People running, screaming, cars peeling out. Through the loading dock door, I could see Carl wrestling with someone. No, not wrestling. Fighting. Fighting for his life. I grabbed the tire iron from behind my seat and ran inside. Carl was on the ground. Our supervisor, Janet Morris, 52, mother of 3, brought cookies every Christmas, was on top of him, biting his shoulder. Actually biting him, tearing away chunks of flesh while Carl screamed. I didn't think, just swung the tire iron. It connected with Janet's head with a sound I'll never forget. Wet and crunching, like stepping on a pumpkin. She went down. Carl was bleeding badly, clutching his shoulder. She just attacked me. What the fuck, Frank? What the fuck? We need to get you to a hospital. No hospitals. This came from behind me. I turned to see our postmaster, Bill Daniels, standing in his office doorway. He looked pale, scared. Hospitals are where this started. I've been watching the news. Anyone who goes to a hospital doesn't come back. He's bleeding out. Then we patch him up here. We don't go outside. Look. He pointed to the window. I looked out at the street and felt my stomach drop. There were dozens of them. People, or things that used to be people, stumbling through the streets, attacking anyone they could reach. I watched a man in a business suit pull a woman out of her car and bite her into her throat. Watched a mother carrying a child get swarmed by 3 of those things. Watched the world end right in front of me. What the hell is happening? I whispered. End of the world, Bill said flatly. Or close enough. We spent the next 2 hours barricaded in the post office, watching through the windows as Cedar Falls tore itself apart. Bill found a first aid kit, and we did what we could for Carl's shoulder. But it was bad. Real bad. The bite had torn away muscle, and he was losing a lot of blood. I'm cold, Carl kept saying. Why am I so cold? By noon, he was running a fever. By 1 p.m., he was delirious. By 2 p.m., he was dead. We stood around his body. Bill and I and 3 other carriers who'd made it back. Deshaun, Maria, and a new kid whose name I couldn't remember. Nobody said anything. What was there to say? Then Carl sat up. Not like someone waking from sleep, like a puppet being jerked upright by its strings. His eyes were clouded over, just like Mrs. Henderson's had been. And when he looked at us, there was nothing of Carl left in that look. He lunged at Maria. I hit him with the tie iron again, and again, and again, until Bill pulled me off when Carl's head was caved in and I was covered in blood and brain matter, and I was pretty sure I was going to throw up. We can't stay here, Deshaun said. He was young, mid-20s, had only been working routes for 6 months, but he was thinking clearly, which was more than I could say for myself. This building's got too many windows, too many access points. We need somewhere more defensible. Like where? The new kid asked. School, I heard myself say. Lincoln Elementary, 3 blocks from here. There's concrete walls, limited entry points, and probably has supplies in the cafeteria. Schools are closed for the day, Maria pointed out. It'll be empty. Exactly. Empty means no infected. We get there, we lock it down, we wait this out. Wait it out? Maria laughed. But there was no humor in it. Frank, this isn't a storm. This is... I don't even know what this is. You got a better plan? She didn't. We gathered what we could. Food from the break room, water bottles, tools from the maintenance closet. Bill had a shotgun in his office safe, something he'd kept there after a string of robberies a few years back. He handed it to me. You know how to use this? I'd done some hunting as a kid. Hadn't touched a gun in 30 years, but it was like riding a bike, right? Yeah, I know. The 3 blocks to Lincoln Elementary were the longest of my life. We moved in a tight group, weapons ready. My shotgun, Bill's crowbar, Deshaun with a hammer, Maria and the kid with kitchen knives in the break room. They were everywhere, wandering the streets, stumbling out of houses, clustering around bodies. Most ignored us as long as we kept our distance and stayed quiet. But some seemed to notice us, would turn their heads to track our movement, would start shuffling in our direction. We ran when we had to, fought when we couldn't run. I used 3 shotgun shells in those 3 blocks. 3 shells, 3 headshots. 3 things that used to be people. I tried not to think about who they might be. Tried not to recognize any faces. Tried, and failed. Lincoln Elementary looked like a fortress after those 3 blocks of hell. Brick walls, heavy doors, fence around the playground. We got inside through a side entrance. Bill knew where the faculty kept a spare hidden key, and immediately started securing it. We checked every room, every closet, every bathroom. The school was empty. Whatever had happened, it had happened too fast for anyone to make it here. Classrooms, I said, taking charge because someone had to. We barricade the main entrances. Then we secure the classrooms. We'll need sleeping areas, a cafeteria for food prep, a watch rotation. Watch rotation? The new kid said. You think we're going to be here that long? I looked at him, baby-faced. Couldn't be more than 22. Probably still lived with his parents. Probably thought the government would fix this. That by tomorrow everything would be back to normal. Yeah, kid. I think we might be here that long. We worked through the cafeteria into the evening. Used tables and filing cabinets to barricade the doors. Checked the cafeteria. There was an industrial kitchen with walk-in freezer and pantry full of food. Not a lot, but enough for 5 people for maybe a week if we were careful. The school had a roof access ladder in the maintenance closet. I climbed up to take a look at our surroundings. The view was worse than I expected. Smoke rising from a dozen fires across the city. People running through the streets, being chased by those things. The gas station on 4th Street exploded while I was watching. A fireball that lit up the evening sky. Cedar Falls was dying. I was so focused on the city that I almost didn't hear them approaching. Voices. Outside the school fence. I looked down and saw a group of maybe 8 people. Actual living people. Not those things. Trying to get our attention. Hey! Hey up there! Let us in! I climbed down and found Bill. We got people outside. They want in. How many? 8. Maybe more. Bill frowned. We don't have supplies for 8 more. We've got enough for a few days. And more people means more hands. More people on watch. Better defense. He thought about it, then nodded. Okay, but we screen them first. Make sure none of them have bites. We opened one of the side doors and let them in one at a time. Checked them over. Made sure they weren't injured, weren't infected. Most were from the neighborhood. People who'd been home when things went to shit. A couple that lived on Birch Street. A single mom with 2 kids. A retired teacher named Dorothy who'd taught at Lincoln before she retired. I know this building, Dorothy said. I know where everything is. I can help. By nightfall, we had 13 people. By the next morning, we'd have 30. Word was spreading. Lincoln Elementary was safe. Was taking in survivors. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing. Day 2 started with gunshots. I was on watch on the roof. We'd set up a rotation, 4-hour shifts. When I heard them, close, maybe 2 blocks away. Through the pre-dawn gloom, I could see muzzle flashes. Someone was fighting back, making a stand. I counted maybe 6 shots, then screaming, then silence. Deshaun climbed up to join me. That's the 3rd firefight I've heard tonight. People holed up all over, trying to survive. How many of them are going to make it? He didn't have an answer. We spent the morning organizing. Dorothy helped set up a classroom as a sleeping area. Mattresses from the nurse's office. Blankets from the lost and found. Bill and Maria got the cafeteria running, figuring out how to cook meals on the industrial stove. The gas was still on, which was a miracle. The water, too. More people showed up throughout the day. Some we turned away. We just didn't have the supplies. Some we let in after careful screening. By noon, we had 45 people crammed into Lincoln Elementary. It was Deshaun who suggested the barricade. We need a perimeter, he said. Something beyond the fence. Cars, dumpsters, anything heavy. Create a buffer zone so those things can't get right up to the building. It made sense. We organized a team of 10, the strongest, the most capable, and spent the afternoon building a wall. We used cars from the parking lot, tipped the dumpster on its side, dragged chain link fence sections from the maintenance yard. It wasn't pretty, but it was functional. And it attracted attention. By late afternoon, a crowd had gathered on the other side of our barricade. Not infected. Living people. Survivors looking for shelter. Please, a woman called out. My children are hungry. Let us in. I stood on the barricade with my shotgun and tried to explain. We're at capacity. We don't have enough food, enough water. I'm sorry. We'll starve out here. Then find somewhere else. There are other buildings, There's nothing else. Everything's overrun. She was probably right. Well, what could I do? We had 45 people and maybe a week's worth of food. Taking in more would just mean everyone starves slower. I'm sorry, I said again. I really am. Some of them left. Some stayed, camped outside our barricade, hoping we'd change our minds. One of them was a young guy, maybe mid-30s, who'd made it to our barricade that afternoon before we stopped letting people in. He'd been looking for his sister's house. he said. Wanted to check on her kids. I gave him directions. Told him about the prepper's house in Oakmont. The one that might have supplies. Felt like that's the least I could do. I don't know if he made it. That night, the attack started. Not from the infected, from the desperate. 3 men tried to force their way through the barricade around midnight. We heard them, confronted them. They had a gun. We had more guns. Nobody died, but it was close. This is what it's gonna be, Bill said after he chased them off. Not the dead things. Us, fighting each other over scraps. Then we make sure there are more than scraps, I said. Tomorrow we send our scavenging teams. Hit the houses nearby, look for food, water, medical supplies. We can't just wait here and hope for rescue. That's dangerous. Everything's dangerous now. Day 3. We learned that waiting was even more dangerous than scavenging. I was on the roof at dawn when I saw them coming. Not a handful, not a dozen. Hundreds of them, shambling down the street from the direction of downtown. Attracted by something, sound, movement, I don't know. They were heading straight for us. Everyone inside! I shouted down. Now! Everyone inside the building! The people who'd been camping outside our barricade saw them too and scattered. Most ran. Some didn't move fast enough. I watched the horde wash over them like a wave. Watched people disappear under a mass of gray hands and snapping teeth. Watched the things that used to be my neighbors, my route customers, people I'd known for decades, tear living human beings apart. Then they hit our barricade. The cars held, the dumpster held, but there were so many of them, pushing, pressing, reaching through gaps. I could see our defenses starting to shift, starting to give way. We need to reinforce it, Deshaun yelled. With what? Bill shot back. Anything, everything. We spent the next hour in a desperate scramble, pushing furniture against the inside of the barricade, using desks from classrooms, filing cabinets from offices, anything heavy. The things outside just kept pushing. We kept reinforcing. It was like trying to hold back the tide. And then, around mid-morning, they started to lose interest. One by one, they began to wander away. Something else had caught their attention. A noise, movement elsewhere. Within an hour, most of them had shuffled off to terrorize some other part of the dying city. But they'd left a message. A warning. This was temporary. All of it. The barricade, the school, our little fortress of sanity in a world gone mad. It was all temporary, and eventually it would fall, unless we did something about it. On day 4, the scream woke me up at 3 a.m. I rolled off the mat I'd claimed in what used to be the 4th grade classroom and grabbed my shotgun. Around me, others were stirring. Bill, Deshaun, Maria, a dozen others who'd learned to sleep light in the last few days. It's coming from outside, Maria said. I made it to the roof in under a minute. The screaming was coming from a house about a block away. I could see flashlights moving in the windows, see shadows struggling. Then the lights went out, and the screaming stopped. Another house gone. Another group of survivors who didn't make it. How many does that make? Bill asked. He'd followed me up. Tonight? 3. This week? I shook my head. I stopped counting. We stood there in the darkness, listening to the city die around us. Somewhere in the distance, a car alarm was going off. Somewhere else, gunfire. Always gunfire, sporadic and desperate. We can't stay here forever, Bill said quietly. I know. Food's getting low. We're down to maybe 4 days we ration hard. Water's okay. The taps are still working. But food's a problem. The scavenging teams brought back almost nothing yesterday. Every house within a 6 blocks has already been picked clean. To find more, we'd have to go further. And the further we go, the more of those things we run into. I looked out at the dark city. So what are you saying? I'm saying we need to think about leaving. Find somewhere more remote. Somewhere we can grow. Hunt. Set up something sustainable. You want to move 45 people through a city full of those things? I want us to survive. And we won't survive here. He was right. I knew he was right. But the thought of leading these people out of here, of being responsible for what happened to them. Let me think about it, I said. Bill nodded and headed back downstairs. I stayed on the roof, watching the sun come up over the ruins of Cedar Falls, and tried to figure out how the hell a mail carrier from Route 7 had ended up in charge of keeping 45 people alive during the apocalypse. The argument started during breakfast. We were rationing now. One meal in the morning, one at night. Nothing in between unless you were on a scavenging duty or watch. It wasn't enough. People were hungry, getting irritable, starting to turn on each other. "This is bullshit," a guy named Marcus said. He was maybe 40, worked construction, had shown up on day 2 with his teenage son. "We're sitting here starving while there's food out there." "There's not as much as you think," I said. "The teens have been searching. Everything closes picked off. Then we search further, or better yet, we take it. Take it from who? From whoever is here. From whoever has it. There's other groups out there, other survivors hoarding supplies. We got the numbers. We're not raiders." I cut him off. "We're not going to become the thing everyone else is scared of. We're going to be dead is what we're going to be. You and your fucking moral high ground. This is survival, old man. There are no rules anymore." "There are always rules," Dorothy said, the retired teacher at a quiet authority that made people listen. "The moment we decide there aren't, we're no better than those things outside. We're just monsters of a different kind." Marcus glared at her, but sat down. The tension in the cafeteria was thick enough to cut. After breakfast, I pulled together what I started thinking of as my core group. Bill, Deshawn, Maria, Dorothy, and a former cop named Sarah Reeves, who'd shown up on day 2 with her husband and daughter. We met in what used to be the principal's office. "We need to talk about next step," I said. "Bill's right. We can't stay here indefinitely." "Where would we go?" Sarah asked. "The cities are a death trap. The suburbs are overrun." "North," Deshawn said. "Away from population centers. Find somewhere rural. A farm, maybe, or a small town. Somewhere we can defend. Somewhere we can grow." "That's 100 miles or more," Maria pointed out. "How do we move 45 people over 100 miles? "We don't," I said quietly. "Not all of them." Everyone looked at me. "We take who we can," I continued. "The strong, the capable, people who can pull their weight. Everyone else what?" Dorothy asked, her voice sharp. "We leave them? Let them die?" "We give them the option. They can stay here, try to make it work, or they can come with us and take their chances on the road. But we can't force people to leave, and we can't take everyone." "That's a death sentence for whoever stays," Sarah said. "Maybe. Or maybe they'll find a way to survive. But I know for certain that if we all stay here, we all die. The food's running out. It's only a matter of time before those things get through the barricade, or before we turn on each other." The room was quiet. "When?" Bill asked finally. "Soon. We spend the next few days preparing, gathering supplies, finding vehicles, planning a route. Then we present it to everyone and let them choose. And if they choose to stay, then we wish them luck and we leave them anyway." It was the hardest thing I've ever said, but it was also the truth. We all knew it. We spent the next 2 days in a frenzy of preparation. Sarah knew cars. Her dad had been a mechanic, and she led a team to check every vehicle in the surrounding blocks. Most were out of gas or had dead batteries, but she found 3 that were functional. A school bus with a quarter tank, a pickup truck with a half a tank, and an old Suburban that was almost full. Not to get us 100 miles, but it was a start. Deshawn organized scavenging runs, not for food anymore. We'd given up on that, but for things we'd need on the road. Maps, blankets, tools, weapons, anything portable and useful. I went on one of those runs. Couldn't ask people to risk their lives if we weren't willing to risk mine. We hit a sporting goods store about a half a mile from the school. The front window was smashed. The place had been looted, but Deshawn thought there might be something useful in the back. There were 5 of us, Me, Deshaun, a woman named Jenna, who'd been a paramedic, Marcus, who'd insisted on coming, and his son Tyler. We moved quietly through the destroyed store, stepping over scattered merchandise and dried blood. The back room was a storage area, shelves half empty, boxes torn apart, but there were still things worth taking. A case of water bottles, some camping supplies, a compound bow with a dozen arrows. Jackpot, Marcus said, grabbing the bow. Can you even use that? I asked. I'll learn. We were loading everything into backpacks when we heard it. Movement from the front of the store. The shuffling, dragging gait that meant they'd found us. Back door, I whispered. Now! We moved quickly but quietly. The back door was chained from the inside. Someone's attempt to keep those things out. I used bolt cutters from our supplies to cut through. The door opened into an alley. Empty. We ran. Behind us, I could hear them in the store. Hear them knocking over shelves, searching. But we'd gotten out before they saw us. We made it back to the school without incident. A successful run. But my heart was still pounding an hour later. That night, I called a meeting. All 45 people crammed in the cafeteria. I stood on one of the tables so everyone could see me. I know you're all scared, I started. I know you're hungry and tired and wondering if we're going to make it. I'm wondering the same thing. But I want to be honest with you about our situation. I laid it out. The dwindling food, the increasing danger, the impossibility of staying here long term. So we have a choice to make, I said. We can stay here and hope for rescue that might never come, or we can leave. Head north, try to find somewhere more sustainable, somewhere we can actually build a future instead of just surviving day to day. Where north? Someone called out. We're still working on that, but rural, farmland, somewhere with natural resources and fewer of those things. And how exactly do we get there? This was Marcus. Walk? Because last time I checked, there's a couple thousand of those things between us and anywhere worth going. We have vehicles, 3 of them. Not enough to take everyone, but enough to take some. Which brings me to the hard part. I took a breath. We can't take everyone. The vehicles won't hold it. We don't have enough supplies, and frankly, some of you wouldn't survive the journey. So we're going to make some choices. The cafeteria erupted. People shouting, arguing, some crying. I let it go for a minute, then held up my hands. Listen to me. I know this isn't fair. I know it's not right. But we're past fair and right. We're in survival mode. So here's what's going to happen. Anyone who wants to come, you put your name in. We'll evaluate based on skills, physical ability, and what you can contribute. It's not personal, it's practical. Bullshit, Marcus again. You're playing God, old man. Deciding who lives and who dies. No, Dorothy said, standing up. He's making the decisions none of the rest of us want to make. He's taking responsibility for keeping us as many people alive as possible. If you got a better plan, Marcus, let's hear it. Marcus glared at her, but said nothing. We leave in 3 days, I said. That gives everyone time to prepare, to decide if they're coming or staying. Those who stay, we'll leave you with whatever supplies we can spare. Those who come, pack light. We travel fast. The meeting broke into smaller arguments. People huddled in groups, debating, planning. Some were crying. Some looked relieved to finally have a plan, even a dangerous one. Sarah pulled me aside. You know some of these people are going to die, right? The ones who stay? I know. And some of the ones who come with us are going to die too. I know that too. She studied me for a moment. You're a good man, Frank Sullivan. I hope you know that. I didn't feel like a good man. I felt like someone desperately trying to drown while deciding who to pull under with me. Day 5 brought a new problem. One of the people who'd signed up to leave was a woman named Claire Martinez, mid-30s, worked as a dental hygienist, had been taking care of the younger kids at the school. She came to me that morning looking pale and scared. I need to talk to you, she said, privately. We went to the principal's office. She closed the door and pulled up her sleeve. There was a bite on her forearm. Fresh, maybe 8 hours old. Jesus Christ, I said. Happened last night. I was on watch and one of those things got too close to the barricade. Reached through a gap. I didn't think it broke the skin, but... Her voice cracked. I'm infected, aren't I? I'd seen what happened to people who got bit. Carl at the post office. The reports from Sarah and others. You had maybe 12 to 24 hours before you turned. Why are you telling me? I asked. You could have hidden it. Could have tried to come with us anyway. Because I'm not a monster. Not yet. But I will be. She was crying now. I have a son. He's 7. His name is David. He's here in the school. I need you to promise me you'll take him. When you leave, please. He's a good kid. He won't be any trouble. Claire, promise me. Her voice was steel. Promise me my son doesn't die here alone because his mother got bit. I promise. She nodded, wiped her tears. How long do I have? I don't know. Hours, maybe? Then I better say goodbye. She left the office. I sat there, feeling the weight of another promise I didn't know if I could keep. An hour later, Clara said goodbye to her son. Told him she loved him, that Frank was going to take care of him, that he needed to be brave. Then she walked outside the barricade and into the ruins of Cedar Falls. I watched from the roof as she wandered into a group of those things, watched as they swarmed her, as she became one of them. David cried for 3 hours straight. That night, we finalized a list. 23 people would come. 22 would stay. The math was brutal, but the vehicles couldn't hold more. Some of the people staying were elderly. Some had medical conditions that would make the journey impossible. Some had just accepted they'd rather die here, in a place they knew, than take their chances on the road. I didn't judge them. I envied them, in a way. They'd made peace with the end. You really think we can make it? Deshaun asked me that night. We were on watch together, looking out the city. Honestly, I don't know. But I think we got a better chance out there than we do here. Where are we even going? Like, specifically? I pulled out a map. I'd been studying it for 2 days. There's a state park about 80 miles north. Mostly forest, some cabins, and a lake. It's very remote. If we can make it there, we might be able to hold out. Hunt, fish, purify water. Actually survive instead of just waiting to die. 80 miles. Give or take. Through God knows how many of those things. Yeah. Deshaun laughed, but there was no humor in it. We're all going to die, aren't we? Probably, but at least we'll die trying. Day 6. The last day. We loaded the vehicles in the morning. Food in the school bus. Water in the truck. People would split between all 3 vehicles. The strongest in the truck bed with weapons. Families in the bus. Scouts in the Suburban. I'd volunteered to drive the bus. Deshaun would take the truck. Sarah, the Suburban. The 22 staying watched us prepare. Some helped load supplies. Some just watched in silence. One old man, had to be in his 80s, pulled me aside. You're doing the right thing, he said. Don't let anyone tell you different. We old folks, we've had our time. You get those kids to safety. You build something new. We're leaving you supplies. Enough for a week. Maybe 2 if we're lucky. We know. It's okay. We made our peace. I didn't know what to say to that. By noon we were ready. 23 people. 3 vehicles. Enough supplies for maybe a week on the road if we were careful. Marcus and Tyler were in the truck. The paramedic Jenna was in the Suburban. David, Claire's son, was in the bus with Dorothy and a handful of other kids. Bill was riding shotgun with me. Literally, the shotgun across his lap. I stood outside the school one last time, looking at the barricade we built, the fortress we'd created. It had kept us alive for 6 days. Not long in the grand scheme of things, but it had been something. A moment of order in the chaos. Ready? Bill asked. No. Let's go anyway. I climbed in the driver's seat on the school bus, turned the key. The ignition coughed, sputtered, and caught. Behind me, 22 people stood at the barricade, watching us leave. Some were waving. Some were crying. One old woman was smiling. I pulled out of the parking lot, the truck and Suburban falling in behind me. We headed north, toward the state park, toward whatever waited for us there. The last thing I saw in my rearview mirror was Lincoln Elementary School, our sanctuary, growing smaller and smaller until it disappeared behind smoke and ruins and the dead city we were leaving behind. I didn't let myself cry until we were 5 miles out. We had 70 miles to go, and I had no idea if any of us would make it. Day 7. The first vehicle broke down at mile 12. The Suburban started making a grinding noise around dawn, then started smoking, then just died. Sarah managed to coast to the side of the highway before it gave up completely. We've been driving through the night, headlights off to avoid attracting attention, navigating by moonlight and prayer. The plan had been to put as much distance between us and Cedar Falls as possible before those things figured out we were moving. Get out of the metro area, into farmland, where there'd be fewer of them. The plan was already falling apart. "Transmission shot," Sarah said, climbing out from under the Suburban. Her hands were black with oil. "It's not going anywhere." We were on Highway 23, about 20 miles north of Cedar Falls. The sun was coming up, revealing a landscape of abandoned cars and rural devastation. To our left, a farmhouse was burning. To our right, a tractor was overturned in a ditch. And ahead of us, shambling down the highway in ones and twos, were dozens of those things. "Everyone in the vehicles," I said. "Leave anything we can't carry." The Suburban had been carrying 8 people. Sarah, her husband Jim, and daughter Emma, Jenna the paramedic, and 4 others. We distributed them into the bus and truck. It was cramped now, people sitting on laps, pressed together. But we were moving again, and that was what mattered. We made another 15 miles before we hit our second problem. The highway was blocked, not by abandoned cars this time, but by a military checkpoint, or what used to be one. Concrete barriers stretched across all lanes. Military trucks were positioned behind them, abandoned, and scattered around the checkpoint were bodies. Soldiers in uniform. Civilians had been trying to get through. Some were clearly dead. Others were moving that telltale shambling gait. "They tried to contain it," Bill said quietly. "Tried to keep the infected from spreading north." "Didn't work," Deshaun observed from the truck behind us. "Nothing's worked." I studied the checkpoint. There was a gap between 2 of the barriers, just wide enough for a vehicle to squeeze through. But it was on the far side, and there were at least 20 of those things between us and it. "We should go around," Sarah suggested. "Take some back roads." That'll add hours, maybe days, and we don't know what's on the back roads. We don't know what's here. 20 of those things, maybe more. I looked at the people crammed into my bus. Kids, elderly, people who couldn't fight, couldn't run. If we tried to go through and failed, they'd be massacred. But if we went around and got lost, ran out of gas, got stuck somewhere worse. "Marcus," I called out. "You said you could use that bow." He leaned out of the truck bed. "I said I'd learn. Learn fast. Deshaun, you're with me. I need you two to clear a path. Sarah, you drive the truck through the first. Fast and loud. Draw their attention. Bill and I will follow with the bus. And we pick up Marcus and Deshaun on the other side." "That's a terrible plan," Bill said. "You got a better one?" He didn't. Marcus and Deshaun positioned themselves on top of the truck cab. Marcus had the compound bow. Deshaun had a hunting rifle he'd scavenged. As Sarah started the truck engine, they started firing. The bow was nearly silent. I watched Marcus put an arrow through one thing's eye socket at 30 yards. He knocked another arrow, fired, hit another one in the temple. The rifle was louder, and when Deshaun fired, every head in the checkpoint area turned toward the sound. Which was the point? Sarah gunned the engine and the truck roared through the checkpoint, horn blaring. The things that Marcus and Deshaun hadn't killed turned to chase it, shambling after the noise and movement. "Now," I said, and put the bus in gear. We rolled through slowly, carefully trying not to draw attention. A few of those things noticed us, started moving our way. Bill leaned out the window with the shotgun and dropped 2 of them with headshots. Then we were through. pulling up beside the truck on the far side of the checkpoint. Marcus and Deshaun jumped down from the cab, both breathing hard. "That was insane," Marcus said, but he was grinning. "Insane is all we got left," I replied. We kept moving. By midday, we'd covered 40 miles and burned through most of our gas. The truck was running on fumes. The bus had maybe a quarter tank left. "We need to find fuel," Deshaun said. We'd pulled off at a rest stop to regroup and check our route. But we were going to walk the rest of the way. "Every gas station we passed has either been burned or mobbed," Sarah pointed out. "Then we siphon from abandoned cars." We spent the next 2 hours doing exactly that. Found a pileup on the highway. 8 cars smashed together. Drivers long gone or worse. Used a garden hose from the rest stop to siphon gas from their tanks into our vehicles. It was slow, tedious work. And dangerous. Those things were attracted to noise and movement, and we were making plenty of both. We had to stop twice when groups of them got too close. Had to fight them off with whatever we had handy. But we had enough gas to fill both tanks halfway. Maybe enough to make it the rest of the way. Maybe. We were loading the last of the gas into the bus when little David, Claire's son, tugged at my sleeve. "Mr. Frank, I need to use the bathroom." The rest stop bathrooms were right there. Probably a nightmare inside. But the kid had been holding it for hours. "Okay, buddy, but I'm coming with you." I grabbed the bat and we headed inside. The rest stop was trashed. Vending machines smashed, food scattered everywhere, dark stains on the floor. I tried not to look at it too closely, but the bathroom door was intact. "Stay close to me," I said. I pushed open the door and immediately wished I hadn't. There were 3 of them inside, trapped, maybe, or just wandering. They turned toward us with that vacant stare, and I saw David's face go white. "Back up," I said quietly. "Slowly." We backed toward the door. The things started moving toward us, that horrible shuffling walk. I raised the bat, ready to swing it if they got too close. Then David tripped. He went down hard, hitting the tile floor with a yelp of pain and surprise. The sound echoed in the bathroom like a gunshot. The things lunged. I swung the bat, caught the first one on the side of the head, felt bone crack. It went down. The second one was faster, grabbed my jacket, pulled me off balance. I stumbled, and the third one was reaching for David. A gunshot. The thing's head snapped back and it collapsed. Sarah was in the doorway, pistol raised. She fired again and dropped the second one. "Get the kid out of here!" I grabbed David and ran. Behind us, I heard Sarah fire twice more. Then she was running too. We made it back to the vehicles. David was crying, clinging to me. I realized I was shaking. "Everyone okay?" Bill asked. Yeah, we're okay." "Then let's get the hell out of here." We drove until dark, pushing the vehicles as far as they'd go. The landscape had changed. Fewer suburbs, more farmlands. Fields of corn and wheat gone to seed. Farmhouses standing empty. Silos rising like monuments to a world that didn't exist anymore. And fewer of those things. Not none. We still saw them, wandering alone or in small groups. But fewer. The further we got from population centers, the more the density dropped. It gave me hope. Dangerous hope. But hope nonetheless. We stopped for the night at a barn about a mile off the highway. It was structurally sound, defensible, and most importantly, empty. We pulled the vehicles inside, closed the barn doors, and set up watch rotations. Dinner was cold canned beans and stale crackers. Nobody complained. We were too tired to complain. "How much further?" Dorothy asked. She looked exhausted, decades older than she had been a week ago. I checked the map. Maybe 30 miles if the roads are clear. We can make it by noon tomorrow. And if they're not clear? We figure it out as we go. It was becoming our motto. Figure it out as we go. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the 22 people we'd left behind at Lincoln Elementary, wondering if they were still alive, wondering if they'd found a way to survive, or if they'd already been overrun, wondering if leading these people north was going to save them, or just kill them somewhere different. Around 2 a.m., I gave up on sleep and climbed under the loft to take over watch for Maria. She looked relieved to be done, headed down to get some rest. I sat in the darkness, looking out the loft window at the moonlit farmland, and for the first time in days, I let myself think about Mary. My wife had been gone for 2 years, but I still talked to her sometimes. In my head, when things got hard, wondered what she'd say, what she'd do. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, I whispered to the darkness. I'm just making it up as I go, hoping it works out, hoping I don't get everyone killed. The darkness didn't answer, but somehow, I felt a little better. Day 8 started with rain. Not a light drizzle, a downpour. Thunder, lightning, the whole apocalyptic package. We waited out in the barn until mid-morning, then made the call to move anyway. We were too close to stop now. The last 30 miles were the hardest. The rain had turned the roads to mud. The bus got stuck twice, and both times we had to get out and push, all of us straining in the mud and rain while keeping a watch for those things. The truck's windshield wipers gave out, forcing Deshaun to drive half blind, leaning out the window to see. But we kept moving. Mile by painful mile, we kept moving. And then, around noon, we saw it. The entrance to Blackstone State Park, a wooden sign, half fallen, a ranger station, abandoned, and beyond it, forest, thick, deep forest that stretched for miles. We'd made it. The relief was almost overwhelming. People were crying, hugging each other, laughing. Even Marcus managed to smile. Don't celebrate yet, Sarah cautioned. We still need to secure the area, find shelter, make sure we're actually safe. She was right, but for just a moment, I let myself feel it. We'd done it. We'd gotten these people out of the city, through the checkpoints and the dead and the chaos, and brought them somewhere that might give them a chance. The park ranger station was a bust, looted and trashed, but deeper into the park, we found a cluster of cabins. They'd been vacation rentals, back when people took vacations. Now they were ours. We spent the afternoon securing them, checking for those things. Found 2, put them down with minimal fuss, boarding up windows, taking inventory of what we had versus what we needed. What we had, 23 people, 2 vehicles with maybe 20 gallons of gas between the 2 of them, 3 days of food, some weapons, and a lot of determination. What we needed. Everything else. There's a lake a mile from here, Deshaun said, reading from a park map we'd found. We can fish, purify water, in the forest. There's got to be game. Deer, rabbits, something. Anyone here know how to hunt? I asked. Marcus raised his hand. My dad used to take me. I'm rusty, but I can manage. Then you and I will figure it out. Everyone else, we need to organize. Food gathering, water purification, security. This isn't temporary anymore. This is home. That evening, we had our first communal dinner in the new camp. Fish that Marcus and Tyler had caught in the lake, cooked over a fire we built in the clearing between the cabins. It wasn't much, but it was something we provided for ourselves. Not just supplies we'd looted, but actual sustenance we'd earned. It felt like the first real meal I'd eaten in a week. After dinner, Dorothy gathered the kids, David and Emma and 3 others, and started teaching them, reading from books we'd scavenged, teaching them math and history and all things that made them human instead of just survivors. Bill and Sarah worked on setting up a perimeter defense, tripwires, early warning systems, positions for sentries. Maria and Jenna organized the medical supplies, set up a makeshift clinic in one of the cabins. People were building something, not just surviving, but actually building. I found myself on watch that night, sitting on the roof of the largest cabin, looking out at the dark forest. Somewhere out there, the world was still ending. Cities were burning. People were still dying. Those things were still wandering. But here, in this little pocket of forest, we had a chance. You did good, Frank. I turned. Bill had climbed up to join me. We're not safe here yet, I said. We're never going to be safe. Not the way we were before. But we're alive. We're together, We have food and water and shelter. That's more than most people could say right now. He was right, but I couldn't shake the guilt. I keep thinking about the ones we left behind. They made their choice, just like we made ours. That doesn't make it easier. No, agreed Bill. It doesn't. We sat in companionable silence for a while. Two old men, watching over the last remnants of the world they'd known. You ever think about what comes next? Bill asked. Like, long term? Sometimes. We'll need to plant crops in the spring, figure out sustainable food sources, maybe reach out to other survivor groups if there are any. Build something that lasts. Think we can do it? I thought about the 23 people sleeping in the cabins below. People who'd chosen to take a chance, to keep fighting, to not give up even when everything said they should. Yeah, I said. I think we can. Day 9 was quiet, almost peaceful. We spent it organizing, planning, building. Marcus and I went hunting, managed to take down a deer. It was messy. I hadn't fired a gun at a living animal in 30 years. But we did it. Fed everyone that night with fresh meat. Deshaun and Tyler started building a garden plot, planning what we'd plant when spring came, if we lasted that long. Sarah taught some of the younger adults basic combat skills, hand-to-hand, weapons handling, how to aim for the head. Dorothy kept teaching the kids. Math and reading and science. All the normal things. Like we were trying to preserve some fragment of civilization in the wilderness. That night, around the fire, someone started singing. I don't even remember what song it was. Something old, from before. Others joined in. Not everyone. Some people were still too traumatized. Too broken by what they lost. But enough. Enough to make it feel, for just a moment, like we were human again. Not just survivors. Not just refugees, but humans. I looked around at the faces lit by firelight. Marcus, who started out hostile, but had become one of our best hunters. Sarah and Jim, holding hands. Their daughter, Emma, asleep between them. Deshaun and Tyler, arguing about the best way to build a rabbit trap. Dorothy, helping David sound out words in a book. Bill, sitting quietly, a small smile on his weathered face. 23 people who'd survived the end of the world and decided to build something new. It wasn't much compared to what we lost, but it was something. The attack came on day 12. We've gotten complacent. It had been 3 days since we'd seen any one of those things. 3 days of relative peace. I was starting to believe we might actually make it. Then they came out of the forest. I was on watch when I saw them, just after midnight, shambling through the trees. Not a handful, but a dozen. Dozens, maybe 100 or more. Everyone up! I shouted. We've got incoming! People scrambled out of the cabins, grabbing weapons, taking positions. Bill grabbed the shotgun, Marcus the bow. Sarah and Deshaun positioned themselves with rifles at strategic points. How many? Sarah called out. Too many. Way too many. They were getting closer. I could see them now in the moonlight. Gray faces, dead eyes, reaching hands, all moving toward our cabins with that terrible persistence. We can't fight them all, Bill said. We don't have to fight them all. We just have to survive them. I'd learned something about those things over the last week and a half. They were drawn to noise, to movement, to signs of life. But they were also stupid, easily distracted. Deshaun, start the truck. Drive it away from the cabins. Lead as many of them as you can away. That's a suicide run. Not if you're fast and you don't stop. Circle around. Come back from the east. We'll cover you. He hesitated for a second, then nodded. All right, let's do it. He ran to the truck, fired it up. The engine roar echoed through the night, and every one of those things turned toward the sound. Deshaun gunned it, tearing through the camp into the forest. At least half the horde followed, chasing the noise. That left maybe 50 of them. Still too many, but better odds. Defensive positions, I yelled. Don't let them reach the cabins. What followed was chaos. Gunfire and shouting and the wet sounds of arrows and bullets hitting flesh. Bill was beside me, the shotgun booming every few seconds. Marcus was picking them off with a bow. Tyler loading arrows for him. Sarah and Jim were covering the left flank. And still they came. For every one we dropped, another took its place. One of them got past our line, stumbled toward the cabin where the kids were sheltering. Emma screamed. Jim ran after it, tackled it to the ground, and beat its head in with a rock. Another broke through on the right. Jenna shot it with a pistol, missed, shot again, hit it in the shoulder. It kept coming. She shot it 3 more times before it finally went down. And then, just when I thought we were going to be overrun, the truck came roaring back. Deshaun had circled around like I'd said, and he'd plowed into the remaining horde from behind, scattering them, running over half a dozen of them. The ones still standing turned toward the new threat. We picked them off while they were still distracted. 5 minutes later, it was over. The clearing was littered with bodies. Real dead bodies this time, not the Walking Dead kind. We'd lost one vehicle. The bus had taken too much damage when Deshaun had driven through it. But we hadn't lost any people. We'd survived. Jesus, Marcus breathed. He was covered in blood, none of it his own. Where the hell do they all come from? Doesn't matter, Sarah said. What matters is they found us, which means more might be coming. She was right. We thought we were safe here, isolated from the hordes. But the world was smaller than we thought. There was nowhere far enough away. So what do we do? Tyler asked. I looked around at the 23 tired, scared faces watching me, waiting for me to have an answer. We get better, I said finally. Better defenses, better warning systems, better tactics. We learn from this. We make damn sure it doesn't happen again. And if it does, then we survive again. It's all we can do. Survive and keep surviving. Until either the world gets better, we die trying. It wasn't inspirational. It wasn't reassuring, but it was honest. And honesty was all I had left to give. 3 weeks later, we were still there, still surviving. We built the proper wall around the cabins, logs and barbed wire, and sharpened stakes. We'd set up watches, established patrol routes, mapped the surrounding forest for resources and threats. We'd made contact with another survivor group about 10 miles away, a family of 5 holed up in a farmhouse. We traded with them, fresh vegetables from their greenhouse for fish from our lake. We planted a winter garden, kale, carrots, things that could handle the cold. Started planning for spring crops. Marcus taught hunting classes, Sarah taught combat training, and Dorothy taught school. We were building a community, piece by piece. It wasn't the world we'd lost. That world was gone, probably forever. The cities were dead. The government was gone. Everything we'd known had collapsed. But this little outpost in the forest, these 23 people trying to build something from the ruins, this was something new. Something that might possibly have a future. I was on watch one night when Bill climbed to join me. It had become our routine. 2 old men, keeping watch, talking about everything and nothing. Got a letter today, Bill said, from the group at the farmhouse. They know of another survivor camp about 20 miles east. Want to set up a meeting. Talk about establishing a trade network. Trade network? Listen to us, like we're building a civilization. Maybe we are. Has to start somewhere, right? I looked out at the forest, at the cabins below where people were sleeping, where kids were dreaming, where life was continuing despite everything. Yeah, I guess. You ever think about going back? To Cedar Falls? To Lincoln Elementary? I thought about it. Thought about the 22 people we'd left behind. Wondered if any of them had made it. But going back meant risking the people here. The ones who were still alive. No, I said. What's done is done. We move forward. It's probably wise. We sat in silence for a while. Then Bill said, You know, when this all started, if someone had told me that a mail carrier from Route 7 would end up leading a group of survivors through the apocalypse, I'd have said they were crazy. I'd have agreed with them. But you did it. You got us here. You kept us alive. We kept each other alive. Don't diminish what you did, Frank. You made the hard calls. You took responsibility when no one else would. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded. Below us, I could see a light come on in one of the cabins. Someone was up, maybe getting water, maybe checking on the kids. Normal things. Ordinary things. In the distance, I heard a sound that might have been a wolf howling, or might have been one of those things still out there, still wandering. It didn't matter. We had walls now. We had defenses. We had each other. My wife used to say that life was what you made of it, I said. That you could either complain about what you didn't have, or be grateful for what you did. I never really understood that, what she meant until now. She sounds like a smart woman. The smartest. I wish she'd have made it see this. To see what we built. Maybe she did, Bill said. In her own way. Maybe she did. The sun was starting to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange. A new day. The first day of whatever came next. I didn't know what the future held. Didn't know if we'd still be here in a month, a year, a decade. Didn't know if humanity would rebuild or if this was the new normal. Small groups of survivors scattered across the ruins, trying to make something from nothing. But I knew that right now, in this moment, we were alive. We were together, and we had purpose. And that was enough for now. Come on, I said, standing up. Let's go make some coffee. Real coffee. From that stash we found last week. I think we've earned it. Bill grinned. Now you're talking. We climbed down from the roof and headed toward the main cabin, where I could already smell breakfast being prepared. Where I could hear Dorothy starting the morning lesson with the kids. Where I could see people starting their day, doing their jobs, living their lives. My name is Frank Sullivan. I'm 58 years old. I used to be a mailman. Now, I'm a survivor. A leader. A builder of whatever comes next. The zombie apocalypse didn't end. It's still out there. Still waiting. But we're still here too. We're not going anywhere.
What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Hello, brave souls. We're back in the, I guess at this point, the universe of like Frank Sullivan and Marcus, I think his name was. So if you've watched the previous ones, at one point, there is a group of survivors that get left behind at the elementary school. This is their story. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one. I'll put links in the description for the other stories, but this is a standalone story. If you had never heard the other stories, this one can be listened to all by itself. So I hope you guys enjoy it. My name is George Patterson. I'm 74 years old. I taught geometry at Cedar Falls High School for 42 years, and I just watched 23 people drive away to save themselves while the rest of us die. I don't blame them. Not really. Frank Sullivan made the right call. The only call, really. If I'm being honest. Take the young, the strong, the ones with a chance. Leave the old, the sick, the expendable. I'm in that last category. Have been since my heart attack 3 years ago. Left me with a weak ticker and a medicine cabinet full of pills I ran out of 2 days ago. Even if Frank had offered me a spot on that bus, I'd have said no. I've had my time. 74 years is more than a lot of people get, especially now. But watching those vehicles pull away, seeing the barricade close behind them, that hit different. Like watching the last lifeboat leave the Titanic while you stand on the deck with the band. There were 22 of us left. Let me tell you about some of them. Helen Cosgrove, 81, former librarian. Arthritis so bad she could barely hold a fork, but sharp as a tack mentally. She'd organized our meager library in one of the classrooms. Books we'd scavenged, magazines, anything to keep our minds from dwelling on the horror outside. Robert and Linda Chen, 60s, married 40 years. Robert had stage 4 lung cancer. Linda wasn't leaving him. Simple as that. Miguel Santos, 57, diabetic. His insulin had run out on day 4. He was already showing signs. Shakiness, confusion, excessive thirst. Without medication, he had maybe a week, maybe less. James Whitmore, 43, youngest of our group by a decade. He'd been in a wheelchair since a car accident paralyzed him from the waist down 5 years ago. Frank had actually offered him a spot, but James knew the truth. A wheelchair in the apocalypse was a death sentence. Better to die here than slow down people who had a chance. There were others. Patricia, who had Alzheimer's and didn't really understand what was happening. David, recovering from a stroke, half his face slack and speech slurred. Karen, with emphysema, dragging an oxygen tank that would run out eventually. We were the sick, the old, the broken, the ones the new worlds had no use for. And we had maybe 4 days of food left. Well, Helen said, watching the dust settle where the vehicles had disappeared. I suppose we should organize. I had to hand it to her. Even facing certain death, she was thinking about organization. We gathered in the cafeteria that evening, all 22 of us, sitting at the same tables where children used to eat chicken nuggets and complain about homework. The irony wasn't lost on me. Let's take stock, I said, because someone had to lead and I was apparently the default choice. Food, water, medicine. What do we have? The inventory was depressing. Frank and his group had left us with what they could spare. But that wasn't much. Maybe 50 cans of food, a few boxes of crackers, some peanut butter. Water wasn't a problem yet. The tap still worked. But food? 4 days if we were generous. 3 if we were realistic. Medicine? I asked. Miguel shook his head. Nothing useful. Some aspirin, bandages, antiseptic. No insulin. No heart medication. No antibiotics. Then we need to look for more. Send out a scavenging team. With who? James asked from his wheelchair. Look around, George. Half of us can barely walk. The other half can walk but not run. Who exactly is going to go scavenging? He was right. But I wasn't ready to give up just yet and wait and die. I can go, said a voice from the back. It was Marcus Chen, Robert and Linda's son, 42, the one who'd stayed behind to be with his dying father. I'm mobile. I can move quietly. You can't go alone, Linda said. I'll go with him. This came from somewhere I hadn't expected. Thomas Bradley, 68, retired cop. Bad knee. Hearing aids in both ears. But he'd been a cop for 30 years and still had that cop confidence. We'll do a quick run, Thomas said. Hit the houses closest to the school. Look for food, medicine, anything useful. In and out before those things even notice. I wanted to say no. Wanted to keep everyone inside where it was relatively safe. But we were going to starve if we didn't try. Okay, I said. But you're back before dark. The second you see more than a handful of those things, you retreat. Understood? They nodded. They left an hour later, armed with kitchen knives and a baseball bat we'd found in the gym equipment. I watched from the roof as they climbed over the barricade and disappeared into the ruins of the neighborhood. And I prayed to God, I wasn't sure it existed anymore, that they'd come back alive. They came back 3 hours later. I saw them first, running across the playground toward the barricade. Behind them, shambling but persistent, or maybe a dozen of those things. Not a huge number, but enough to be dangerous. Open the gate! I yelled down. They're coming in hot! We'd rigged in a section of the barricade that could be pulled aside quickly. Helen and James were on it. Helen pulling, James using his upper body strength to help from his chair. The gap opened just wide enough for Marcus and Thomas to squeeze through. They collapsed on the other side, gasping for breath. The things reached the barricade a moment later and started that horrible pounding, but the barricade held. What did you find? I asked once they caught their breath. Marcus held up a backpack. 2 cans of soup, a box of crackers, some medicine. Not much. The houses are picked clean, Thomas added. Anything worth taking is already gone. We'd have to go further out to find anything substantial. How much further? At least 6 blocks. maybe more. 6 blocks there, 6 blocks back. 12 blocks total through a city full of those things. It hadn't been risky enough at 3 blocks. We can't, I said. It's too dangerous. Then we starve, Marcus said flatly. Because what we found today, it's maybe half a day's worth of food for 22 people. We're dead either way, George. At least if we try. We die doing something. I wanted to argue. Wanted to find some other solution. But there wasn't one. Okay, tomorrow, I said. We'll try again tomorrow. But we need to be smarter about it. Plan better. Marcus nodded, too tired to argue. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the math. 22 people, 3 days of food. No way to get more without risking lives we couldn't afford to lose. We were in a death spiral. Too weak to scavenge effectively. But we'd get weaker without food. Eventually we'd be too weak to defend ourselves. And then those things would get in. It was just a matter of time. Around 2 a.m., I gave up on sleep and climbed to the roof to check on Patricia, who had been on watch duty. I'd been against putting someone with Alzheimer's on watch, but she'd insisted she could handle it, and we needed every able-bodied person. I found her asleep in a folding chair we'd set up. "Patricia," I said gently, shaking her shoulder. "Patricia, wake up." She jerked awake, confused. "Where? What time is it?" 2 a.m. You're on watch, remember? "Oh, yes, of course." She looked around disoriented. "Have I been asleep long?" "I don't know. How long since you checked the perimeter?" She stared at me blankly. "Patricia, when did you last look around? Make sure that everything was clear." I'm not sure. I'm sorry, George. I thought I could do this, but I can't remember." "It's okay," I said, even though it wasn't. "Why don't you go get some rest? I'll take over." After she left, I did a full perimeter check. Everything looked clear. The things outside had wandered off. The barricade was intact. But we couldn't count on Patricia to watch anymore. Couldn't count on several of our people for much of anything. We were down to maybe 8 people who were truly functional, and even they were running on fumes. I sat in the chair and watched the sun come up over the dead city, and I wondered if any of us would live to see it set. Day 14 after the outbreak. Day 2 since Frank left. Marcus and Thomas went out again. This time, they made it 7 blocks before they had to turn back. They found a pharmacy that had already been looted, but there were a few pill bottles in the back that looters had missed. Antibiotics. Not the insulin Miguel needed. Not the heart medication I needed, but antibiotics. I guess that was better than nothing. They also found 3 cans of tuna and a bag of rice. "It's not enough," Marcus said when they got back. "Not even close." I knew. We all knew. That night, we rationed dinner to half portions. People were hungry, but nobody complained. What was the point? David, the stroke survivor, didn't come to dinner. I found him in one of the classrooms, sitting alone in the dark. "You should eat something," I said. "Not hungry." His words were slurred, hard to understand. The stroke had hit his speech hard. "You need to keep your strength up." "For what?" He looked at me, and his good eye was wet with tears. "We're all going to die here, George. You know it. I know it. Why pretend?" "Because giving up means we die faster." "Maybe faster is better. Maybe sitting here, slowly starving, slowly losing our minds. Maybe that's worse than just letting those things in. At least it would be quick." I didn't have an answer for that. I left him there in the dark and went back to the cafeteria, where Helen was reading to a group of others from one of the books she'd organized. Something by Dickens, I think. Her voice was steady, calm, like she was back in the library doing story time. It was the most normal thing I'd experienced in 2 weeks, and it made me want to cry. Day 15. Miguel collapsed during breakfast. Just fell out of his chair, convulsing. We got him to the nurse's office, but there wasn't much we could do. His blood sugar was dangerously high. We could tell from his symptoms even without a way to test it, and without insulin, It was only going to get worse. "I'm dying," he said when he regained consciousness. His speech was slurred. His skin was clammy. "I can feel it." "Don't talk like that," Linda said. She was holding his hand, trying to comfort him. "It's true. Days, maybe hours. I'm sorry." "You have nothing to be sorry for." He smiled weakly. "Tell my daughter." He stopped, closed his eyes. "Never mind. She's probably dead anyway." He lasted until that evening. The convulsions came back around 6 p.m., worse than before. He was unconscious by 7, dead by 8. We wrapped his body in sheets and put it in the freezer in the cafeteria kitchen. We couldn't bury him. Too dangerous to go outside. And we couldn't dig in the playground. The freezer was the best we could do. It was our second body. Robert Chen had died the day before. The cancer finally winning. We'd put him in the freezer too. 2 dead in this many days. 20 people left. And the food was almost gone. Day 16. Thomas and Marcus went out again. They had to. We were down to 1 day of food, maybe less. This time they went 10 blocks, hit a grocery store that had been thoroughly ransacked, but they managed to find some canned goods that had rolled under shelves. Some expired, but beggars can't be choosers. They also found those things, a lot of them. They came back with a haul, maybe 3 days worth of food if it was stretched, but Thomas had been bitten. It was on his forearm, just above the wrist, deep, bleeding heavily. "Oh God," Linda said when she saw it. "Oh God, no!" Thomas looked at the bite, then at me. His face was pale. "You know what this means," he said. I did. We all did. We'd seen what happened to people who got bitten. Carl at the post office, the reports from other survivors. You had hours, maybe a day, before you turned. "How long?" Thomas asked. "I don't know, 12 hours, 24 hours? "Then I've got time to do some good." He picked up the baseball bat. "I'm going back out. I'm going to lead as many of those things away from here as I can. Give you folks a break. At least for a little while." "Thomas, don't argue with me, George. I'm dead either way. At least let me make it count for something." Marcus tried to stop him. So did Linda. But Thomas was determined. He climbed over the barricade, bat in hand, and walked out into the ruins of Cedar Falls. We watched from the roof as he made noise, drew attention to himself, watched as those things started following him. He led them away, down the street, taking them with him. The last I saw of Thomas Bradley was him disappearing around a corner, a crowd of those things shambling after him. A retired cop, dying on his feet, trying to save people he barely knew. That night, Helen led us in a prayer for Thomas. I'm not religious, but I bowed my head anyway. It seemed appropriate. 19 people left. Day 17. The food was gone. Not almost gone, not running low. Gone. We'd eaten the last of it for breakfast. A quarter can of beans per person. Barely enough to take off the edge of hunger. "What now?" James asked. I didn't know. We spent the day drinking water and trying not to think about food. People were getting weak. Patricia was more confused than ever, wandering the halls muttering to herself. Karen's oxygen tank was almost empty, and she was struggling to breathe. David hadn't left his classroom in 2 days. That evening, Marcus came to me with a suggestion I'd been dreading. "We need to consider extreme measures," he said quietly. "What kind of extreme measures?" "There's 2 bodies in the freezer, fresh, and we are starving." I stared at him, hoping I'd misunderstood. "You're not suggesting." "I'm suggesting we do what we have to do to survive. Robert and Miguel are dead. They're not using those bodies anymore. And we're dying." That's... Jesus Christ, Marcus. That's cannibalism. That's survival. People have done it before. Donner Party, that rugby team that crashed in the Andes. When it's life or death, you do what you have to do. I can't. We can't. Then we die. Simple as that. We die with our morals intact, and those things eventually break through the barricade and finish the job. I wanted to hit him, wanted to scream at him about that we were better than that we were still human, still civilized. But I was so hungry I could barely think straight, and I knew he was right. Let me think about it, I said. Don't think too long. People are already too weak to think clearly. Another day or two and we won't be able to defend ourselves even if we wanted to. He left me alone with that horrible choice. That night, I lay awake, stomach cramping with hunger, and I wondered what Mary would think of me if she could see me now. My wife, who'd believed in the fundamental goodness of humanity, who'd taught Sunday school and volunteered at soup kitchens and always saw the best in people. Would she understand? Would she forgive me for what I was considering? Or would she be ashamed? I didn't sleep. Day 18. I made the decision before dawn. Hated myself for it, but I made it. We would do what we had to do to survive. I gathered everyone in the cafeteria, 18 people now. Patricia had died during the night, quietly, in her sleep. Heart attack, probably. Or maybe just gave up. Helen had found her, and we moved her body to join the others in the freezer. 3 bodies now. We're out of options, I told the group. The food is gone. We're too weak to go scavenging effectively. We have maybe 2 days before we're too weak to defend ourselves. So what are you saying? Linda asked, though I think she already knew. I'm saying we have resources we haven't utilized. Resources that could keep us alive long enough to figure something else out. The room was silent. Then James said, "You're talking about the bodies?" Yes. Some people looked horrified. Some looked resigned. A few, the ones who were starving the most, who could barely think past their hunger, looked almost relieved. I won't force anyone, I continued. If you can't, if your conscience won't allow it, then don't. But for those of us who can, who will, it might be the difference between living and dying. This is wrong, Helen said. Her voice was shaking. This is fundamentally wrong, George. We're not animals. We're survivors. And sometimes survival means doing we never thought we'd do. Where does it end? We eat the dead today? What about tomorrow? What about when there are no more bodies in the freezer? Do we start eyeing each other? Deciding who's weakest? Who's most expendable? We're not going to. That's what happens! She was crying now. That's what always happens. You cross one line, and the next line gets easier, and the next, until you don't even recognize yourself anymore. She was right. God help me, she was right. But I was too hungry to care. I'm sorry, Helen, but I'm doing this. Anyone who wants to join me? Anyone who doesn't, I understand. I went to the freezer. Marcus followed me. So did 6 others. Helen didn't. Neither did Linda, or James, or several others. I won't describe what we did. Won't give it the dignity of detail. We took what we needed, prepared it as best we could on the cafeteria stove, and we ate. It tasted like pork. That's what people always say, right? The human flesh tastes like pork. They're right. And I'll never forgive myself for knowing that. Day 19. We were split now. The 8 of us who'd eaten versus the 10 who hadn't. The 10 who were still hanging on to their humanity versus the 8 of us who'd let it go. Helen wouldn't speak to me. Wouldn't even look at me. James had moved to a different classroom, taking David and Karen with him. We were fracturing, breaking apart. But we were alive. Barely, but alive. That afternoon, the barricade started to fail. It happened slowly at first. A section of the fence sagged. A car shifted. Those things outside had been pressing against it for days, and the constant pressure was finally taking its toll. We need to reinforce it, Marcus said. But we were too weak. Too few. We tried. Pushed furniture against the weak points. Tied sections together with rope. But it wasn't enough. By evening, a gap had opened. Small, but growing. Those things noticed. Started pushing through. Everyone inside! I yelled. Lock the doors! We retreated into the building, barricaded the main entrances with desks and filing cabinets. 18 people huddled in the school that had been our sanctuary, listening to those things pound on the doors. How long will the doors hold? Linda asked. I didn't answer. Didn't want to tell her the truth. Not long. They wouldn't hold long at all. We spent the night in the cafeteria, all of us together, because there was safety in numbers, or at least the illusion of safety. I could hear them outside, pounding, scratching, that wet, rattling call they made. We're going to die in here, David said. His speech was still slurred, but the meaning was clear. All of us. We're going to die. Nobody argued with him. Day 22. The front entrance gave way around noon. We heard the crash. Heard those things flooding into the building. Heard them in the hallways. Searching. Hunting. We'd barricaded ourselves in the cafeteria. The doors were metal. Reinforced. The strongest in the building. But I could hear them testing the doors. Throwing themselves against it. We have to run, Marcus said. Out the back through the kitchen. There's an emergency exit. And go where? Helen asked. There's nowhere to go. Then we die running instead of cowering. At least that's something. I looked around at the 18 people in the cafeteria. Weak, starving, terrified. The ones who'd held on to their humanity. And the ones like me who'd let it slip away. We were all going to die together. The door was starting to splinter. Go, I said. Everyone who can move, go, out the back. I'll buy you time. George, I'm 74 with a bad heart and no medication. I'm dead either way. At least let me do something useful. Marcus grabbed the baseball bat. I'm staying too. Marcus, your parents are dead. My dad's in that freezer. My mom. He looked at Linda, who was crying. Mom, you need to go. Please, get out of here. I'm not leaving you. You have to go. Please, for me. The door was giving way. I could see hands reaching through the cracks. Everyone out, I shouted. Now! They ran. 16 people, stumbling through the kitchen to the emergency exit. Helen was helping Karen. James was pushing his chair as fast as he could. Linda was the last to go, looking back at her son with tears streaming down her face. Then it was just Marcus and me, standing between those things and the people who were trying to save. The door burst open. They poured in like a flood. Gray faces, dead eyes, reaching hands. I swung my bat, connected with the first one's head. It went down. Marcus was beside me, fighting, swinging, buying seconds. But there were too many. Far too many. I felt hands grab me, felt teeth sink into my shoulder, felt the pain, sharp and immediate, and I knew it was over. I saw Marcus go down under a pile of them. The last thing I thought before the pain took over was, at least we tried. At least we didn't give up. I don't know how long I was out. Minutes, hours. When I woke up, I was on the floor of the cafeteria, covered in blood. My shoulder was torn open, meat and bone visible. I should have been dead, but I wasn't. I tried to move and I realized I couldn't. Couldn't feel my legs, could barely feel my arms. I was dying. Finally, mercifully dying. Then I heard it. Gunfire, close, automatic weapons, shouting, orders being given in sharp military precision. Building secured. We've got survivors in the back lot. Watch for hostiles. Shoot anything that moves. Medic! We need a medic over here! The cavalry, the rescued we'd stopped believing in, they'd come. Too late for me. Too late for Marcus. Too late for Miguel and Robert and Patricia and Thomas. But maybe not too late for the others. I tried to call out, to tell them I was here, but my voice wouldn't work. The bite was spreading its infection through my system, shutting down my body piece by piece. I heard boots on the floor, saw a figure in military fatigues appear above me. Jesus, we have a live one here. Barely. He's bitten, Protocol says. Protocol says we bring anyone who's still breathing. Get a stretcher. They lifted me. The pain was incredible, but I couldn't scream. Couldn't do anything but let them carry me. Outside, I could see them, Soldiers, dozens of them, securing the area. Military trucks, a medical tent being set up. And the survivors. 15 of them. Less than we'd started with, but alive. Helen was there, and James and Linda. They'd made it. They loaded me into a truck. A medic was working on my shoulder, trying to stop the bleeding. But we both know it was pointless. "Where are you taking us?" I managed to croak. The medic looked at me with something like pity. "Somewhere safe," he said. "Somewhere you'll be taken care of." The truck started moving. Through the window, I could see Lincoln Elementary getting smaller, disappearing behind us. We'd survived. Against all odds. Against reason. Some of us had survived. But as the darkness started to close in around my vision, as the infection from the bite burned through my veins, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd made a terrible mistake. That being rescued was somehow worse than dying. The medic's face was the last thing I saw before I blacked out. And he was smiling. I woke up to fluorescent lights and the smell of disinfectant. For a moment, I thought I was dead. This is what the afterlife looked like. Sterile, white, artificial. Then the pain hit, radiating from my shoulder. And I knew I was very much alive. I was in a hospital bed, clean sheets, IV in my arm, monitors beeping steadily beside me. The room was small, windowless, but immaculate. Nothing like the nurse's office at Lincoln Elementary, where we'd watched Miguel die. I tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. My shoulders screamed in protest. I looked down and saw it was bandaged. Professional medical wrapping, not the makeshift gauze and duct tape we'd been using. The bite. I'd been bitten. But I wasn't dead. Wasn't one of those things. I was recovering? A door I hadn't noticed opened, and a woman in military fatigues walked in. She had a clipboard and the kind of expression medical professionals perfect. Pleasant, but distant. "Mr. Patterson? Good to see you awake. I'm Lieutenant Sarah Morrison. How are you feeling?" Confused. I was bit. I should be dead? Or worse? She made a note on her clipboard. "You were lucky. We got to you quickly. Administered the treatment. You're going to be fine." Treatment? What treatment? That's classified, I'm afraid. But you're responding well. The infection has been neutralized. Another few days and you'll be back on your feet. My mind was reeling. Treatment? They had a treatment for the bites? For the infection that had killed Carol and Thomas and Miguel and turned half the world into those things? "The others," I said. "The people from the school. Are they safe?" "All 15 survivors are here at the facility, being cared for, evaluated, treated as needed. You're all heroes, Mr. Patterson. Survivors of a catastrophic outbreak. We're here to help you." Something about the way she said it felt wrong. Too smooth, too rehearsed. Where is here exactly? Fort Detrick Medical Research Facility. You're in Maryland now, about 3 hours from where we found you. We're the primary response center for the outbreak. You're in the safest place in the country right now. She checked my vitals, made more notes, gave me a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Get some rest, Mr. Patterson. Dr. Fields will want to examine you tomorrow. In the meantime, if you need anything, just press the call button." She left before I could ask any more questions. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to process. We were safe? We'd been rescued? I was alive? Recovering from a bite that should have killed me? So why did I feel like I'd just made a deal with the devil? I was released from the medical ward 3 days later. The shoulder was healing, impossibly fast, actually. Whatever treatment they'd given me, it was working miracles. The wound that should have taken weeks to heal was already closing, the infection completely gone. They gave me clean clothes, gray sweatpants and sweatshirt, like prison wear but softer, and escorted me to what they called the residential wing. It was a long corridor of small rooms, like a college dormitory or a cheap motel. Each room had a bed, a desk, a small bathroom. Spartan but clean. Mine was room 247. Meals are served in the cafeteria at 0700, 1200, and 1800, my escort said. He was young, maybe 25 years old, with a dead-eyed look of someone who'd seen too much too fast. Curfew is 2200. Stay in your room after that. Don't wander. Don't try to access restricted areas. Follow the rules, and everything will be fine. And if I don't follow the rules? He looked at me flatly. Then everything won't be fine. He left me in my room. I sat on the bed and tried to orient myself. I was in a military facility. I was safe, fed, and recovering. This was good. This was what we'd hoped for. So why did it feel like a prison? There was a knock on my door. I opened it to find Helen standing there. She looked better than the last time I'd seen her. Clean, rested, the haunted look in her eyes faded slightly. She threw her arms around me. George, thank God, I thought... When I saw them carrying you out, all that blood, I thought you were dead. Almost was. They had some kind of treatment for the bites. She pulled back, studying my face. I know. They've been very careful not to explain what it is. Very careful about a lot of things, actually. What do you mean? She glanced down the hallway, then stepped into my room and closed the door. Something's not right here, she said quietly. They're taking people for treatment or evaluation or testing, and these people don't come back. Maybe they're just in different wings, different parts of the facility. Maybe, but George, I tried asking about them, about where they are, when we can see them, and the staff just smiles and says they're being cared for and changes the subject. Who's been taken? Karen, David, 3 others whose names I don't remember well. They took Karen 2 days ago, said her breathing issues needed specialized care. Took David yesterday for neurological evaluations for his stroke. I haven't seen either one of them since. I wanted to tell her she was being paranoid, that we were safe here, that the military was helping us. But I couldn't shake my own unease. Have you talked to the others? I asked. James is in room 251. Linda is down on the 2nd floor. I haven't seen Marcus. They said he's in intensive care, recovering from his injuries. I want to see him. They won't let you. I tried. They said only authorized medical personnel are allowed in the ICU. We talked for another hour. Helen told me about the facility, the cafeteria where we ate in silence, supervised by guards, the recreation room with a TV that only showed military news broadcast, the daily health checks where doctors examine us, took blood samples, asked questions about exposure to the infected. It all sounded reasonable, logical, exactly what you'd expect from a military medical facility dealing with an outbreak. But something just felt wrong. I met the others at dinner that evening. The cafeteria was large, institutional, filled with long tables. There were maybe 15 people total, not just our group from Lincoln Elementary, but survivors from other locations. All of us wearing the same gray sweats, all of us eating the same bland but nutritious food. James was there, his wheelchair parked at one of the tables. Linda sat beside him, picking at her food. They both looked up when I approached. George, Linda said, you're alive. Barely. They told me about Marcus. How is he? Her face clouded. I don't know. They won't let me see him. Say he's stable but needs rest. But George, it's been almost a week. Surely I should be allowed to see my own son by now. I'm sure they're just being cautious. He was badly injured. Or they're hiding something. This came from James. He was thinner than I remembered, his face drawn. You notice how they always have an answer? Always have an explanation? But none of the explanations actually explain anything? You think they're lying to us? I think they're not telling us the whole truth. And I think we need to figure out why. We ate in silence for a while. Around us, other survivors did the same. Nobody talked much. There was a heaviness in the air, a sense of being watched, because we were being watched. Guards stood at each exit, ostensibly for our protection. Cameras were mounted in the corners. Everything monitored, everything controlled. After dinner, I went back to my room and tried to think. What did we actually know? We'd been rescued. We were being fed, housed, given medical care. Some of us had been taken away for specialized treatment and hadn't been seen since. That could be innocent, or it could be something else. I needed more information. The next morning, I had my evaluation with Dr. Fields. His office was in the medical wing, down a long corridor of identical doors. Inside were standard office fare, examination table, computer, diplomas on the wall. Dr. Fields himself was 50s, Asian, with the kind of calm demeanor that probably made patients trust him. "Mr. Patterson, please have a seat." He gestured to the examination table. "How are you feeling?" "Better. The shoulder's healing fast." "Yes, the treatment is quite effective. We've had remarkable success rates." He started his examination, checking my vitals, looking at the wound. "Any side effects? Dizziness, nausea, unusual fatigue?" "No, nothing like that." "Excellent. And mentally? How are you coping with the trauma of the outbreak?" "I'm alive. That's more than a lot of people can say." He made notes on his computer. "Indeed, you're very fortunate. The treatment we administered, it saved quite a few lives. We're hoping to scale it up, deploy it more widely once we understand it better." "What is it exactly, the treatment?" "A proprietary antiviral compound. Very experimental. You're actually part of the trial in a sense. Though, of course, we had no choice given the circumstances. Emergency authorization and all that." "And the people who've been taken for additional treatment? Where are they?" His fingers paused on the keyboard, just for a moment. Then he continued typing. "They're in specialized care units. Some of them had complications, pre-existing conditions that required more intensive intervention. We've done everything we can for them." "Can I see them? Karen Weber, David Matthews? They're friends of mine." "I'm afraid that's not possible right now, but I assure you, they're receiving excellent care." The same answer Helen had gotten. The same answer Linda had gotten about Marcus. "When will they be released back to general population?" "That depends on their progress. Every patient is different." He finished his exam, making a few more notes. "You're healing remarkably well, Mr. Patterson. I'd say another week and you'll be as full strength. In the meantime, continue to rest, eat well, and let us know if you experience any unusual symptoms." He stood up, clearly dismissing me. I got up to leave, then paused at the door. "Dr. Fields, what happened to us after we're healed? Do we get to leave? Go back to our families? Our lives?" He smiled. It was the same smile Lieutenant Morrison had given me. Pleasant, distant, empty. "Let's focus on recovery first. We'll worry about the next step when that time comes." I left feeling more unsettled than when I'd arrived. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the missing people, about the treatment that worked miracles, about the facility that felt more like a prison than a hospital. Around midnight, I heard something in the hallway. Footsteps, quiet voices, the sound of a gurney being wheeled past my door. I crept to the door and looked through the small window. 2 orderlies in surgical masks were pushing a gurney. On it was a figure covered in a white sheet, strapped down. I couldn't see who it was, but they were moving, struggling weakly against the restraints. They wheeled the gurney to the end of the hall and through a door marked, "Authorized personnel only." I waited until they were gone, then slipped out of my room. The hallway was empty. The facility was on night mode. Minimal lighting, most doors locked. I crept down the hall to the restricted door. It required a key card. I didn't have one. But the door had a small window, reinforced glass. I looked through. Beyond was another corridor. This one looked more like a hospital. Medical equipment, bright lights, and doors. Lots of doors, each with a small window. I could see figures in some of the rooms, people on gurneys, hooked up to machines. I was too far away to make out faces. "Mr. Patterson." I spun around. Lieutenant Morrison was standing behind me, 2 guards flanking her. Her pleasant expression was gone, replaced with something cold and hard. "You're out of your room after curfew, and you're in a restricted area." "I heard something. You were just violating facility protocols. We have rules for a reason, Mr. Patterson. For your safety and hours. I want to see my friends, Karen and David, and Marcus Chen. I want to know they're okay. They're fine. As I've told you multiple times. Then let me see them. That's not possible. Why not? She stepped closer, her voice dropping. Because I said so. Now you have two choices. You go back to your room and follow the rules and continue to receive the care and protection we're providing. Or you can continue to be difficult, in which case we'll have to take additional measures to ensure compliance. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a threat. I went back to my room, but I couldn't sleep. The next few days passed in a haze of routine. Meals in the cafeteria, health checks, recreation time in the common room where we watched sanitized news broadcasts about the military's progress containing the outbreak. But I was watching now, paying attention, and I noticed patterns. Every few days, someone would disappear, called for a specialized treatment or additional testing. They'd leave with an orderly and never come back to the residential wing. The population in the cafeteria was slowly shrinking. 50 people became 45, then 40, then 35. And nobody talked about it. We all just accepted it. Like we were too tired, too traumatized, too grateful for being alive to question what was happening. But Helen noticed too. She came to my room one evening, her face pale. They took Linda this morning, she said. Said she needed cardiac evaluation. George, I think they're not treating these people. I think something else is happening. Like what? I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Helen, they've got guards, locked doors, and surveillance. What are you going to do? I used to work in a library. Libraries have access to everything, including building layouts, maintenance schedules, all sorts of things. This place is old, Cold War era. There are bound to be service corridors, maintenance access, ways to move around that aren't monitored. You're talking about breaking into restricted areas. I'm talking about finding out the truth. She was 71 years old, frail, had arthritis that made her hands shake, and she was talking about infiltrating a military facility. I'm coming with you, I said. George, you'll need help. And you're right, we need to know what's happening. She studied me for a moment, then nodded. Tomorrow night, after curfew, meet me in the rec room. And George, don't tell anyone else. We can't trust anyone here. The next night, I met Helen in the recreation room at 22:30 hours. The nights were dimmed for curfew. The room empty except for us. I found a maintenance access panel, she whispered. Behind the vending machine. Leads to a crawl space that runs parallel to the restricted wing. We moved to the vending machine. It was lighter than it looked, probably empty. And sure enough, there was a panel. Helen had already loosened the screws. We pulled it off and squeezed in the darkness beyond. The crawl space was tight, dusty, filled with pipes and electrical conduits. We had to crawl on our hands and knees, navigating by the faint light from Helen's contraband flashlight. She'd stole it from a maintenance closet somehow. After what felt like an hour, but was probably 20 minutes, we reached another access panel. Through the grating, I could see the restricted corridor I'd glimpsed before. Helen unscrewed the panel as quietly as she could. We squeezed through into the corridor. It was late. The overhead lights were dimmed, but I could see the doors, each with their small windows, and I could hear sounds, beeping of machines, occasional moans, the hum of ventilation. We crept to the first door and looked through the window. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was Karen Weber. At least, I thought it was Karen. Hard to be sure because of all the equipment attached to her. She was on a gurney, unconscious, with tubes and wires running from her body to machines I didn't recognize. Her chest was open. Actually open. Surgical incision revealing organs, tissues, things that shouldn't be visible. But she was alive. I could see her breathing, see the monitors tracking her vital signs. They were performing surgery on her while she was alive, without closing her up. Helen made a sound, half gasp, half sob. I pulled her away from the window before she could be sick. We need to see more, I whispered. We need to know what they're doing. We checked other rooms, other patients, other horrors. David was in one room, his skull open, electrodes attached to his exposed brain, computers recording data as his body twitched and convulsed. Marcus was another, strapped to a table, his body covered in injection sites, different colored fluids being pumped in and out of him while doctors in hazmat suits took notes. And others, so many others, all alive, all conscious on some level, all being experimented on like lab rats. Oh God, Helen breathed. They're not treating us. They're studying us. We're test subjects. That's when I saw him. Miguel Santos. He died at Lincoln Elementary. I'd watched him die. We put his body in the freezer. And then Marcus and I was going to be sick. But Miguel was here. Alive, sort of. His body was gray. His eyes clouded over like one of those things. But he was restrained, and doctors were running tests on him, taking samples, injecting him with compounds, and watching the reactions. They'd brought him back, or they'd never let him die. They turned him into one of those things, and they were studying him. The treatment, I said, the pieces falling into place. The treatment they gave me. It wasn't to cure the infection. It was to control it, to see if they could manage it, weaponize it, use it. We're not survivors, Helen said. We're specimens. That's when the alarm started. Loud, blaring lights flashing red. We'd been spotted. Of course we had. Cameras everywhere. Run! I grabbed Helen's hand and we ran back toward the access panel. But guards were already there, coming down the corridor, weapons drawn. We were trapped. Lieutenant Morrison emerged from a side door, her face calm, almost amused. Mr. Patterson, Miss Cosgrove, I had hoped it wouldn't come to this. You were doing so well. You're experimenting on us, I said. You're using us as test subjects. We're trying to save humanity, she corrected. The infection is spreading. It's already wiped out half the country. We need to understand it. Need to find a way to control it. Cure it. Use it. And yes, that requires testing. Requires subjects. You should be honored. You're helping ensure the survival of the species. By torturing people? By keeping them alive while you cut them open? By doing what's necessary. The old world is gone, Mr. Patterson. The rules have changed. We do what we must to survive. The guards moved closer, raising their weapons. What are you going to do? Helen asked. Kill us? Kill you? No. That would be wasteful, Morrison smiled. You're going to join the others in the research wing. We have so much to learn, and you've both proven to be resilient subjects. You'll contribute far more to science than you ever did in your old lives. I looked at Helen, saw the fear in her eyes, the resignation. We'd escaped the zombies, survived the apocalypse, been rescued by the cavalry, and we'd ended up somewhere worse. The guards grabbed us, started dragging us toward the medical wing. I fought. So did Helen. But we were old, weak, and outnumbered. They strapped me to a gurney, wheeled me into one of the rooms, started hooking up the machines, the monitors, the tubes. Dr. Fields appeared from above me, his face impassive behind a surgical mask. I'm sorry it came to this, Mr. Patterson. You should have lived comfortably if you'd just followed the rules. But don't worry. Your sacrifice will help millions. He prepared a syringe, something green, viscous. This will hurt, he said. Quite a lot, actually. But the data we gather will be invaluable. I felt the needle pierce my skin, felt the burning as the compound entered my veins, felt my body start to change. The last coherent thought I had before the pain took over was, we should have stayed at the elementary school. At least there, we would have died human. The pain was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It started where Dr. Fields had injected the compound, a burning that spread through my veins like liquid fire. Within seconds it reached my chest, and I felt my heart stutter, racing, then slowing, then racing again as my body tried to fight off whatever they'd put in me. I tried to scream, but something was in my throat, a tube, forcing air into my lungs as regulated intervals. I was intubated, unable to speak, unable to do anything but lie there and feel my body being torn apart from the inside. Through my blurred vision, I could see Dr. Fields and his team. They were talking, pointing at monitors, making notes. Clinical, detached. Like I was a specimen in a petri dish, not a human being who'd taught high school geometry for 42 years, who'd had a wife and a life and dreams that didn't involve being tortured in a military black site. The compound reached my brain, and everything went white. I don't know how long I was unconscious. Time lost meaning in that room. When I finally surfaced, groggy and disoriented, I realized they removed the breathing tube. I was still strapped to the gurney, still hooked up to a dozen machines, but I could breathe on my own now. Could turn my head slightly to look around. The room was small, maybe 10 by 12 feet. Concrete walls painted institutional white. The only furniture was the gurney I was strapped to and a rolling cart filled with medical equipment. A camera was mounted in the corner, its red light blinking steadily. Always watching. The door had a window. Through it, I could see the corridor, other doors, the occasional orderly or doctor walking past. Nobody looked in. Nobody acknowledged that there was a human being in here. I tried to assess my condition. The pain had subsided to a dull, persistent ache that radiated from my core. My shoulder, the one that had been bitten, throbbed, but differently than before. Not healing pain. Something else. Something wrong. I managed to turn my head enough to see it. The bandage was gone, revealing the wound. It had changed. The bike mark was still there, but the tissue around it had turned gray. Not infected looking, not necrotic, just gray, like the skin of those things. And it was spreading, slowly, a few millimeters at a time, gray creeping across my shoulder toward my chest. They were turning me into one of them. Deliberately, methodically, while keeping me conscious enough to experience it. I wanted to cry, wanted to scream, wanted to beg them to kill me, end this nightmare. But I couldn't give them that satisfaction. Instead, I started counting the tiles on the ceiling. 48. Counting my breaths. 16 per minute. Counting the beeps from the heart monitor. 62 beats per minute. Slightly elevated, but stable. Anything to keep my mind focused. To keep myself human while my body betrayed me. The door opened, and Dr. Fields entered, followed by a younger doctor I hadn't seen before. They were discussing something, looking at a tablet. Subject 247 is responding well to the modified strain, the younger doctor said. Infection rate is controlled. Cognitive function appears intact. This is exactly what we were hoping for. Indeed, Dr. Fields replied. He approached my gurney, shining a light in my eyes. Mr. Patterson, can you hear me? I wanted to ignore him, wanted to deny him even that small acknowledgement, but I needed information, needed to understand what they were doing to me. Yes, I croaked. My voice was raspy from the intubation. Excellent. How do you feel? Like you're turning me into a monster. He made a note on his tablet. Cognitive function intact, lucid, capable of complex reasoning. Good. Tell me, are you experiencing any unusual sensations? Hunger? Aggression? Loss of impulse control? I was experiencing all those things. A gnawing hunger that had nothing to do with food. An anger so intense I wanted to tear free of these restraints and hurt him. Hurt all of them. And a creeping sense that something fundamental inside me was changing. That the person I'd been was being overwritten by something else. But I wasn't going to tell him. Fuck you, I said instead. He smiled. Defiant, that's good. The retention of personality is crucial. Subject 198 lost all higher functions within 48 hours. But you're maintaining yourself despite the transformation. That's valuable data. I'm not data. I'm a person. You were a person. Now you're something more important. You're the bridge between human and infected. If we can perfect the process, create controlled infection, maintain cognitive function while gaining the enhanced physical traits of the infected, we'll have created the perfect soldier. Impossible to kill. No need for food or sleep. absolute obedience. You're insane. I'm practical. The world has changed, Mr. Patterson. The old rules don't apply. We need every advantage we can get to survive, to rebuild. And you're going to help us achieve that, whether you want to or not. He left, taking the younger doctor with him. The door locked with a mechanical click. I was alone again with my thoughts, my changing body, and the slow, creeping horror of what I was becoming. The next several days, or weeks, I lost track, were a blur of pain and procedures. They injected me with different compounds, each one bringing new agonies. Some made the gray spread faster. Others slowed it down. One made my muscles spasm so violently I thought I'd break my own bones against the restraints. They took samples constantly. Blood, tissue, spinal fluid. They'd cut into me without anesthetic. The infected don't feel pain, Dr. Fields explained. So you shouldn't either, if the transformation is progressing correctly. But I did feel the pain. Every cut, every needle, every violation. I felt it all. And I was changing. The gray had spread across my shoulder, down my arm, creeping toward my chest and neck. My fingers had started to curl involuntarily, the joints stiffening. My vision was changing too. Colors looked different, washed out. But I could see better in the dim light. Could hear things I shouldn't be able to hear. Conversations in the hallway. Heartbeats of the orderlies when they came too close. I was becoming one of them. But unlike the shambling corpses outside, I was still me. Still George Patterson. Still aware. Still trapped in a body that was being transformed into something monstrous. The worst part wasn't the physical changes. It was the hunger. It started as a dull ache in my gut, easy to ignore. But it grew, day by day, hour by hour, until it was a screaming need that consumed every thought. I was hungry in a way I'd never experienced, not even during those desperate last days of the elementary school. And what I was hungry for wasn't food. When the orderlies came in to change my IV or take samples, I could smell them. Smell the blood pumping through the veins, the meat beneath their skin. My mouth would water. My hands would clench against the restraints. I wanted to bite them, tear them, feed. And that's when I knew Dr. Fields was winning. Whatever remained of George Patterson was being drowned out by the thing they were creating. I don't know how long it's been, a week, 2, when they brought someone into the room next to mine. I could hear them through the wall, crying, begging. A woman's voice I recognized. Helen. They'd started on her too. I'd pressed my ear against the wall, listening. I could hear Dr. Fields' voice, calm and clinical, explaining what they were going to do to her. Could hear Helen pleading with them to stop, to just kill her, anything but this. Then I heard a scream. It went on for hours. Eventually it faded to whimpers, then silence. I tried calling out to her, tried to offer some comfort, some connection to humanity. But my voice was gone. The transformation had done something to my vocal cords. All I could manage was a wet, rattling sound. The same sound those things made. I gave up trying to speak after that. It was Dr. Fields' assistant, the younger doctor whose name I learned was Dr. Sarah Vance, who finally told me the truth. She came in alone one night, late, when the facility was quiet. She looked tired, troubled. She checked my vitals, made some notes, then did something unexpected. She loosened one of my restraints. Just slightly. Just enough that I had a bit of movement. I'm sorry, she said quietly, for what we're doing to you. For all of this. I managed to turn my head to look at her. Tried to form words, but all that came out was that horrible rattling. She understood anyway. Why? Because the world ended and the people in charge decided that morality was a luxury we couldn't afford anymore. Because they think creating controlled infected is the answer. Guess I'm too much of a coward to stop it. She sat down in the chair beside my gurney. There are 16 of you in this wing. Subjects from the elementary school and other survivor groups. They're testing different strains, different control mechanisms. Most of them have lost cognitive function completely. But you, and Miss Cosgrove next door, you're both maintaining awareness. That makes you valuable. That means they'll keep you alive. Keep experimenting. Maybe for months. She looked at me with something like pity. I wish I could tell you it gets better. That you'll adapt and stop feeling the pain. But you won't. The treatment preserves consciousness specifically so they can study how the infection affects cognition. You'll be aware through all of it. Every step of the transformation. I tried to ask about Helen, about the others, but couldn't form the words. Your friend is holding on, Dr. Vance said, but she's further along than you. Maybe another week before she loses herself completely. The others, most of them are already gone. They're in the sub-basement now, in holding pens, mindless and violent. They're going to deploy them eventually, use them as weapons, living dead soldiers who follow commands and can't be killed. She stood up, adjusted my restraints back to their original position. I'm sorry, she said again. I know that doesn't mean anything, but I wanted you to know that someone here sees you as a person, not just Subject 247, or whatever that's worth. She left. I lay there in the dark, processing what she'd told me. 16 test subjects, most already lost, Helen fading, me trapped in a body that was betraying me, being kept alive for the sole purpose of being studied. This was my future. This was how George Patterson's story ended. Not as a survivor, not as a hero, as a lab rat in a facility that had abandoned its humanity in the name of survival. The transformation reached my face around what I estimated was day 20. I could feel it in the mirror they had installed above my gurney. So subjects can observe their own transformation, Dr. Fields had explained cheerfully. My skin was taking on that gray pallor. My eyes were clouding over. My lips had pulled back from my teeth in a permanent grimace. I looked like one of them. But inside, I was still me. Still George. Still aware of every horror they inflicted. That's when Helen stopped screaming. I'd been listening to her through the wall for days. Her pain, her fear, her desperate attempts to hold on to herself. But one morning, the screaming stopped, replaced by a silence. Then, later that day, I heard that sound. The wet rattle. The call those things make. Helen was gone. I felt something break inside me. The last thread of hope I'd been clinging to. If Helen couldn't maintain herself, Helen with her sharp mind and iron will, what chance did I have? Dr. Fields confirmed it during his next exam. Subject 246 has completed transformation, he said to Dr. Vance. Cognitive function absent. Higher reasoning eliminated. Motor function nominal. Responds to basic stimuli. She'll be transferred to holding pen C this evening. He looked at me with something resembling satisfaction. You're doing better, Subject 247. Still maintaining awareness at 60% infection. Remarkable, really. We're learning so much from you. I wanted to kill him. The hunger was overwhelming now, and I could smell his blood. Could imagine the taste of his flesh. The monster they were creating wanted to tear him apart. But the man I'd been, the geometry teacher, the husband, the survivor, held on just enough to stop myself. Not yet, I thought. Not yet. They transferred Helen that night. I heard the gurney being wheeled past my door. Heard that horrible rattling call she made. Tried to call back to her, to let her know I was here, that she wasn't alone. But she was already gone. The thing on that gurney wasn't Helen Cosgrove anymore. It was just another monster wearing her face. I cried, or tried. But the transformation had done something to my tear ducts. Nothing came out except a thick, dark fluid that the machines cataloged as ocular discharge, consistent with late-stage infection. I was running out of time. Dr. Vance came to see me again a few nights later. They're accelerating the program, she said without preamble. Command wants deployable units within 2 weeks. That means they're going to push the remaining subjects through transformation faster, you included. She looked at me, and I could see the conflict in her eyes. I can't stop them, but I can make it faster, less painful if you want. She was offering to kill me, to end this before they could finish turning me into a weapon. I wanted to say yes, wanted to beg her to do it, to end this nightmare. But I couldn't. Some stubborn part of me, the part that had survived the outbreak, that had kept 20 people alive as long as possible, that had refused to give up even when we were starving, wouldn't let me quit. I shook my head. The movement was jerky and uncoordinated. The infection was affecting my motor control. "You're sure?" Dr. Vance asked. "Because once they complete the transformation, there's no coming back. You'll be gone. Just a thing they can point at enemies and release." I managed to croak out a single word. My voice was destroyed, barely human, but she understood. Why? Why hold on? Why endure this? Why not just let go? Because I was George Patterson. Because I'd promised myself I'd die human or not at all. Because giving them what they wanted, a mindless weapon, felt like letting them win. And maybe because part of me thought that if I could hold on long enough, I might find a way to stop them. Foolish, naive, impossible. But it was all I had left. Dr. Vance looked at me for a long moment and then nodded. "All right, I'll tell them you're still viable for continued observation. It'll buy you a few more days." She left. I lay there, feeling the infection spread through what remained of my body, and I planned. They'd made one mistake, one critical error. They'd told me where they were keeping the others. Helen of the transformed subjects, holding pen C, sub-basement. And they'd showed me that the infection made me stronger, faster, enhanced my senses. If I could just hold on to myself a little longer, if I could find the right moment, maybe I couldn't save myself. But maybe, I could save others from this fate. Or at least make sure Dr. Fields and his team couldn't keep doing this. The opportunity came 3 days later. Dr. Fields was running a stress test, seeing how much I could endure before cognitive function failure. He'd loosened my restraints slightly to allow him to monitor my motor responses. It wasn't much freedom, but it was enough. He leaned over me with his tablet, recording data, and I could smell him, blood and meat and life. The hunger was overwhelming, consuming every thought. But beneath the hunger was something else. Purpose. I waited till he turned away, reaching for a syringe. Then I moved. The infection had changed me, made me stronger. I tore free of the loosened restraints with a strength that would have been impossible before. My gray, twisted hand grabbed Dr. Field's arm. He had time to look surprised, to try to pull away. Then I bit him. The taste of blood filled my mouth and the hunger screamed in satisfaction. But I forced myself to stop, to let go, to think past the animal urge to feed. Dr. Field stumbled back, clutching his arm. Blood poured between his fingers. His eyes were wide with shock and fear. "Guards!" he shouted. "Subject 247 has breached containment!" But I was already moving, off the gurney, shambling toward the door with that jerky, uncoordinated gait of the infected. I crashed through it. The lock was strong, but my infected body was stronger. Alarms blared, red lights flashed. I could hear boots pounding down corridors, voices shouting orders, but I knew where I was going. Sub-basement, holding pen C. I found the stairs and descended, moving faster than I should have been able to. The infection had taken my humanity, but given me this: strength, speed, and endurance. I burst into the sub-basement and found it. Rows of cells, chain-link walls from floor to ceiling, and inside, dozens of them. The infected, the transformed, the ones who'd been survivors once, before the facility turned them into weapons. Helen was in one of the cells. I recognized what was left of her, shambling in circles, making that rattling call. The guards were coming. I could hear them on the stairs, getting closer. I grabbed the cell doors. The locks were electronic, controlled by a panel near the entrance. I smashed it with my fist, felt bones break but didn't care. Sparks flew. The locks clicked open. All of them. Every cell. Every holding pen. The infected poured out. They flooded into the corridor, shambling past me toward the stairs, toward the sounds and smells of living people above. I'd released them. Released them all. Helen shambled past me with recognition. I wanted to call out to her, to tell her I was sorry. Sorry for everything. But I had no voice. The guards reached the bottom of the stairs and opened fire. But there were too many infected, and bullets didn't stop them quickly enough. I watched as the tide of gray bodies overwhelmed the guards, pulled them down, teeth finding flesh. The infected would spread through the facility, through the doctors, the orderlies, the administrators, through everyone who participated in this nightmare. They'd wanted to weaponize the infected. Now they'd see how well it worked. I should have felt triumph, satisfaction, something. But all I felt was pity. I shambled after the others, up the stairs, into the chaos of the facility. Alarms screaming, gunfire screaming. The infected spread like a virus through the corridors. Each person they bit became another vector, another weapon. The facility was eating itself. I found Dr. Fields in his office, trying to barricade the door. The bite I'd given him was already turning gray, the infection spreading. He looked at me through the window, and I saw fear in his eyes. Good. I crashed through the door. He tried to run, but there was nowhere to go. I grabbed him. He screamed, begged, tried to explain that he'd just been following orders, doing his duty, trying to save humanity. I bit him again and again, not to feed, to punish. When I finally let go, he was dying. The infection would finish what I'd started, but he'd be dead before it completed. A small mercy he didn't deserve. I shambled out of his office and kept moving. The facility was in chaos now, infected everywhere, hunting, biting, spreading. The guards had fallen back to a secure area, trying to contain the outbreak, but it was too late. I found my way outside, burst through an emergency exit into the cool night air. The facility was surrounded by fences, watchtowers, armed guards, but they were all focused inward now, trying to stop the infection from spreading out. I shambled toward the fence. Part of me, the part that was still George Patterson, knew I should stop, should let them shoot me, end this horror show. But the infected part of me kept moving and couldn't stop. I reached the fence and started climbing. The guards saw me, opened fire. I felt bullets hit me, chest, shoulder, leg, but they didn't stop me. The infected didn't die from bullets unless you hit the brain. I made it over the fence and dropped to the other side, kept shambling forward into the darkness beyond. Behind me, I could hear the facility tearing itself apart, screams and gunfire and chaos. I'd done that. George Patterson, geometry teacher, survivor, subject 247. I'd ended the experiment, saved future survivors from the same fate. Or I'd just unleashed more horror into an already dying world. I didn't know anymore. Couldn't think clearly enough to decide if what I'd done was right. All I knew was that I was free. Free of the restraints, the tests, the tortures. Free to shamble in the wasteland, to hunt, to feed. Free to be the monster they made me be. The last coherent thought I had before George Patterson finally slipped away completely was this. We should have taken our chances with the zombies at the school. At least then, we would have died on our own terms. The thing that used to be George Patterson shambled in the woods surrounding Fort Diedrich. Behind it, the facility burned. The infected had overrun it completely, and someone had triggered the failsafe. Incendiary devices designated to contain biological threats. Fire consumed the building, the experiments, the doctors, the infected, everything. But some of the infected had made it out. Dozens of them, spreading into the surrounding area, enhanced by the experiments, stronger and faster than the normal infected, carrying modified strains that would evolve the outbreak in new and terrible ways. The military would eventually contain the breach, would hunt down the escaped subjects, would classify what happened at Fort Detrick, bury it under layers of security clearance and official denial. But the damage was done. Subject 247 wandered for 3 more days before a sniper team finally found him and put a bullet through his brain. It died in the woods, alone, far from the elementary school where it had tried to save 22 people, far from the wife it had loved, far from everything that had made it human. In the end, George Patterson's story didn't end with dignity or meaning or hope. It ended in a cautionary tale, a reminder that sometimes the monsters aren't the shambling corpses in the streets. Sometimes they're the ones wearing lab coats, carrying clipboards, and claiming they're trying to save the world. And sometimes, the real horror isn't becoming a monster. It's staying aware enough to know what you become. Hello, brave souls. Today we have a continuation of the Cedar Falls story. This time it's following the aftermath of the experiments that were being done on the survivors at the elementary school. The story follows the military unit tasked with killing the escaped test subjects, so I hope you guys enjoy. My name is Gary Drake. I'm 32 years old. I've been a Marine for 14 years, and 3 hours ago, I learned that my government has been creating super zombies in a basement laboratory. Welcome to the fucking apocalypse. We're sitting in a briefing room at what's left of Fort Meade, one of the few military installations still operational after the outbreak tore through the East Coast like a chainsaw through butter. There are 8 of us on the team, all special operators, all with more confirmed kills than we care to count. We've been hunting infected for 6 months now, clearing buildings, securing supply routes, doing the dirty work that keeps the last remnants of civilization from collapsing completely. But this is different. Colonel Hayes is standing at the front of the room, and he looks like he hasn't slept in a week. Behind him is a screen showing a burned-out facility that I don't recognize. "Gentlemen," he starts, and his voice has that particular quality that tells me we're about to get shit on from a great height. "What I'm about to tell you is classified at the highest level. You will not discuss this operation with anyone outside this room. You will not document it. When it's over, it will have never happened. Am I clear?" We all nod. Standard Black Ops shit. I've been down this road before. Hayes clicks a remote and the screen changes to show an aerial view of the burned facility. This was Fort Diedrich Medical Research Facility. 2 weeks ago, it suffered a catastrophic containment breach. 347 personnel killed. The facility was burned to the ground to prevent further spread. "Spread of what, sir?" This comes from Martinez, our medic. He's sitting to my right, arms crossed, already suspicious. "An experimental bioweapon program designated Project Lazarus. The goal was to create controlled infected, enhance soldiers with the physical capabilities of the infected, but retain cognitive function and the ability to follow orders." The room goes dead silent. Then Jackson, our demolition expert, says what we're all thinking. "You're telling us the government was making super zombies?" "I'm telling you that a research program with significant potential went catastrophically wrong. The subjects proved more difficult to control than anticipated. One of them, Subject 247, breached containment and released the others. 23 enhanced infected escaped the facility. We've neutralized 22 of them." Hayes clicks the remote again. The screen shows 3 faces. ID photos, probably taken when they were first arrived at the facility. 3 people who look tired, scared, but human. "These are the 3 remaining targets. All are significantly more dangerous than standard infected. Enhanced strength, enhanced speed, heightened senses, and most critically, retain some level of cognitive function. They can think, plan, adapt. They're predators, not mindless corpses." He points to the first photo, an elderly woman, maybe 70, with white hair and sharp eyes. She looks like someone's grandmother. "Target 1, Helen Cosgrove, age 71, former librarian. Designated Subject 246. She maintained cognitive function longer than most subjects before final transformation. Enhanced hearing and pattern recognition capabilities. Last known location, Frederick, Maryland, approximately 8 miles from Fort Diedrich site." Next photo. A middle-aged Asian man, early 40s, looked fit and capable even in the picture. "Target 2, Marcus Chen, age 42, postal worker. Designated Subject 251. Showed remarkable strength enhancement and pain tolerance during testing. Subject exhibited strategic thinking and tool use even post-transformation. Last known location, Hagerstown, Maryland, 16 miles northwest." Final photo. An older man, 74, kind face, the sort of guy who'd help you change a tire on the side of the road. "Target 3, George Patterson, age 74, retired teacher. Designated Subject 247. Primary breach coordinator. Maintain highest level of cognitive retention of any subject. Enhance strength, speed, and demonstrated problem-solving abilities. Extremely dangerous. Last known location? Unknown. Believed to be moving west from the breach site. Hayes turned to face us directly. Your mission is simple. Track down and eliminate all 3 targets. Standard rules of engagement do not imply. These are not civilians anymore. These are enemy combatants with enhanced capabilities. You are authorized to use any means necessary to neutralize them. Questions? Thompson, our sniper, raised his hand. He's British, ex-SAS, and he's got that dry humor that makes you want to punch him and buy him a beer at the same time. Just to clarify, sir, we're hunting zombies, grandmas, and grandpas who've been juiced up at a military lab? That's correct. Brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. Hayes ignores him. Drake, you're team leader on this. I want hourly check-ins. You have full operational authority. Rules of engagement. Shoot on sight. Confirm kills via cranial destruction. Document with photos. Exfiltrate immediately. The cleaners will handle the body disposal. Cleaners, right. Because God forbid anyone find out what the government's been up to. We roll out in 30 minutes, Hayes continued. Supply will issue your specialized ammunition. Hollow point with silver nitrate cores. Testing showed they're more effective against enhanced tissue. You'll also be issued trauma kits with experimental antivirals in case of exposure. They're not perfect, but they might buy you enough time to get an evac point. Might? Martinez doesn't sound thrilled. The enhanced infected are more infectious than standard variants. Exposure is considered lethal. Do not let them bite you. Do not let them scratch you. If someone on your team is compromised, you know the protocol. We do. 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. No exceptions. No mercy. We're dismissed to gear up. As we file out, Jackson sidles up next to me. This is fucked up, Drake. Like, apocalypse level fucked up wasn't bad enough. Now we're cleaning up after mad scientists? Focus on the mission, I tell him. 3 targets. We eliminate them, we go home. You really believe that? That after we do our dirty work, they're just going to let us walk away knowing what we know? I don't answer, because I'm thinking the same thing. But we're Marines. We follow orders. Even when those orders are hunting down senior citizens who turned into weapons by our own government. Especially then. We load into 2 Humvees 40 minutes later. My vehicle has Martinez, Jackson, and Chen. Yeah, we've got a Chen hunting a Chen, and nobody's commented on it because we're professionals and also because our Chen could break you in half. The second vehicle has Thompson, Rodriguez, a combat engineer, Williams, our communications specialist, and Okonkwo, who's been an all-around hard bastard who's been good in a fight. The drive to Frederick takes 90 minutes. The roads are shit. Abandoned cars, debris, the occasional wandering infected that we ignore if they're not directly in our path. We've learned not to waste ammo on every zombie we see. Save it for when it matters. Frederick used to be a nice town. 40,000 people, historic downtown, all that small town America charm. Now it's a graveyard. Most of the population either fled or died in the first weeks. What's left are the infected, wandering the streets in their endless search for prey they'll never find. And somewhere in this mess is Helen Cosgrove, Subject 247, a 71-year-old librarian with enhanced hearing who can supposedly recognize patterns, whatever the fuck that means. We set up a temporary base in what used to be a police station. The infected cleared out weeks ago, probably followed a noise or movement elsewhere, and it's as defensible as we're going to find. All right, I say, spreading a map of Frederick on the table. According to intel, Target 1 has been spotted in the downtown area 3 days ago. Multiple sightings near the library, which tracks with her pre-infection occupation. Thompson, I want you on the roof of the bank building here. I point to the map. Overwatch position. You see her, you take the shot. Everyone else, we sweep in 2 teams. Rodriguez, Williams, Okonkwo, with me. Martinez, Jackson, Chen, your team 2. We move building to building. Clear as we go. We're really going to do a full sweep for one old lady? Chan asks. One old lady can hear your heartbeat from 50 yards away and rip your throat out before you can blink. Yeah, we're doing a full sweep. We gear up. Body armor, helmets with integrated comms, the specialized ammunition Hayes mentioned. I also made sure everyone's got a backup blade. Experience has taught me that in close quarters with infected, sometimes you need something that doesn't run out of bullets. The sun is starting to set as we move out. That's intentional. The enhanced infected are supposed to have better vision in low light. If we're going to find her, dusk is our best bet. Downtown Frederick is a horror show. Bodies in the streets, some fresh enough that they haven't completely decomposed. Broken windows, burned out cars, blood stains everywhere. The infected did a number on this place. We'd move quietly, professionally. Room clearing drills we've done 1,000 times. First building, an insurance office, is clear. Second building, a coffee shop, has 3 standard infected. We put them down with suppressed pistols, quick and quiet. Third building is the library. It's a beautiful old building, or was. Carnegie Library, built in 1904, according to the plaque out front. Now the windows are shattered. The door is hanging off their hinges. But something about it feels occupied, lived in. Thompson, you in position? I whisper in my comms. Roger that. I've got eyes on the library entrance. No movement visible. Copy. Team 1 moving in. Team 2, cover the back entrance. Nobody gets out. We stack up at the front entrance. Rodriguez goes in first, rifle up, sweeping corners. I'm right behind him. Then Williams, then Okonkwo. Professional. Smooth. The interior of the library is destroyed. Bookshelves toppled, books scattered everywhere like confetti. That musty smell of old paper mixing with the copper stink of blood. There are bodies here, old ones, mostly skeletal. This place saw fighting early in the outbreak. We clear the main floor. Nothing. Move to the stairs leading to the second level. That's when I hear it. Scratching. Rhythmic, repetitive, coming from upstairs. I signal the team to halt and listen. The scratching continues, then stops, then starts again in a different rhythm. We ascend the stairs slowly. Each step could give us away. And if she's got enhanced hearing like Hayes said, she already knows we're here. The second floor is the reference section. More destroyed bookshelves, more scattered books. And in the corner, hunched over a table, is Helen Cosgrove. She's got her back to us. She's wearing the same flower print dress from her ID photo, now filthy and torn. Her hair is matted with blood and God knows what else. And she's scratching something into the table with a piece of broken metal. Target acquired, I whispered in the comms. All units hold position. Thompson, do you have a shot? Negative. Too many obstructions. You'll need to draw her to a window, or I can come to you. Copy. Hold position. I signal the team. We spread out, creating a crossfire zone. If she turns violent, we can put her down from multiple angles. Helen Cosgrove, I call out. Might as well try to do this clean. We're U.S. military. We're here to help you. It's a lie, but it's a kind lie. She stops scratching. Her head tilts slightly, like a dog hearing a distant sound. Then she speaks. No, she says. Her voice is raspy, damaged, but the word is clear. No, you're not. She turns around. Jesus Christ. Her face is gray, mottled with darker patches. Her eyes are clouded over, milky white. Her mouth is pulled back in that permanent grimace all the infected have. But unlike the standard infected, there's something behind those clouded eyes. Intelligence. Awareness. You're here to kill me, she continues. I can hear it. Your elevated heart rates. The safety clicks on your weapons. The way you're positioned for crossfire. I used to organize books. Now I organize patterns. Death patterns. Kill patterns. Ma'am, we're authorized to use force if necessary. But if you cooperate... Cooperate? It's a horrible sound. Wet and rattling. Like I cooperated when they strapped me to a table.
When they pumped me full of poison and watched me transform? When they took notes on my screaming?
She takes a step forward. We all tense, fingers on triggers.
I was a librarian,
She says.
I spent 40 years helping people find information, find stories, find knowledge. And your government turned me into this, into a monster. And now you want to kill me to cover up what you did?
Ma'am?
Stop calling me ma'am.
Her voice goes up, almost a shriek.
I'm not a person anymore. I'm Subject 247. I'm an experiment that went wrong. I'm a loose end and you need to tie it up.
She's right. About all of it. I'm sorry, I say, and I mean it. But we have our orders.
Of course you do.
She looks at each of us in turn, and even with those dead eyes, I can feel her seeing us, really seeing us.
Following orders. That's what the doctor said too. That's what the guards said. Everyone's just following orders.
She takes another step forward. Don't, I warned. Don't make us do this.
Make you? You're gonna do it anyway. At least let me die fighting instead of cowering.
Then she moves. I fought infected for 6 months. I've seen them run, lunge, attack. I thought I knew what fast looked like. I was wrong. Helen Cosgrove crossed the 20 feet between us in maybe 2 seconds. Enhanced speed doesn't even begin to cover it. She's on Rodriguez before we can even fully squeeze the trigger, swatting his rifle aside like it's a toy. Contact! Someone yells. Probably me. And then we're all firing. Bullets hit her. I see them impact. See the gray tissue tear. But she doesn't slow down. Doesn't even flinch. She grabs Rodriguez by the throat and lifts him off the ground one-handed. A 71-year-old woman lifting a 200-pound man like he weighs nothing. Enhanced strength, Williams says stupidly, still firing. Rodriguez is thrashing, trying to break her grip. Helen looks at him almost curiously, head tilted.
You're afraid,
She observes.
I can hear your heart. It's racing, like a rabbit. I remember rabbits. Used to feed them in my garden.
Then she throws Rodriguez across the room. He hits a bookshelf hard enough to collapse it, goes down in a shower of books and broken wood. Williams charges her with a combat knife, gets in close, goes to the throat. Helen catches his wrist mid-stab, twists. I hear bones snap. Williams screams. Helen pulls him close, sniffs him.
You smell like fear and gunpowder.
She says.
Everyone smells like that now. The whole world smells like death.
Light her up! Okonkwo yells, and we all open fire on full auto. The bullets tear into her. Chest, abdomen, limbs. Gray blood sprays. She staggers. Finally releases Williams, who stumbles away, clutching his broken wrist. But she's still standing. Headshots! I yell. Only headshots work! We adjust aim. It's harder than you'd think. She's moving erratically now. Swaying. Lunging. But we're trained for this. Rodriguez is back up, rifle aimed. For what you did to Sergeant Williams, you gray bitch! He fires. The round catches him in the shoulder, spinning her around. I see my opening and line up the shot and squeeze the trigger. The bullet takes her in the temple. She drops like a puppet with cut strings. Target down, I say into the comms. Confirm kill. Okonkwo moves forward cautiously, rifle trained in her head. He nudges her with his boot. No movement. She's done. Rodriguez is already working on Williams, setting the broken wrist, shooting him full of painkillers. Rodriguez is bruised but functional. I approach Helen's body. She's lying in a pool of gray blood, eyes staring at nothing. But her mouth is moving. I lean closer.
Should have let us die at the school.
She whispers.
Better than this.
Then she's gone. Really gone. I pull up my phone, take the required documentation photos. Old woman on a library floor, shot in the head. Just another casualty of the apocalypse. If you don't look too close. Drake, Thompson's voice crackles in my ear. We've got movement outside. Multiple contacts. I think the gunfire attracted them. Of course it did. All teams exfil to Rally Point Alpha. Double time. We grab Williams and Rodriguez and haul ass out of the library. The streets are filled with infected. Standard ones this time, drawn by the noise. We fight our way back to the police station, burning through ammunition, leaving a trail of bodies. By the time we're secured, we're all exhausted. Williams is out of commission with his broken wrist. Rodriguez has cracked ribs from being thrown to the bookshelf. And we've got 2 more targets to go. That was target 1? Jackson says, breathing hard. The easy one? The fucking librarian? That was target 1, I confirm. Christ, what's target 2 going to be like? I think about Marcus Chen, postal worker. Remarkable strength, enhancement in pain intolerance, strategic thinking, tool use. Worse, I say. Target 2 is going to be worse. We rest for 4 hours. Williams and Rodriguez are calm and ineffective, so I make the call to send them back to Fort Meade with 1 Humvee. That leaves 6 of us to hunt Marcus Chen. Before they leave, Williams pulls me aside. Drake, that thing in the library. She was still in there, man. Still human, somehow. We killed her. She was infected, enhanced, dangerous. She was a 71-year-old librarian who got tortured by her own government and then hunted down like an animal when she escaped. I know. Do you? Because I'm starting to wonder who the real monsters in this scenario are. He leaves before I can answer. I wonder the same thing. We load into the remaining Humvee at dawn. 6 of us now. Me, Martinez, Jackson, Chen, Thompson, and Okonkwo. 6 operators to hunt down a 42-year-old postal worker with super strength. The odds should be in our favor. But after seeing what Helen Cosgrove could do, I'm not taking anything for granted. Hagerstown is 16 miles northwest. Intel says Marcus Chen is spotted there 4 days ago, in the industrial district. Makes sense. Lots of places to hide. Lots of materials he could use if he retained enough intelligence to make tools. The drive is tense. Nobody's talking about Helen, but we're all thinking about it. About how she could speak, could reason, could fight with terrifying efficiency, and about how she threw Rodriguez like he was a toy. The last thing she said, should have let us die at the school. Drake, Thompson says from the backseat. Question, if these enhanced infected are so dangerous, why only send 6 of us? Why not a full platoon? Because officially this mission doesn't exist. The more people involved, the bigger the risk of the truth getting out. The truth that our government was making super zombies? Yeah. And you're okay with that? With covering it up? I'm a Marine. I follow orders. That's what the Nazis said, man. I almost stopped the Humvee and punch him. But he's not wrong. You got a better suggestion? I ask instead. Yeah, we complete the mission, then we go public. Tell the world what Fort Diedrich was doing. Let people decide for themselves if this is okay. Martinez laughs from the driver's seat. It's not a happy sound. You really think they'd let us live long enough to go public? The second we finish this job, we're loose ends too. Just like Helen and Marcus and George. That's paranoid talk, Chen says. But he doesn't sound convinced. Is it? Think about it, man. They sent a small team on a Black Ops mission to eliminate evidence of illegal bioweapon research. What happens when the evidence is eliminated, but the team knows what they found? Nobody has an answer for that. We drive in silence the rest of the way. Hagerstown Industrial District is a maze of warehouses, factories, and distribution centers. Most of them are gutted now, looted in the early days of the outbreak, then abandoned when the infected made the area too dangerous. We set up in an old shipping facility with good sight lines. Thompson takes position on the roof with his rifle. The rest of us plan our sweep. Target 2 has enhanced strength and pain tolerance, I remind everyone, which means even if we hit him, he might not go down. Massed fire, aim shots, no heroes. We work as a team. What about the tool use? Jackson asked. What kind of tools are we talking about? Intel didn't specify. Could be weapons, could be traps. Stay alert. We split into 2 teams. Chen, Martinez, and I take the north side of the district. Jackson and Okonkwo set the south. Thompson provides overwatch. The first 3 warehouses are empty. The 4th has standard infected, 5 of them. huddled in what used to be a loading bay. We put them down quietly and keep moving. The fifth warehouse is where things get interesting. It's a furniture distribution center. Or was. The interior is huge, full of aisles and shelves that go up 30 feet. Perfect ambush terrain. And scattered throughout are sculptures. That's the only word for them. Constructions made from furniture, appliances, and human remains. Bodies arranged in geometric patterns. Skulls stacked in pyramids. Limbs positioned to point in specific directions. "What the fuck?" Martinez whispered. "Pattern recognition," Chen says. "Like Helen. But Marcus is making them instead of just seeing them. Why? Maybe he's communicating. Maybe he's marking territory. Maybe he's just going insane in a really specific way." We move deeper into the warehouse, following the sculptures. They get more elaborate as we go. More bones, more complexity, more intention behind them. At the center of the warehouse, the biggest one yet, a throne made of furniture and corpses, rising 20 feet high, and sitting on top of it is Marcus Chen. He's wearing the tattered remains of a postal uniform. His skin is gray and mottled, but unlike Helen, he's built like a tank. Muscles that shouldn't exist in a human frame, veins visible under the gray skin, hands that look like they could crush concrete. He's watching us, and he's smiling. "Marcus Chen," I call out. "U.S. military. We need you to come down from there." He laughs. It's a deep sound that echoes through the warehouse.
"Military,"
he says. His voice is clearer than Helen's was. Less damage to his vocal cords, maybe.
"You mean the people who did this to me? Who turned me into this?
He gestures at himself.
Come to finish the job?
"Come down and we can talk."
Talk."
He stands up, and I realize he's huge. At least 6'5", 250, all of it muscle.
"I'm done talking. I talked at Fort Dudrick. Begged, screamed, asked them to please stop. Please just kill me. You know what they said?
Marcus.
They said I was contributing to science, to the war effort, to humanity's survival."
He starts climbing down from his throne, moving with surprising grace for someone his size.
"They said my suffering mattered."
He reached the ground and started walking toward us, slowly. No rush.
"So I made a decision. If I'm going to suffer, if I'm going to be a monster, then I'm going to make it count. I'm going to make them regret what they did to me."
"Stop right there," I order, raising my rifle. He doesn't stop. Doesn't even slow down.
"Or what? You'll shoot me? I've been shot. Doesn't hurt anymore. Nothing hurts anymore. That's what the experiments did. Turned off my abilities to feel pain. Enhanced pain tolerance, they called it. I call it hell."
We open fire. The bullets hit him. I see them impact. See the gray flesh tear. But Martinez was right. Marcus doesn't even flinch. Just keeps walking, arms spread wide like he's welcoming the bullets.
"Is that all you've got?"
He shouts over the gunfire.
"Is that the best the military can do?"
He's on us in seconds. Grabs my rifle and tears it out of my hands. Bends the barrel like it's made of clay and throws it aside. I pull my sidearm. He grabs my wrist and squeezes. I feel bones grind together. Manage not to scream. Chen, my Chen, tackles him from the side. It's like watching someone tackle a brick wall. Marcus doesn't budge. Just reaches down, grabs Chen by the vest, and lifts him off the ground.
"You have the same name as me,"
Marcus says, almost conversationally.
"Funny. Small world."
He throws Chen into a shelf unit 20 feet away. The whole thing collapses. Martinez is on him now, knife out, going for the throat. Marcus catches the blade with his bare hand and doesn't even bleed. Wrenches it away and stabs Martinez in the shoulder. Martinez goes down, screaming. "Thompson!" I yell into the comms. "We need support fire now!"
Can't get a clean shot. You're all too close.
Jackson and Okonkwo arrive from the south side, both firing. Marcus turns toward them, bullets stitching across his chest and abdomen. Still doesn't slow him. He charges them, hits Jackson with a clothesline that sends him spinning, grabs Okonkwo by the throat with one hand and lifts.
I used to deliver mail,
Marcus says, watching Okonkwo choke.
every day. Rain, snow, heat. I was proud of that. Proud of being reliable, being trustworthy. Then the world ended, and I tried to survive, and your government caught me and did this.
Okonkwo is turning purple, feet kicking uselessly. I'm up now, broken wrist and all. I grab a piece of rebar from one of Marcus's sculptures and charge him from behind. Hit him in the back of the head as hard as I can. The rebar bends. Marcus doesn't even turn around.
You'll have to do better than that,
He says. Then he throws Okonkwo at me. We both go down in a tangle of limbs. Chen is back up, limping but functional. He's got a heavy chain from somewhere. Swings it at the Marcus's legs. Marcus grabs the chain, pulls. Chen goes flying, crashes into more shelving.
You can't win.
Marcus says. He's not even breathing hard.
I'm stronger than you, faster than you. I don't feel pain and I don't need to breathe hard. The only way to stop me is a headshot, and you can't get close enough.
He's right. We're getting massacred. Then Thompson's voice in my ear.
Drake, I've got an idea. It's risky.
Do it.
You're not gonna like it.
I already don't like it. Do it anyway.
Copy. Get clear of the target. 15 seconds.
I don't know what Thompson's planning, but I trust him.
All units disengage. Fall back now.
We scramble away from Marcus. He watches us, confused, maybe even disappointed.
Running already? I thought Marines were supposed to be tough.
Then the first explosive round hits him. Thompson's loaded something special. Armor-piercing incendiary rounds, the kind we used on vehicles. He fires 3 in rapid succession. The first one takes Marcus in the chest and explodes. The second hits his shoulder. The third catches him in the stomach. Marcus staggers. For the first time, he looks hurt. Looks down at the massive wound, the fire spreading across his torso.
Huh,
He says.
that actually hurts. I'd forgotten what that...
The fourth round takes him in the head. Marcus Chen, Subject 251, former postal worker, falls backward onto his throne of bones and furniture, and doesn't get up. We approach cautiously, weapons ready, but he's done. Most of his head is just gone. I take the required documentation photos. Then I just stand there, looking at what's left of a man who'd been turned into a weapon against his will.
2 down.
Thompson says over the comms.
1 to go.
Yeah, 1 to go. George Patterson, Subject 247, the one who'd breached containment and released all the others. The one intelligence says is the most dangerous. Let's get patched up and move out, I say. We've got a teacher to hunt. Martinez needs stitches. Chen has a concussion. I've got a broken wrist that's swelling like a balloon. Jackson has 3 cracked ribs. Okonkwo's throat is bruised from being strangled. We're falling apart, and we still have 1 target left. We rest for 12 hours at a field hospital, get patched up as best we can. The doctors want to keep us overnight, but we don't have time. George Patterson is still out there, and every day we delay is another day he could infect someone else or disappear completely. Colonel Hayes calls while we're loading up.
Status report.
He demands. Target 1 and 2 neutralized. Team has sustained casualties but is operational. Moving on target 3.
How bad are the casualties?
Nothing that'll stop us from completing the mission, sir.
Good. Because target 3 is priority alpha. He's the key to the entire program. The one who showed the most cognitive retention. If he is captured alive, the science division wants to study.
With respect, sir, no. We're not capturing him alive. We saw what they did to these people at Fort Detrick. We're not letting that happen again. Silence on the other end. Then,
You're dangerously close to insubordination, Sergeant Drake.
then court-martial me after this is over, sir. But I'm not delivering a human being, even an infected one, into the hand of the people who created this nightmare. More silence. Then Hayes says,
Neutralize target 3. Confirm kill. Exfiltrate. Those are your orders.
He hangs up. That sounded tense, Jackson observes. We're burning bridges, I say, but some bridges need to burn. We load into the Humvee and head west. According to intelligence, George Patterson was last spotted near the Pennsylvania border, moving through rural areas. Not toward population centers, away from them, like he's trying to get as far away from people as possible. Smart. If he's retained cognitive function, he knows he's dangerous, knows he's being hunted. The question is, will he fight when we find him, or will he surrender? Helen fought. Marcus fought. Both of them had given up on humanity, had embraced what they'd become. But George Patterson was the one who freed the others, the one who destroyed Fort Deidre. Maybe he still had enough humanity left to understand why we had to do this. Or maybe he'll tear us apart like the others did. We're about to find out. We found Marcus Chen's body exactly where intelligence said it would be, or what was left of it after Thompson's explosive rounds had done their work. I'm sitting in the back of the Humvee, my broken wrist throbbing despite the painkillers, thinking about that postal worker turned into a monster, thinking about how he'd built those sculptures from bones and furniture, how he'd retained enough of himself to be angry about what had been done to him, how he'd said, "I'd forgotten what that felt like," right before the round that killed him. He even turned into a weapon, even with his pain receptors supposedly disabled. Some part of Marcus Chen had still been in there, still human enough to recognize his own suffering. "Drake," Martinez's voice pulls me back to the present. "We've got a problem." We're stopped at a gas station about 30 miles west of Hagerstown. The sun is setting, painting the sky in shades of red that remind me too much of blood. What kind of problem? Chen, our Chen, is running a fever, 104 and climbing. And look at this. He shows me Chen's shoulder, where Marcus had grabbed him. The skin around the area is turning gray. Not bruised, gray. "Fuck," I say. He was infected when Marcus grabbed him. Must have had fluid transfer, blood, saliva, something. The experimental antivirals aren't working. Chen is sitting on the ground, back against the Humvee, and he looks like hell. Pale, sweating, shaking, but his eyes are clear and he knows exactly what's happening to him. "How long?" he asks. Martinez checks his watch. Contact was 4 hours ago. Standard infection timeline says you got 8 to 12 hours before transformation. But with the enhanced strain, less. Chen interrupts. Could be a lot less. We all know the protocol. We've all seen it happen before. Once you're infected, you're dead. Just a matter of when. "I'm sorry," I say, and I mean it. Chen's a good Marine, a good operator. He doesn't deserve this. "Not your fault, Sarge." He manages a weak smile. "Though I gotta say, getting infected by someone with my own name, that's some cosmic irony bullshit right there." "We can get you back to base. Maybe the medical team?" "No." He's firm about it. "We both know how this ends. I'm not going to turn into one of those things and hurt people. And I'm sure as shit not going to end up on a table in some black site lab." He pulls out his sidearm, checks the chamber. "Chen, wait. This is my choice, Drake. My decision. I'm making it while I'm still me." He looks around at the team. "You guys have been good brothers. Better than I deserved. But I need you to go now. Give me 10 minutes alone. Then you hear a shot, you keep moving. Don't look back." Jackson steps forward. "We should stay. Make sure." "No! I don't want you watching this. Just tell my family I went out fighting. Tell them I was brave or some shit. Lie if you have to." There's nothing more to say. We clasped hands, one by one, saying goodbye without saying the word. Then we go into the Humvee and drive away. Exactly 10 minutes later, we hear the shot in the wind. Nobody says anything. We just keep driving west into the gathering dark. 5 left now. 5 operators to hunt down the most dangerous target. We make camp for the night in an abandoned farmhouse about 50 miles from where Chen died. It's defensible, isolated, and we're all too exhausted to keep going. Thompson takes first watch. The rest of us collapse into sleeping bags on the floor of what used to be a living room. There's still furniture here. Still pictures on the walls. Family of 4, smiling. Probably dead now, or worse. I can't sleep. Keep thinking about Chen, about Helen and Marcus, about the 23 enhanced infected that escaped Fort Diedrich, and the 20 we've eliminated so far. 22 people who'd survived the initial outbreak, who'd made it to what they thought was rescue, only to be turned into weapons. 22 people whose last days were spent strapped to tables in a black site lab. "Hey, you awake?" Martinez whispers from his sleeping bag. Yeah, me too. Can't stop thinking about Chen." "Same." "Drake, you ever wonder if we're the bad guys in this scenario?" "I've been wondering that since we killed Helen Cosgrove in the library. But I don't say it. We're following orders." "That's not an answer. It's the only answer I've got." He's quiet for a moment. Then, "After this is done, after we get Patterson, I'm requesting a transfer. Maybe even a discharge. I can't do this anymore. Can't hunt down victims and pretend they're enemies." Hayes won't approve a transfer. We know too much. "Then I'll go AWOL, desert, whatever it takes. Because if we finish this mission and they decide we're loose ends too, I'd rather be a deserter than a corpse." Before I can respond, Thompson's voice crackles over the radio. "Contact. Single infected. Moving toward our position from the west. Range 200 yards and closing." We're up in seconds, weapons ready, moving to windows. Through the darkness I can see it. A shambling figure, moving with that distinct infected gait. Just one. Could be standard infected drawn by our presence. Could be something else. "Thompson, can you make an ID?" Silence. Then, "Negative. Too dark. But Drake, it's moving purposefully, like it knows we're here." "Light it up!" Thompson fires. The muzzle flash illuminates the figure for a split second. I see gray skin, tattered clothing, and something else. The shot misses. Deliberately, I think. Thompson doesn't miss. "What the fuck, Thompson?" Jackson yells. "It's a kid," Thompson says, and his voice is shaking. "It's a fucking kid. Maybe 10 years old." Through the scope of my rifle, I can see it now. He's right. A child infected, wandering alone in the darkness. Probably got separated from his parents. Got bit and turned. Standard protocol is clear. Neutralize on sight. Age doesn't matter. Infected is infected. But none of us are pulling the trigger. The child thing reaches the fence line around the farmhouse, grabs the chain link with small gray hands and shakes it. That horrible rattling call echoes across the field. "It's calling others," Okonkwo says. "We need to put it down before—" "I can't," Thompson says. "I'm sorry, I can't shoot a kid." "It's not a kid anymore," I say. But my finger isn't on the trigger either. The thing that used to be a child keeps shaking the fence, keeps calling, and in the distance, I hear answering calls. More of them, coming this way. Fuck! I make the call. "Pack it up, we're moving, now! Drake, we're not shooting a kid. I don't care if it's infected. We're not doing it. Move!" We grab our gear and pile into the Humvee. Behind us, the infected are gathering at the fence. Maybe 20 of them now, drawn by the child's call. We drive away, leaving them behind. Nobody talks about it, but I can see it in everyone's faces. We're reaching our limit. The line between doing our duty and doing what's right is getting blurred, and we're not sure which side we're on anymore. We track George Patterson for 2 more days. Intelligence update says he's heading west through rural Pennsylvania, avoiding towns and major roads, moving at night, hiding during the day. Smart. Everything you'd expect from someone with retained cognitive function. But he's leaving a trail. Not kills, surprisingly. There haven't been any bodies, but signs. Disturbed campsites, food gone missing from abandoned houses. Something else. Messages. We find the first one carved into a tree about 60 miles from Fort Dietrich's site. "I'm sorry." Just that, 2 words, 3 feet tall, carved deep into the bark. The second one is painted on the side of a barn in what looks like blood. "They made me this." The third is arranged in stones on a hilltop where he clearly spent the night. "Please stop following." "He knows we're after him," Jackson observes. "Of course he knows," Thompson says. "Former teacher, remember? Probably smarter than all of us combined even before they juiced him up." So why doesn't he fight? Helen fought. Marcus fought. Why is Patterson running? I look at the message in stones. Please stop following. Because he doesn't want to kill us, I say. He's still human enough to not want that. Or he's leading us into a trap, Okonkwo counters. Maybe, but I don't think so. We keep following the trail, into the mountains of central Pennsylvania, where the towns are sparse and the forest is thick. Perfect place to disappear if you're trying to avoid people. Perfect place for an ambush if you're trying to kill people. We're on a narrow mountain road, heavily forested on both sides, when Martinez spots it. Stop! Stop the Humvee! I brake. What is it? He's staring at the trees on our left. There, in the branches. Do you see it? I look. At first, I don't see anything. Then I realize what I am looking at. It's a doll. A child's doll. Hanging from a branch by a string. It's old, weathered. It's got one eye missing. So? Jackson says. Someone lost a toy. There's another one, Martinez points. And another. They're marking something. He's right. Every 20 feet or so, another doll hanging from the trees, creating a path leading into the forest. Could be a trail marker, Okonkwo suggests. Hikers use them sometimes. Or it's exactly what it looks like, I say. A trail. One that Patterson wants us to follow. Into an ambush. Maybe. Or maybe he wants to talk. Thompson snorts. Talk? Drake, have you lost your mind? We're hunting an enhanced infected who broke containment and released 22 other enhanced infected. He's not going to sit down for tea and biscuits. Helen wanted to fight. Marcus wanted revenge. But Patterson, look at his messages. He's apologizing. He's asking us to stop. That doesn't sound like someone wants to kill us. It sounds like manipulation. Then we'll be ready for it. But I'm not passing up a chance to end this without more casualties. I look at what's left of my team. 4 of us now. Martinez with his stitched shoulder, Jackson with his cracked ribs, Thompson and Okonkwo who are exhausted and running on fumes. We've lost 2 operators and we're hunting something that's proven to be stronger and faster than any of us. If Patterson wants to talk, I'm listening. Thompson, you're on Overwatch. Find high ground. Keep eyes on us. The rest of you, weapons hot. Standard spacing. We follow the trail and see where it goes. We move into the forest, following the hanging dolls. It's getting dark, which works in Patterson's favor if he has enhanced night vision. But we've got night vision goggles and training. The trail leads us deeper into the woods, half a mile. A mile. The dolls keep appearing, guiding us. Then the forest opens into a clearing, and we find him. George Patterson is sitting on a fallen log at the center of the clearing. He's wearing the same clothes from his ID photo. Gray sweatpants and a sweatshirt. Now torn and filthy. His skin is gray and mottled. His eyes are clouded. He looks exactly like every other infected we've encountered. Except for one thing. He's arranged the dolls in a circle around himself. Dozens of them. Standing upright in the dirt. Facing outward. And in the center, scratched in the ground with a stick, is a message. I don't want to hurt you. Patterson looks up at us as we enter the clearing, raises his hands to show they're empty. Please, he says, and his voice is hoarse but clear. Please don't shoot. I just want to talk. We fan out, weapons trained on him. I'm in the center, finger on the trigger, ready to fire if things go sideways. George Patterson, I say. Subject 247. We're U.S. military and we're authorized to use lethal force. I know. I expected you days ago, actually. You're persistent. You've been leaving messages, leading us here. Why? He looked down at his gray hands, studied them like he's seeing them for the first time. Because I'm tired, he says. I'm tired of running. Tired of being this thing. Tired of the hunger that never stops. The rage that never fades. The knowledge that every day I exist is another day I might lose control and hurt someone. You released the others. At Fort Diedrich. 23 enhanced infected. I did. And I'm sorry. I was in pain and angry and I wanted them to suffer like they made us suffer. I didn't think about the consequences. About the people those infected would hurt. 23 people we've had to hunt down and kill. I know. He looks at me directly. Helen Cosgrove, Marcus Chen. Heard about them. Felt it. Somehow, when they died. Like a connection severing. And I knew it was my fault they were dead. They were already dead, Martinez says quietly. Fort Detrick killed them. You just ended it faster. Patterson nods slowly. Maybe. But I still carry it. Every death. Every person infected by the ones I released. I carry all of it. Why not just end it yourself? Thompson asked from his Overwatch position. If you're so tired, if you feel so guilty, why not eat a bullet like Chen did? Because I'm a coward, Patterson says simply. And because some part of me, the infected part, won't let me. Survival instinct overrides everything else. So I run and hide and hope that eventually someone like you will do what I can't. He stands up slowly, hands still raised. I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to run. I led you away from populated areas so there's no risk to civilians. I've made it as easy for you as I can. All I ask is that you make it quick. I should shoot him. Right now. Quick and clean. End this mission. But something stops me. Fort Detrick, I say. Tell me about it. Tell me what they did to you. Patterson laughs bitterly. Why? So you can document it? Report back to your superiors who probably already know everything? So I can understand why. Why they did this. Why they turned survivors into weapons. He's quiet for a long moment. Then he starts talking. They told us we were being rescued. That we were going to be safe. Taken care of. They treated our injuries. Gave us food and shelter. For a few days, we actually believed it. Then they started taking people away. One at a time. For specialized treatment. Those people never came back. How many? 16 of us from Lincoln Elementary, plus survivors from other groups. Maybe 40 people total. They kept us in cells, took samples, ran tests. Then they started the injections. The enhancement serum. Is that what they call it? He looks at his hands again. They called it a lot of things. Treatment, therapy, progress. What it really was torture. They'd inject us with compounds that felt like acid in our veins, watch us scream and convulse and beg them to stop, take notes on how long we could endure before we passed out. Jesus, Martinez whispered. They were trying to create controlled infected, keep us strong and fast and hard to kill, but obedient, responsive to commands, living weapons. Most of the subjects lost cognitive function within days, became mindless. Those ones got put in holding pens in the basement. And you? I held on longer. So did Helen. So did Marcus. We maintained ourselves, maintained our awareness, which meant we suffered longer. Felt everything they did to us, and we couldn't even die. He takes a step forward. We all tense, but he's not attacking, just gesturing at the forest around us. Do you know what it's like being trapped in a body that's becoming a monster? To feel yourself slipping away bit by bit, but staying conscious through all of it? To want to die but have your body refuse to let you? No, I admit. Then don't judge me for what I did. When I finally broke free, when I released the others, I wasn't trying to kill people. I was trying to end the experiment, to make sure they couldn't do to anyone else what they did to us. You succeeded. Fort Detrick was burned to the ground. Good. There's real venom in his voice. I hope every doctor, every scientist, every administrator who was part of that program burned with it. I hope they felt a fraction of what we felt. We stand in silence for a moment. The sun is setting, casting long shadows through the trees. Mr. Patterson, I say, we have orders to eliminate you, to neutralize the threat you represent. I know. But I want you to know, for what it's worth, I don't think you're a monster. I think you were a victim. I think your government betrayed you and you did what you had to do to survive. That doesn't change what I am now. No, it doesn't. He nods slowly. Then do what you came here to do. Please. I'm ready. I raise my rifle, aim at his head, my finger on the trigger. And I can't do it. Can't shoot an unarmed man, infected or not, who's standing there waiting to die, who's asking for death as a mercy. Drake, Thompson says in my ear. We have movement. Multiple contacts approaching the clearing. I count 15. No, 20 standard infected. They must have followed our scent. Fuck. How long until they reach us? 2 minutes, maybe less. Patterson hears this somehow. Enhanced hearing, probably. He looks toward the tree line where the infected are approaching. You need to go, he says. I'll hold them here. Buy you time to escape. You'll die. I'm already dead. Have been since Fort Detrick. This is just making it official. Patterson, go! He's not asking anymore. I've killed enough people. I'm not adding you to the list. Now get out of here before they arrive. The infected are getting closer. I can hear them now. That wet, rattling call. The shuffle of feet. I make the call. All units fall back to the Humvee. Double time. We run. Behind us, I hear Patterson's voice, loud and clear. Come on, then. I'm here. Come and get me. The infected roar in response. I risk a look back and see them pouring into the clearing. Dozens of them, converging on Patterson. He's fighting, using strength he shouldn't have, moving with speed that shouldn't be possible, tearing into them with his bare hands. But there are too many. The last thing I can see before the forest blocks my view is George Patterson going down under a wave of gray bodies, still fighting, still keeping his promise not to let them follow us. We make it back to the Humvee, pile in. I gun the engine and we tear out of there, putting distance between us and the massacre in the clearing. Nobody speaks for 20 miles. Finally, Jackson says what we're all thinking. We didn't complete the mission. Patterson's still alive, or was when we left. He's dead, I say flatly. No way he survived that many infected. We're supposed to confirm the kill, take documentation photos. We didn't do that. Then I'll lie to Hayes. Tell him we found Patterson's body after the infected killed him. Tell him we couldn't retrieve it safely. They'll want proof. Then they can come out here and find it themselves. I'm done. Done with this mission. Done with hunting victims. Done with pretending we're the good guys. We drive in silence back toward Fort Meade. In my head, I'm already composing my after-action report. Already figuring out how to spin this so we come out clean. Already wondering if Hayes is going to buy it, or if we're all about to become loose ends that need tying up. We arrive at Fort Meade at 0800 hours the next morning. Exhausted, beaten up, one team member dead, and a completed mission that doesn't feel complete at all. Colonel Hayes is waiting for us in the briefing room. He looks pleased, which immediately makes me suspicious. Sergeant Drake, I hear Target 3 has been neutralized. Yes, sir. Found him in the mountains of central Pennsylvania. He was attacked by a horde of standard infected. We attempted to intervene, but were forced to retreat when the numbers became overwhelming. By the time we could return, he was gone, presumably consumed by the infected. It's a good lie. Plausible. Explains why we don't have a body or documentation photos. Hayes nods slowly. I see. That's unfortunate. The science division was hoping to study him further. With respect, sir, fuck the science division. They created this mess. They don't get to study the results. I expect Hayes to tear into me for insubordination. Instead, he smiles. Couldn't agree more, Sergeant, which is why I have good news. Project Lazarus has been officially terminated. All facilities associated are being decommissioned. All personnel involved are being reassigned. Just like that? Just like that. The program was deemed too unpredictable, too dangerous. The enhanced infected proved impossible to control. Better to cut our losses and move on. It sounds too easy. Too clean. What about us? Martinez asked. What happens to the team? You've all earned commendations for your service. Hazard pay bonuses, 2 weeks leave. After that, you'll be reassigned to standard operations. No more Black Ops missions. And what we know about Fort Detrick? Hayes' smile doesn't waver. What you know about Fort Detrick is classified at the highest level. You will never speak of it, never document it, never even think about it if you can help it. Are we clear? Crystal, I say. We're dismissed. As we file out, Hayes calls me back. Drake, a word. I turn around. Hayes is pouring 2 glasses of whiskey from a bottle at his desk. You did good work out there, he says, handing me a glass. Not easy, what we asked you to do. Hunting down victims, pretending they were enemies. I know that weighs on you. Does it weigh on you, sir? Every day. But someone has to make the hard choices. Someone has to do the dirty work that keeps civilization running. He raises his glass. To the ones who do what's necessary. I should drink. Should toast with him. Should accept his praise and move on. Instead, set the glass down. Permission to speak freely, sir? Granted. What happened at Fort Detrick was wrong. Turning survivors into weapons, experimenting on them, treating them like lab rats. That wasn't necessary. That was evil. And hunting them down to cover it up doesn't make us heroes. It makes us accomplices. Hayes is quiet for a long moment. Then he says, You're probably right. But it's done now. The program's over. The loose ends are tied up. And we can all move on. That's the best outcome we can hope for. What about the next program? The next black site? The next time someone decides that the ends justify the means? Then I hope there's someone like you to push back against it. To question orders. To demand better. He finishes his whiskey. But not today. Today, you take your leave. You rest. You try to forget what you've seen. Can you do that? I don't think I can, sir. Then learn to live with it. Because the alternative, going public, trying to expose this, that just gets you disappeared. And the world keeps turning without you. He's right. I know he's right. But it doesn't make it easier. We take our leave. 2 weeks of mandatory rest at a military resort in West Virginia. It's nice. Comfortable beds, hot meals, no zombies trying to kill us. But none of us can relax. Martinez spends most of his time in the gym, working out until he's too exhausted to think. Jackson drinks too much and doesn't talk to anyone. Thompson and Okonkwo are planning to request transfer to different units, get away from Black Ops work. I spend my time thinking about the people we killed. Helen Cosgrove, librarian, Marcus Chen, postal worker, George Patterson, teacher. 23 victims of a government program that never should have existed. On the last day of our leave, Thompson comes to my room. Drake, I'm going AWOL. What? I can't do this anymore. Can't pretend I'm okay with what we did. I'm leaving. Tonight. Going to disappear into the wasteland. Try to find some survivor communities that need a sniper. They'll hunt you down. Let them try. Better to die free than live as someone's attack dog. Thompson, I'm not asking your permission. I'm telling you as a courtesy, in case you want to come with. I think about it. Really do think about it. Walking away, disappearing, refusing to be part of this machine anymore. But I can't. I'm too much of a soldier. Too conditioned to follow orders even when I hate them. I can't, I say. But I won't stop you. Fair enough. He clasps my hand. Good luck, Drake. Try not to let them turn you into something you hate. He leaves that night. By morning, he's gone. Hayes calls me 2 days later. Thompson's gone AWOL. You know anything about that? No, sir. Because if you helped him... I didn't, sir. But I also didn't try to stop him. He made his choice. Hayes is quiet for a moment. We're not going to pursue him. He's earned the right to walk away. But Drake, this is a one-time courtesy. Anyone else on your team decides to run, we will hunt them down. Are we clear? Yes, sir. Good. Because I have a new assignment for you. Seems there's a survivor settlement in Virginia that's gone dark. We need someone to check it out. See if it's an outbreak or just communication failure. Back to work. Back to following orders. Back to pretending I'm okay with all of this. When do we leave? Tomorrow. You, Martinez, Jackson, and Okonkwo. Standard recon mission. Should be simple. Nothing's simple anymore. But I don't say that. Just acknowledge the order and hang up. That night, I dream about George Patterson standing in that clearing, surrounded by dolls, waiting for death. And I wonder if he found the peace he was looking for. We loaded in the Humvee the next morning. 4 of us now. Me, Martinez, Jackson, and Okonkwo. Thompson's gone. Jen's dead. We're heading to a settlement called Haven's Rest in Aurora, Virginia. Population of about 200 survivors, last we heard. They've gone radio silent for 3 days. Could be equipment failure, could be an outbreak, could be raiders. We'll find out soon enough. We're about an hour out when Martinez's radio crackles. All units, be advised. We're tracking movement in your area. Single contact. Moving fast. Heading toward your position. Description? I ask. Unknown, but it's moving too fast to be standard infected. Could be enhanced. My blood runs cold. I thought we got all of them, Hayes said. Apparently intel was wrong. Target is approximately 2 miles from your position and closing. Recommend extreme caution. We pull over and take defensive positions, weapons ready, eyes scanning the tree line. And then I see it, running through the forest with impossible speed. Gray skin, tattered clothes. George Patterson. He's alive. He survived. And he's heading straight for us. Contact! Okonkwo yells. Enhanced infected, 11 o'clock. Patterson bursts out of the tree line 50 yards away. He's moving like nothing I've ever seen. Faster than Helen. Faster than Marcus. Faster than should be possible. But he's not attacking. He's running past us. Running towards something behind us. I turn around and see them. Military vehicles. 3 trucks. Armed soldiers piling out. In the center, a van with no windows. Containment team. They're here for Patterson. And probably for us too. Patterson realizes at the same time I do. He skids to a stop, turns to face the soldiers. Then he looks at me. I'm sorry, he says. I tried to warn you. Tried to lead them away. But they followed you. They've been watching you this whole time. Drake! Hayes' voice of the radio. Stand down. Let the containment team handle this. I look at the soldiers advancing. At the containment van. At Patterson standing there, finally cornered after weeks of running. And I make a decision. Martinez, Jackson, Okonkwo, you're relieved. Walk away. This is on me. Drake, that's an order. Walk away. Don't be part of this. They hesitate. Then, one by one, they lower their weapons and step back. I turn to face Patterson, raise my rifle. But I don't aim at him. I aim at the containment team. If you want him, I call out, you're going through me first. Hayes' voice screamed in my ear. Drake, what the hell are you doing? Stand down immediately. No, sir. I'm done. I'm done hunting victims. I'm done being part of this. The containment team advances. Patterson is beside me now. You don't have to do this, he says. I know, but I'm doing it anyway. The soldiers raise their weapons, and that's when I smell it. Gas, drifting from the containment van. Not containment for Patterson. Containment for us. Hayes' voice. Calm now. I'm sorry, Drake, but you know too much. All of you do. Loose ends, remember? The gas hits us. Patterson and I both stagger. Behind me, I hear Martinez, Jackson, and Okonkwo falling. My vision blurs. I drop to my knees. The last thing I see before everything goes dark is George Patterson, reaching out with a gray hand, trying to help me. And I think, maybe the monsters were really wearing lab coats all along. I wake up in a cell. Not a hospital room like George Patterson woke up in after Fort Detrick. Not a medical facility with clean sheets and the pretense of care. A cell. Concrete walls, steel door with a small window, bare fluorescent bulb overhead. My head is pounding. My mouth tastes like chemical residue. And when I try to move, I realize I'm chained to the wall by my wrists. Welcome back, Sergeant Drake. Colonel Hayes is standing outside the cell door, looking through the window. He's got that same pleasant expression he had when he debriefed us, like we're discussing mission parameters instead of my imminent execution. Where am I? My voice comes out hoarse. Classified facility. Not Fort Detrick. That's Ash. Somewhere new. Somewhere the mistakes of Project Lazarus won't be repeated. The others. Martinez, Jackson, Okonkwo. Safe. For now. Sedated in cells much like this one while we decide what to do with them. Unlike you, they followed orders right up to the end. That buys them some consideration. And Patterson? Hayes smiles. Subject 247 is back where he belongs. In a laboratory, under observation. Providing valuable data for the next phase of research. I lunge against the chains. They hold. Hayes doesn't even flinch. You son of a bitch! We completed the mission. We did everything you asked. We hunted down victims and killed them and didn't ask questions. Until you did. Until you pointed a weapon at a U.S. military containment team and declared yourself done with orders. Hayes' pleasant expression never wavers. You became a liability, Drake. And we don't keep liabilities around. So now what? You disappear us? Cover up the cover-up? Something like that. Though, I'll admit, we're still debating the specifics. The team wants to study you. See if exposure to Hans infected has any measurable effects. The brass wants you eliminated, quietly. I'm advocating for a middle ground. Which is, you join the next phase of Project Lazarus. Voluntarily. Help us perfect what Fort Detrick started. Use your tactical experience to train and control the next generation of enhanced soldiers. I stared at him. You're insane. I'm practical. The world's ended, Drake. Civilization is collapsing. We need every advantage we can get to rebuild. Enhanced soldiers could be that advantage. If we can solve the cognitive retention problem. You mean the problem where you torture people until they become monsters? I mean the problem where subjects maintain enough humanity to question orders. Fort Detrick's mistake was keeping them too aware. The next generation will be different. Stronger, faster, more durable, but completely obedient. And you could help create that. Go to hell. Hayes shrugs. That's what I figured you'd say. Unfortunate. You could have been an asset. He turns to leave. I'll give you 24 hours to reconsider. After that, you'll be transferred to the experimental wing, either as a consultant or a subject. Your choice. The door closes. I'm alone. I test the chains. They're solid. The walls are concrete, at least a foot thick. The door is steel, locked from the outside. Even if I could get free, there's no way out. I'm fucked. I lose track of time in the cell. No windows, no clock, just the fluorescent bulb that never turns off. They feed me twice, some kind of protein paste through a slot in the door, so I estimate it's been about 12 hours. 12 hours until Hayes comes back. 12 hours to decide if I want to help create more monsters or become one myself. There's a third option, of course. The one Chen took. If I could get my hands on something sharp, something I could use. Drake! The voice comes from the ventilation grate near the ceiling. Quiet, familiar. Martinez? Yeah, listen fast. I picked the lock of my cell. Jackson and Okonkwo are out too. We're in the ductwork, working our way out. But there's something you need to know. What? They're not just holding us. They're testing us. I found the files in the guard station. We were exposed to enhanced infected blood during the mission. When Marcus grabbed Chen. When Helen clawed Rodriguez. They want to see if we can develop any enhanced traits. Jesus Christ, are we infected? Negative. Blood tests came back clean. But they're going to infect us anyway. Use us as test subjects. They're calling it Operation Cleanup Phase 2. We need to get out of here. That's the plan. But Drake, there's more. Patterson's in this facility. They've got him in the sub-basement. And they're doing to him what they did to him at Fort Detrick. Maybe worse. I think about George Patterson in that clearing, asking for death. saying he was ready. And instead of giving him that mercy, I let him get captured. Can we reach him? Maybe, but even if we do, he's enhanced infected. He's dangerous. He might not be able to. We're getting him out. He helped us at the end. Tried to warn us about the gas. We owe him. Silence on the other end. Then, okay, give us 15 minutes to get to your section. When you hear 3 taps in the vent, be ready to move. The grate goes quiet. I wait. Test the chains again. Start working one of them against the wall bracket, trying to weaken it. The metal scrapes against concrete. Slow progress, but progress. Eventually, 15 minutes later, I hear it. 3 taps. The ventilation grate pops open and Martinez drops down into my cell. He's got a set of lockpicks and a pistol. Must have taken them from a guard. Nice of you to drop in, I say. Save the jokes. We've got maybe 5 minutes before someone notices we're gone. He picks the lock on my chains. They fall away. I rub my wrists, getting circulation back. Jackson and Okonkwo? Waiting at the junction point. We've got a route mapped to the sub-basement. But Drake, it's heavily guarded. At least a dozen soldiers, plus automated security. We're not going to shoot our way through. Then we'll be smart about it. We climb into the ductwork. It's tight, barely wide enough for a grown man. We crawl through darkness, following Martinez's lead. At the junction, Jackson and Okonkwo are waiting, both armed with weapons they've scavenged, both looking grim. This is suicide, Jackson says without preamble. Even if we get Patterson out, where do we go? They'll hunt us down. Then we make sure they can't, I say. We burn this place to the ground, destroy the research, make sure Project Lazarus dies for good this time, and become fugitives. We're already dead men. Might as well make a count. Okonkwo grins. It's not a nice expression. I've always wanted to blow up a black site. Let's do this. We make our way through the ductwork toward the sub-basement. Along the way, we pass other laboratories, holding cells, operating rooms. Through the grates, I can see them. Subjects. Some in various stages of transformation. Some already fully turned, restrained in cells. Some still human, strapped to tables, being prepared for experiments. This isn't a single facility. It's a whole network. Project Lazarus didn't end with Fort Detrick. It evolved. How many sites like this are there? I whisper. Files say 7, Martinez replies. Scattered across the country, all doing the same research. 7 Fort Detricks. 7 black sites creating super zombies in the name of national security. We have to end this. Not just here, all of it. But first, we need to find Patterson. The sub-basement is exactly as horrific as I expected. We're looking through a grate at what appears to be a main laboratory. Equipment everywhere. Computers, monitors, medical instruments I don't recognize. And in the center, strapped to a vertical table, is George Patterson. He looks worse than when we saw him last. His skin is more gray, more mottled. They've got electrodes attached to his head, tubes running into his arms, monitors tracking his vitals, and he's conscious, eyes open, staring at nothing, while doctors in hazmat suits take notes. One of them approaches with a syringe, something green and viscous. Patterson's eyes focus on it, and I see fear in them. Real, human fear. Subject 247. We're administering Compound 7 Delta. This may cause discomfort. Discomfort. Like that covers what they're about to do. The doctor injects the compound directly into Patterson's chest. His body convulses. His mouth opens in a scream, but nothing comes out. They've intubated him, put a tube down his throat to keep him quiet. I watch him suffer in silence, and I feel my rage crystallize into something cold and focused. How many guards? I ask Martinez. 6 in the lab, maybe more in adjacent rooms, plus the doctors. Rules of engagement? Anyone wearing a lab coat is complicit. Anyone with a gun is a combatant. Okonkwo checks his pistol. We going hot? We going lethal, Jackson. You're on explosives. Find the research servers, the backup drives, anything that stores data. Rig it to blow. Okonkwo, cover him. Martinez, You're with me. We're getting Patterson. And the other subjects? Jackson asks. I look through the gate at the other tables. The other restrained figures. How many are still aware? Still suffering? We release them all. Let them tear this place apart from the inside. It's brutal. It's ruthless. It's probably going to get us killed. But it's the right thing to do. We drop through the gate in a coordinated assault. 4 operators hitting the lab simultaneously. Martinez and I go for the guards. Suppressed pistols, headshots, professional and clean. They're down before they can raise an alarm. Jackson and Okonkwo are moving through the lab, systematically. Destroying equipment, gathering hard drives. The doctors freeze. Hands up. Terror on their faces. Please, one of them says. We're just following orders. I shoot him. 1 round. Center mass. He goes down. The others scatter. Some make it to doors. Some don't. I reach Patterson and start disconnecting the tubes and electrodes. His eyes find mine, and there's recognition there. Drake? His voice is barely a whisper. Yeah, we're getting you out. Why? Because fuck these people. That's why. I release the restraints and Patterson collapses. Martinez catches him. Can you walk? Patterson nods. Tries to stand. His legs buckle, but he forces them to hold. Good enough. Let's move. An alarm starts blaring. Red lights flash. We're out of time. Jackson! Charge is set. 3 minutes. We run for the exit. Behind us, I can hear doors unlocking. The holding cells where they kept the other subjects. I trigger the release on my way to Patterson. The enhanced infected pour out. Dozens of them. Some still partially human. Some fully transformed. All of them angry. All of them hungry. They tear into the surviving doctors and guards like wolves on sheep. It's a massacre. Brutal. Necessary. We fight our way up the stairs. Up 1 level. 2. 3. Guards are mobilizing, trying to lock down the facility. We shoot our way through them. Patterson is keeping pace somehow, moving on pure adrenaline and rage. 4th level. 5th. We're almost to the surface when Hayes' voice comes over the PA system. Drake, you've made a serious mistake. This facility is equipped with a failsafe. If you proceed to the surface, the entire complex will be purged. Everyone inside will die, including your team. He's bluffing, Jackson says. No, Patterson rasps. He's not. Fort Detrick had the same system. Incendiary devices in the walls. They'll burn everything. Then we have 2 minutes to get out before Jackson's charges blow and set off the failsafe. We run faster. Behind us, I can hear the enhanced infected spreading through the facility. Hear the gunfire as guards try to contain them. Hear the screaming. We burst through a final door and we're outside. Cold night air. Forest surrounding the facility. Get to the tree line! I yell. Move! We run. Behind us, the facility erupts. Jackson's charges go first. A series of explosions deep in the sub-basement. Then the failsafe triggers. Fire blossoms from every window, every door. The entire complex becomes an inferno. We hit the tree line and keep running. The heat is intense, even from 100 yards away. The sky lights up orange and red. We don't stop until we're half a mile away. Then we collapse, gasping, watching the facility burn. 7 sites, Martinez says between breaths. 7 sites like this. We destroyed 1. It's a start, I reply. We spend 3 days in the wilderness, avoiding roads, staying off the grid. Patterson comes with us. He's getting worse. The transformation accelerating, the infection spreading. But he's still coherent, still George. On the 3rd day, we make camp in an abandoned hunting cabin. Patterson sits apart from the rest of us, staring at his gray hands. I'm running out of time, he says. I can feel it. The infection is winning. We'll find a cure, some way to reverse it. There is no cure, Drake. Fort Detrick tried. They failed. The best you can hope for is containment, and I'm past that point. He's right. I can see it in his eyes. They're cloudier than they were 3 days ago. His speech is more slurred, his movements more erratic. What do you want us to do? I want you to finish what we started. Find the other facilities. Burn them all. Make sure no one else suffers what we suffered. That's a tall order for 4 fugitives. Then find others. There have to be survivors out there who join you. Build a team. Build an army if you have to. But stop this. And what about you? Patterson stands, walks to the cabin door, looks out at the forest. There's a place I've been trying to reach, west of here. The Appalachian Trail runs through some of the most remote wilderness in the country. I'm going to walk into those mountains and keep walking until either I find peace or the infection takes me completely. Either way, I'll be far from anyone I could hurt. Patterson, George, you don't have to do this alone. Yes, I do. Because every day I'm with people, every day I'm around living humans, the hunger gets stronger. The urge to feed gets harder to resist. And I can't let myself hurt anyone else. He's made up his mind. I can see it. Thank you, he says, for trying to save me, for burning that facility, for giving a shit when you didn't have to. I'm sorry we couldn't do more. You did enough. He extends a gray hand. I shake it. His grip is strong, too strong, but he's careful not to hurt me. There's one more thing I need to ask, he says. When the time comes, when I'm finally gone, when there's nothing left of George Patterson, I need you to be the one who ends it. A clean shot, professional, not letting me wander as one of those things forever. How will I know when? You'll know. And when you do, when you find me out there, fully turned, just another monster, don't hesitate. Don't second guess. Just do it. I nod. I promise. He leaves that night, just walks out of the cabin and into the darkness. We watch him go, a gray figure disappearing into the forest. And I know I'll never see George Patterson alive again. We spent the next 2 weeks gathering intel on the other facilities, hacking into military networks, intercepting communication, and piecing together the scope of Project Lazarus. Martinez was right. 7 facilities scattered across the country, all conducting the same research, all creating enhanced infected. We can't hit them all. 4 fugitives against the entire US military? Those are suicide odds. But we can do something. We start with exposure, gathering evidence, documenting what we saw, building a case. Jackson knows a journalist who survived the outbreak, running an underground radio network from somewhere in the Midwest. We send her everything. Within a week, the story breaks. Project Lazarus, Fort Detrick, the facilities, the experiments. The government denies it, of course. Calls it a conspiracy theory, misinformation, enemy propaganda. But the details are too specific, too accurate, and there are too many survivors from other facilities who come forward with their own stories. Public outcry is swift. Even in the apocalypse, even when civilization is hanging on by a thread, people have limits. Experimenting on survivors, creating other super zombies, operating black sites. That crosses a line. 3 of the facilities are shut down officially. 2 more are destroyed in outbreak incidents, probably burned to eliminate evidence. The last 2 go underground, disappear from the grid entirely. It's not enough, but it's something. 6 months later, I'm tracking through the Appalachian Mountains with a rifle in a specific mission. We've had reports from hikers, the few brave or stupid enough to still use the trails, of an enhanced infected in this region. Moves fast, stays away from people, but it's there, watching, waiting. I know it's Patterson. I've known since the first report came in. I find him on a ridge overlooking a valley. He's standing at the edge, looking at the sunset. His clothes are completely gone now, torn away or discarded. His skin is fully gray. His posture is hunched, more animal than human. But he's not attacking, not rampaging, just standing there, watching the sky. I approach slowly, rifle raised, safety off. He hears me and turns. His eyes are completely white now, clouded over. No recognition, no awareness. George Patterson is gone. But he doesn't attack. Just looks at me with those dead eyes, head tilted slightly. George, I say quietly, I promised you I'd do this. Promised I'd make it clean. He doesn't respond. Can't respond. Whatever made him George burned away now. I raise the rifle, line up the shot, center the forehead, and I pause. Because even now, even turned into this thing, he's not attacking, not trying to kill me. He's just standing there. Maybe some tiny fragment of George Patterson is still in there, some last bit of humanity holding back the monster. Or maybe I'm just seeing what I want to see. Either way, I made a promise. I squeeze the trigger. The shot echoes across the valley. Patterson drops. I approach the body, check the wound. Clean kill, no suffering. I pull out my phone and take a photo. Not for documentation. Not for the mission. For me. To remember that George Patterson was a person, a teacher, a survivor, a victim, and that I gave him the only mercy I could. I rejoin the team at camp 10 miles south. They don't ask about Patterson. They know. What now? Martinez asks. I think about the 2 facilities still operating somewhere, about the enhanced infected still being created, about Hayes and the others who thought they could weaponize suffering. Now we keep fighting, I say. We find the last facilities, we burn them, and we make sure Project Lazarus dies for good. We're 4 people against the military-industrial complex. Then we recruit. Thompson's out there somewhere, other survivors who've been victims of this program. We build a resistance. That's ambitious. That's necessary. Jackson pulls out a map, marks the suspected locations of the remaining facilities. Where do we start? I study the map. Think about everything we learned, everything we've lost. We start with exposure. We make noise. We make them afraid. We show the world what they're doing, and we don't stop until they're either gone or we are. Those are pretty bad odds. Yeah, but they're the only odds we've got. We pack up camp, load our weapons, prepare to disappear into the wasteland and continue the fight. Because someone has to. Someone has to stand against the monsters in lab coats. Someone has to remember the victims and honor their suffering by making sure it never happens again. And if that someone has to be the 4 fugitives, Marines with nothing to lose, then that's who it'll be. Epilogue. 3 years later. The last Project Lazarus facility was destroyed in a coordinated strike by the Resistance, a network of survivors, former military, scientists with consciences, and victims who'd escaped the program. 40 operatives, 3 simultaneous assaults. Total facility destruction. 0 enhanced infected escaped. Gary Drake died in that assault. Took 3 bullets protecting a group of subjects they were evacuating. His last words were reportedly, "Get them out. Get them all out." Martinez, Jackson, and Okonkwo survived. They continued to operate as part of the resistance, hunting down the last remnants of the program and ensuring no new facilities are established. Colonel Hayes was found dead in his quarters 3 months after the final facility fell. Officially ruled a suicide. Unofficially, the bullet trajectory was inconsistent with self-infliction. The resistance denied involvement. Of the original 23 enhanced infected who escaped Fort Detrick, all were eventually accounted for. 20 were killed by military cleanup teams. 2, Helen Cosgrove and Marcus Chen, were killed by Drake's team. 1, George Patterson, Subject 247, was confirmed killed by Drake personally in the Appalachian Mountains. But rumors persist. Hikers still report seeing a gray figure in the mountains, watching from ridgelines, never approaching, always watching. Some say it's just stories, campfire tales to scare each other. Others say Subject 247 survived, that Drake couldn't pull the trigger, that somewhere in those mountains, the last enhanced infected still wanders, holding on to the last shreds of his humanity, keeping his distance from the world he can no longer be a part of. The truth died with Drake. And maybe that's how it should be. Some stories don't need endings. They just need to be remembered. So we remember George Patterson, Helen Cosgrove, Marcus Chen, and the 40 others who were turned into weapons against their will. We remember what was done to them, and we make sure it never happens again. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that story. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to be doing next, but I'm probably going to be taking a break from Cedar Falls for a little bit and moving on to some other things. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm going to try and figure out some way to put all these stories together and make like one mega story after the corrupt files happened, or not after the corrupt files, but after my kid deleted all this stuff. So I'll try to figure that out, but I hope you guys enjoyed the story. Come back next time for some more scary stories. And as always, remember to face your fears.